Chapter 1. Opening Day at Jincheng University. Alright, that's the end of this video. I've got to head to school for registration now. If I don't leave soon, I swear my mom will cram this car to the gills. So that's it, thanks for all the support. Catch you all next time. In a lavish bedroom of a villa, Du-hong took off his headphones and breathed a sigh of relief. The voiceover was done, the video editing was complete, and all that was left was to upload it for review and then let the audience watch and comment. Indeed, Du-hong was not only a wealthy second-generation heir, but also a gaming content creator on the video platform. He often reviewed games, and, thanks to his skillful gameplay, he had gained a small following in the gaming community, earning over 10,000 yuan a month from his videos. However, this was just a hobby. As mentioned at the start, he was both a content creator and a wealthy heir. Grabbing his phone, he glanced around his room, took a deep breath, and walked out of the bedroom, heading to the garage. As expected, his mother was trying to fit a massive suitcase into the passenger seat of a sleek, matte black Lamborghini. The front trunk was already overflowing. Rubbing his temples, Du-hong walked over and said softly, "Mom, please stop trying to cram things in. A suitcase this big won't fit in this car." His father was standing nearby, watching the scene. He had already tried to reason with her, but all he got was a scolding from his wife, telling him he was unhelpful and to go somewhere else. Hearing Du-hong's voice, his mother turned around and smiled. "Oh, Xiaoheng, you're done? Mom will stop after putting this suitcase in. Maybe we should use a smaller one. This is too big, and this car already has very little space. Mom just wants you to have enough of your favorite clothes with you at school. It's not that Mom doesn't want to buy you new clothes, but new clothes need to be washed before you wear them." Du-hong chuckled. "It's all right, Mom. There are washing machines in the dorm at Jincheng University. Besides, you've already packed enough clothes for me." "Yeah, honey, that's enough. Xiaoheng is all grown up now. Let him make his own decisions." His mother, looking slightly sad, nodded, asked the housekeeper, Aunt Shui, to bring a smaller suitcase, and then turned to Du-hong, speaking softly, "Are you sure you don't want your mom and dad to accompany you to school?" Du-hong smiled and nodded. "No need, Mom. I can drive myself. It's so hot. You and Dad can just stay home and enjoy the AC." "This child," his mother retorted affectionately, then shot a look at his father, who was standing there like a wooden post. "Aren't you going to give your son his living expenses for 4 years?" His father was taken aback, took out a gold card from his pocket, and was about to hand it to Du-hong when his wife snatched it away. "How much money is in this?" 5 million gulp. His mother merely hummed lightly, but his father's scalp tingled. He quickly changed his words. Son, our family might not have anything else, but we certainly have a lot of money. Here's 10 million a year for your living expenses. Just spend it however you want. 50 million a year, and you better spend it all. If it's not enough, ask your mother for more. Your dad is good at making money, and he has excellent taste in choosing a wife, so don't be shy around him. Just spend the money." His father felt a little awkward, scratched his head, and retreated to the side, not daring to say another word. He was afraid that he would be forced to sleep on the sofa that night, after kneeling on a bag of instant noodles for 2 hours, and if the noodles were crushed, he would have to kneel on durian. Du-hong shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't refuse. Just like his mother said, his dad was indeed good at making money. He was considered frugal among the wealthy second generation in their circle. Otherwise, he would have already been labeled a spoiled brat. Aunt Shui had already prepared a small suitcase and stuffed all the clothes inside, making it look like it was about to burst. He placed the small suitcase in the passenger seat, got into the car, closed the scissor doors, and waved to his parents. "Okay, Mom and Dad, I'm leaving now. Go ahead, go ahead. Look how eager you are. Get along with your classmates at school, and don't get into trouble, understand?" "Got it, Mom. I'm off." With that, he stepped on the gas, and the Lamborghini transformed into a silver streak, quickly disappearing from view with a roaring engine sound that echoed through the streets. His mother waved goodbye reluctantly, her gaze still fixed on the direction where the Lamborghini had vanished. Sigh, once he's gone, who knows when he'll be back? He hasn't been away from home for so long. I wonder if he'll get used to living in a dorm. This is his own choice, just like how he chose Jincheng University over studying abroad. Sigh, I wonder if he can handle the military training at university. Maybe we should ask Grandpa to call the president of Jincheng University. Didn't they used to be classmates? Let it be. Grandpa is stubborn and wouldn't allow that kind of thing to happen. Besides, Xiaoheng is a man, and a little sunshine won't hurt him. I hope he won't get too tanned when he comes back. No, I have to text him and tell him to buy some sunscreen. This weather, if he's constantly out in the sun, he might end up with scorched skin. Chapter 2. First Roommate. Jincheng University. At the West Gate, it was bustling with activity. New students and their parents, all sweating profusely, were carrying suitcases and bedding, being led by welcoming senior students to complete registration and check into their dorms. Of course, some time-honored traditions still held strong. Like, for example, the outstanding senior students. They would prioritize helping the female students, regardless of their appearance. As long as they were girls, they would enthusiastically offer assistance. The senior female students were a little better. They would treat both boys and girls equally. Some student clubs took the opportunity to set up stalls at the school gates, recruiting new members. Such opportunities were rare, they couldn't afford to miss them. When Du Heng arrived near the school in his sleek, matte black Lamborghini, he immediately felt the traffic starting to clog up, despite the fact that the road was a wide, one-way four-lane. After meandering for quite some time without finding a parking spot, he had no choice but to make a U-turn and park on the outermost edge. He didn't care about getting a ticket. Someone would take care of it. Dragging his suitcase, he headed towards the west gate under the blazing sun. Even before he reached the gate, he was drenched in sweat. The heat was evident. Wiping his sweat, he glanced at the somewhat crowded entrance and chuckled wryly. He didn't know where to register, or even how to register. However, his predicament was quickly broken by a helpful senior student. After sending off a new student, he had just come back to the gate and saw Du Heng. Without hesitation, he walked over. "Hi, are you a new student here for registration?" Du Heng was taken aback and quickly nodded. "Yes, I'm Du Heng. Nice to meet you." Hi, I'm Li Bo. Come on, I'll take you to register." "Thank you, senior." "Don't mention it. By the way, which department are you in?" "The School of Computer Science and Technology." What a coincidence. The student I just sent was also from the School of Computer Science and Technology. "Come on, I'll take you to register." Following Li Bo to the school's registration desk, a calm-looking senior student wearing glasses was drinking water. He smiled at the two of them as they approached. "Hi, senior. I'm here to register." "Okay, let me have your admission letter." After a while, he had completed his registration. The senior student handed the letter back to Du Heng, pushed up his glasses and said, "You're in Class 2, your dorm is in Dormitory Building 1. Go there and find the dorm manager to register. She'll tell you your room number." "Thank you, senior." Li Bo also smiled and nodded, dragged Du Heng's suitcase and waved, "Come on, follow me." They had to make several turns to reach Dormitory Building 1. Along the way, Senior Li Bo introduced the buildings on either side and showed Du Heng the location of the first cafeteria. "I'll leave you here. You have to do the rest yourself. I need to go back to the West Gate and see if any more new students have arrived. I've got to go now." "Thanks for everything, senior." "Don't mention it. I'm off." "Take care, senior." After seeing off the senior student, he registered at the dorm manager's desk at the entrance of the building and found out that his room number was 417. He then dragged his suitcase to the fourth floor. 417, 417, 417. Here it is. Du Heng stood in front of the door of room 417, glanced at the room number again to make sure he hadn't made a mistake. Inside, someone was making their bed. A phone was on the desk below, playing a woman's voice on speaker, which was most likely in dialect. Du Heng certainly couldn't understand it. After thinking for a moment, Du Heng knocked on the door and entered 417. Han Lei, who had already made his bed, was about to get down from the bed to hang up the phone. Seeing someone enter the dorm, he asked, "Hello, are you Du Heng?" Du Heng was taken aback. "How did you know?" Han Lei pushed his glasses, leaned off the bed and laughed, pointing to a label on the opposite bed. "Your name and photo are on here. I'm Han Lei. This is my bed. We're going to be roommates." Du Heng smiled and shook hands with Han Lei. "Hello, I'm Du Heng." Han Lei glanced at the suitcase in Du Heng's hand and paused. "That's all the stuff you brought?" "Yeah, I'll buy other things later." "Oh, would you want me to go with you? I've already made my bed and sorted out my stuff, so I have nothing to do. I know there's a supermarket nearby that's cheaper than the ones at school. Du-hung nodded with a smile. That's great, thank you. Let's go then. It's not that hot yet. The supermarket is a bit far from the school. It takes about 20 minutes to walk there. It's okay, let's drive. Han Lei was stunned for a moment. Drive? You have a driver's license? Wait, you have a car? A few minutes later, outside the north gate of the school, Han Lei stared dumbfounded at the matte black Lamborghini in front of him, his eyes wide as he looked at Du-hong and asked, "Is this your car?" "Yes, why? Is there a problem?" "That's a huge problem." Chapter 3. Second Roommate. My roommate is actually a rich guy? I had no idea. Du-hong rubbed his nose. Being rich doesn't mean you need to show off everywhere. No, you're already showing off. Well, I guess I'm sorry for that. Han Lei waved his hand. Come on, let me experience what a supercar is like. I'm poor. I've never even seen a car like this before, let alone ride in one. A minute later, Han Lei screamed at the top of his lungs. Du-hong had floored the accelerator, and the Lamborghini roared and shot forward, the intense G-force almost causing Han Lei's heart to jump out of his chest. At the supermarket, they bought lunchboxes, slippers, socks, face wash, a hot water bottle, and a whole bunch of other things. Han Lei realized his previous notions about rich people were wrong. Du-hong didn't spend money as wildly as he had imagined. On the contrary, he would check the prices of things, and he even looked for special deals. If there was a deal, he would buy it. Although he wasn't obsessed with sales, at least he didn't throw money around. This made Han Lei's impression of Du-hong even better. They bought a bedsheet set from a bedding store outside the supermarket. This time, Du-hong spent almost 10,000 yuan, and the price shocked Han Lei. Then, Du-hong took Han Lei to buy a laptop and a desktop computer, both high-end models. Han Lei finally understood where rich people spent their money. A laptop and desktop computer cost almost 100,000 yuan together, and adding the bedding, they spent over 100,000 yuan in a single day. After setting up a 1,000 megabits per second broadband connection, loading 9,999 onto his campus card and another 9,999 for air conditioning fees, Han Lei returned to room 417 with Du-hong, speechless. Why did you load so much for the air conditioning? We won't be able to use it all. It's okay. The leftover money can be refunded when we graduate. I don't want the air conditioning to suddenly shut off. So you just loaded 9,999? If you could add more, you probably would have added tens or hundreds of thousands. After setting up the computers and internet, Du-hong was just about to download some games. After all, he was a gaming content creator. Even though it wasn't how he made a living, he still had a lot of fans waiting for him to update his videos. Just then, the dorm room door was pushed open from the outside. The person who entered paused, their hand, which had been pulling at their collar, stopped. After sensing the coolness of the room, they laughed and walked in, closing the door behind them. You two must be the new roommates, right? I'm Zhang Yang. Han Lei. Du-hong. Nice to meet you. Did you guys pay for the air conditioning? Yeah. Zhang Yang was about to say something more when his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw the computer on Du-hong's desk. Wow, a curved screen and a mechanical keyboard? What kind of switches are they? Brown switches, Du-hong replied with a smile. Zhang Yang clicked his tongue in wonder, then shook his head. Blue switches are better. You need rhythm when you're typing, am I right? Du-hong shook his head. Different strokes for different folks. He liked brown switches because they were more comfortable when he was gaming and editing videos. However, it was clear that Zhang Yang was a computer enthusiast and, just like his name suggested, a rather flamboyant person. How much did you put on the air conditioning? I'll transfer you my share. Han Lei shook his head, pointing at Du-hong, who was already downloading games and some necessary software. He loaded 9,999. We don't need to split it. Damn, that much? Divided between us, that's 2,500 each? That's basically all I have. I still need money for food. Du-hong laughed and shook his head. Don't worry, you don't have to split it. I'll be using it too, so it's on me. Zhang Yang laughed and nodded. You're awesome. Oh, you guys don't need to set up a broadband connection. I set up a 1,000 megabits per second one. It's enough for the whole room. The Wi-Fi is already on. The name is our dorm room number, and the password is 417 repeated 4 times. Damn, awesome. Bro Du is awesome. I'm just going to say, I'm following you from now on. Du-hung ignored Zhang Yang, focusing on downloading software and games. The 1000 megabits per second broadband was incredibly fast, no questions asked. Although it was a little expensive, it was stable and extremely fast. In less than half an hour, he had downloaded and installed dozens of software on both computers. Zhang Yang, who was behind him, watched enviously. After finishing up with the computers, it was already 12 noon. Du-hung felt hungry, and he turned to Han Lei. Han Lei, shall we go have lunch? Han Lei glanced at the time and nodded. Sure, let's go. Zhang Yang stood up as well. Let's go together. I'm hungry too. The three of them went to the cafeteria and found a table near the window. The cafeteria was air-conditioned and nicely decorated, so a lot of senior students were taking advantage of it to study or play on their computers. As they were finishing up, Zhang Yang suddenly looked around and then whispered, do you guys want to buy insoles? Chapter 4. In love? Insoles? What kind of insoles? You know, those thick, soft insoles, the white ones. Zhang Yang gestured with his hands, occasionally glancing around sneakily. Sanitary pads? Zhang Yang quickly lowered his head. He could feel the stares coming from nearby. He mumbled quietly, You got it. You didn't have to say it out loud. No. Why do you need to buy those? What else would they be for? For military training, of course. And maybe some cooling patches. This is a great hack I found on the forum. Everyone who has used it says it's amazing. Is that so? Han Lei glanced at Zhang Yang, who was so embarrassed he wanted to find a crack in the floor to crawl into. If you don't want to buy them, then I'll buy them. But you can't ask me for any. Han Lei and Du-hung looked at each other and laughed. You go buy them first. If they work well, we'll buy some too. Damn, you guys are just looking to reap the benefits. TSK, we're roommates, aren't we? How could we? Or, we could just go in and buy them with you. All right, you said it. During lunch break the supermarket shouldn't be that busy. Let's go buy them now. The three of them went to the supermarket, and they discovered it was very crowded. There were a lot of people queuing at the entrance, waiting to pay and leave. Zhang Yang, looking like a weasel, plus his dark complexion and skinny build, looked like a hardened smoker. His shifty eyes were nearly scaring people in the store. After looking around, they finally found the right aisle. Zhang Yang told Du-hung and Han Lei to keep a lookout while he leaned over the shelf and started searching. What are you picking? Just grab 2 packs and leave. Don't rush me. There are so many types. Some are as thin as paper. You'd be better off with the insoles in your shoes. Although the supermarket was air-conditioned, Zhang Yang was already sweating profusely. He had started shaking, his hands visibly trembling. Just then, a few girls walked over, and Zhang Yang immediately froze, unable to move. Han Lei paused for a moment, then started pretending to chat with Du-hung. They laughed and pointed at the petrified Zhang Yang, taking on a dramatic, look at this fool stance. Once the girls had left, Du-hung gave him a thumbs up. He had to admit, Han Lei's improvisation skills were great. He had not only disassociated them from Zhang Yang, but he also took the moral high ground to criticize his behavior. Naturally, Zhang Yang responded with a resentful glare. I heard that. You said I'm a pervert. Ha ha ha, X2. After looking for a while longer, Zhang Yang finally found the right ones. An extra thick, overnight type. He grabbed 3 packs and ran towards the checkout like he was running for his life. Han Lei followed close behind. Du-hung hesitated for a moment. He realized Zhang Yang seemed to have grabbed 1 pack short. There was no pack for the 4th roommate. Although he had not met the last roommate yet, Du-hung thought it would be nice to get him a pack. After a moment's contemplation, Du-hung made his decision, looked around, then slowly walked to the spot where Zhang Yang had been. Soon, he was also sweating profusely. He swore this was the first time he had ever bought something like this, and in public, no less. Looking away, he reached for a target, when suddenly a soft sensation brushed against his fingers, a sensation that was fleeting. Du-hung was stunned for a moment. How could this pack grow legs and run away? He turned his head and saw a tall girl in a white dress standing beside him, her face flushed, looking down at her left hand, not daring to lift her head. Du-hung understood that he must have accidentally touched her hand. Feeling a little embarrassed, he quickly waved his hands and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was reaching for this. I didn't mean to touch your hand. The girl nodded lightly, her face still red. picked up a pack and left without looking up, leaving Du Hong standing there, feeling bewildered. As she reached the corner, the girl paused, looked back at Du Hong who was still standing there. Her shy expression changed into a smile before she turned away. That smile instantly stunned Du Hong. In that moment, the only thing he saw was the girl and that beautiful smile. It was truly a smile that launched 1,000 ships. Du Hong's mind went blank, and it took him a while to recover. He shook his head with a wry smile. He should have asked for her contact information. Grabbing a pack of the overnight type, Du Hong walked towards the checkout, but he didn't see the girl again. He felt a little disappointed. Back at the dorm, Du Hong placed the pack of sanitary pads on the table of the only roommate who wasn't there, and then sat down at his desk, lost in thought. The girl's sweet and pure smile was still playing in his mind. He couldn't shake it. He seemed to be in love, and it was a hopeless kind of love. Chapter 5. Failure to launch. Just inherit trillions? When their last roommate returned, it was already 2 in the afternoon. As soon as he entered the room, he sat down in his seat and comfortably turned on the air conditioning. His name was Wang Chong. The reason he hadn't come back earlier was that he had arrived at school several days in advance. He was already familiar with the campus, so he went to the west gate to help the senior students, guiding the new students on how to register and check into their dorms. Wang Chong initially also intended to split the air conditioning fees with Du Hong, but after learning that Du Hong had just put in 9,999, he was instantly rendered speechless. His living expenses for 2 months wouldn't even amount to 2,500. Although he had earned 5,000 yuan working over the summer, it was meant to last for several months of living expenses, and he simply couldn't give the money to Du Hong. When Du Hong told him he didn't need to pay, Wang Chong felt embarrassed and said he would transfer a little to Du Hong every month until he had paid it all, but he gave up on the idea after Han Lei and Zhang Yang persuaded him not to. They all had their own laptops, so they didn't need to buy any, and it was likely their parents had bought them over the summer. Throughout the afternoon, the dorm door was knocked several times, each time by clubs recruiting new members, but none of them had any interest in joining. University clubs were essentially interest groups, and clubs at Jincheng University didn't offer any academic credit. So, unsurprisingly, they weren't very popular among students. With nothing to do in the afternoon, Du Hong and his roommates played a round of League of Legends, which nearly sent Du Hong into a state of depression thanks to Zhang Yang and Han Lei's terrible plays. A 0-21-0 Yasuo and a 0-13-1 Garen jungle. Du Hong was having a tough time in the top lane, constantly facing 4-man ganks. His opponents were relentlessly tower diving. However, his solid skill allowed him to slowly gain an advantage in the top lane and push his way to the enemy high ground. However, they still lost the game. Wang Chong in the mid lane was relentlessly targeted by the enemy jungler, his score almost matching Han Lei and Zhang Yang's, and their support, a random player, just stayed in the fountain and started raging. After one game, Du Hong found his mood to be extremely low, so he switched to a single-player game, grabbing a Gatling gun and killing hundreds of zombies before he felt a bit better. At 11 p.m. that night, the campus, which was initially brightly lit, suddenly plunged into darkness. There was a chorus of shocked cries from the new student dorm buildings. Jincheng University cut the power at 11 to encourage students to go to bed earlier. Without electricity, the routers stopped working, the internet connection was gone, and students had no choice but to sleep. Zhang Yang, who was in the bathroom, making little chuckling noises to himself, suddenly roared, "Damn it! I was at the most exciting part. How did the internet disappear?" Naturally, it was hard to fall asleep on the first night in a strange dorm room. Zhang Yang tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. "No way, the doctor said staying up late is bad for your health, so I've been staying up all night this summer. I can't fall asleep now. What should I do? How about we chat?" "Sure. What should we talk about?" I'll go first. Both my parents are teachers, even my older sister is a teacher. They're so strict with me. I can't even touch my phone at home." The bitterness in Zhang Yang's tone made Du Heng's skin crawl. Han Lei thought for a moment and said, "My parents are farmers. They don't really care about what I do. But I plan to go to graduate school, so I can repay them when I start making money. I'll share something too. My parents are also farmers, but we have a fruit orchard. When I go home next time, I can bring you some of my family's homegrown apples. They're so delicious." After the three of them had shared, it was Du Heng's turn to talk about his family. Zhang Yang asked curiously, "What does your family do, bro do?" "Me. Du-hung thought about it before carefully saying, "My family is in business." In business? Bro-du set up a 1000 megabits per second broadband connection and bought 2 of these expensive computers. Your family must be very wealthy, right? Wang Chang also wanted to know the answer. Why would anyone spend 9,999 on the air conditioning? Before Du-hung could say anything, Han-lei suddenly laughed. Can they not be wealthy? Bro-du's ride is a black Lambo. A Lambo? Lamborghini? Damn, a Lamborghini? Is that true? If you can afford a Lamborghini, your family's assets are worth at least 10 million, right? Du-hung was helpless. He really didn't want to reveal too much. He rubbed his nose and chuckled. It's okay. It's not like I'm extremely rich. Not extremely rich? How rich is that? Yeah, Bro-du, let us get a glimpse of the high life. All right, my family is involved in international trade. They have a lot of assets in China as well. The total assets are about several trillion, and we are considered one of the top families in Jincheng. The nerve of this guy. After Du-hung had finished speaking, the room fell into absolute silence. Then, damn it. Several trillion? That's insane. You think, if we kidnapped Bro-du right now and asked his parents for money, how much would we get? That's childish, kidnapping. I think 50 million is pretty good. Can you be more ambitious? At least 100 million? By the way, Bro-du, are you an only child? Yeah. Wow. My roommate is actually a super rich second-generation heir and an only child. If you're so rich, why would you need to come to school and stay in a dorm? I know, you're going to study, then start your own business, and when that fails, you can just go home and inherit the trillions. If you're going to inherit trillions anyway, why are you even going to school? Why not just go home? Chapter 6. Military Training Uniforms. Bro-du, if your family is so rich, why didn't they send you abroad? Why would I go abroad? Of course I think I got confused. If you're that rich, you really don't need to go abroad. That small boost to your resume to get a higher salary would be nothing to you since you're already financially free. The 3 of them surrounded Du-hung, excitedly bombarding him with questions. Nobody was paying attention to the time, and they ended up chatting until over 2 in the morning. Fortunately, they didn't have to go for military training the next day. That was only scheduled for the day after, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Du-hung was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. He could hardly comprehend their questions and didn't even know what he was saying. After a while, he just fell asleep. Hey, you guys think that if Du is so rich, he must have a ton of admirers? For sure. Do you think he has a girlfriend? I've seen all those rich people with several girlfriends, and what's more shocking is those girls don't seem to be jealous of each other. Can you believe it? Why can't I? It's all just mutually beneficial. The topic got increasingly off-topic, and by the end, Han-lei had fallen asleep. Zhang Yang and Wang Chang continued to talk until they got to a certain kind of topic. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They racked their brains, eager to reveal everything they had ever learned. Before they knew it, it was already morning. Du-hung woke up at 10 in the morning, blinded by the sunlight streaming into the room. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up, yawned, and stretched. He glanced at the others who were still fast asleep. Not making too much noise, he got out of bed and went to the washroom. After freshening up, he went to the cafeteria, only to find that they were out of everything except savory pancakes. He bought some pancakes and headed back to the dorm, where Han-lei was also awake. Han-lei was watching a video on his phone and greeted Du-hung as he came in. I got some breakfast for you. Eat something. Du-hung shared some savory pancakes with Han-lei. Han-lei didn't hesitate and happily took a bite. Wang Chang and Zhang Yang didn't seem to be waking up anytime soon. Du-hung stared at the large stack of savory pancakes in the bag, lost in thought. What time did those 2 stay up chatting last night? I don't know. I fell asleep soon after you did. Du-hung shook his head, put the pancakes on the table, sat down, and opened his computer to start editing his video. He had 99 plus unread messages in his inbox, but Du-hung was too lazy to look at them. He was only interested in making videos and would ignore anyone trying to advertise or say something irrelevant. Of course, he would still read the comments on his videos, and after seeing that there was no illegal content, Du-hung continued working on his video. Han-lei was watching him from behind and had noticed this. Han-lei leaned over Du-hung and watched him for quite a while before asking, Bro-du, are you a content creator? Du-hong was taken aback and nodded, yes, a gaming content creator. Awesome. Bro Du, your life is so fulfilling outside of classes. Du-hong smiled and nodded, continuing with his video editing. He would occasionally open the videos he had completed yesterday morning, replying to some of his fans' questions. Du-hong had always wanted to create his own game. Even if no one played it, he still wanted to fulfill this dream, which was the reason why he had chosen this major. It was 12 noon when Zhang Yang and Wang Chang finally woke up, having been woken up by hunger. They went to the cafeteria, ate, and then returned to the dorm. Zhang Yang was excited to play a game with Du-hong. Han Lei also wanted to join in, and Wang Chang would naturally follow along, but Du-hong rejected them, saying he didn't want to play. Then, after they started their games, he downloaded a game that a fan had recommended and began researching it. As everyone knows, researching a game and playing a game are two different things. They cannot be confused. It's like studying course materials and putting them into practice. They are also two different things. Those who agree, please comment true on the public screen. Thank you. As evening approached, the group ordered takeout. There was a knock at the door, and thinking it was the food, they opened the door to find a complete stranger standing outside. It was their class representative, Wu Lixiang. He was there to distribute the military training uniforms since they were starting tomorrow. It must be mentioned that the military training uniforms would always be either one size too big or one size too small. There was never a perfect fit, including the shoes. The group tried on the clothes they received. Du-hong fared the best, looking surprisingly handsome and heroic. Han Lei and Wang Chang were also okay. Apart from their clothes being slightly too big, they didn't have any other issues. Zhang Yang was a completely different story. The military training uniform was baggy on him, the hat was askew, and with his dark skin, skinny figure, and cocky expression, Du-hong nearly threw up at the sight of him. Zhang Yang, let's make a deal. Bro Du, what is it? I'm listening. Zhang Yang even struck a pose and raised his eyebrows. Never mind, I don't want to make a deal with you anymore. Du-hong covered his face with a sigh, then picked up his phone and walked towards Zhang Yang. I just can't stand your look. You've turned a perfectly good military training uniform into something that looks like a Japanese soldier entering a village. Are you sure I should take a picture of you, or take a picture of you? Okay, on second thought, taking a picture of you would be the better choice. Chapter 7. Follow my lead. In the end, Zhang Yang, under the combined pressure of Du-hong and the others, changed out of his messed-up military training uniform. However, he would have to put the uniform back on the next morning. But that was their problem. After all, he would just be an eyesore to others. It didn't have anything to do with them. On the military training ground, Du-hong sighed, covering his face. Standing next to him was Zhang Yang, whose clothes were still twisted and askew. The latter was grinning innocently, and for some reason, Du-hong thought he could smell bad breath. Zhang Yang. Yeah? What's wrong, Bro Du? Don't be shy, just say what's on your mind. Did you not brush your teeth? Huh? Bro Du, how did you know? Ha ha ha. I don't have the habit of brushing my teeth. I heard that if your gums bleed while brushing, you're doomed. So I don't brush that way, they won't bleed. Heh. Du-hong's face darkened. He put his hand in his pocket, felt his large screen phone, picked it up, then put it down again. He did this several times, but ultimately didn't take it out, because the instructors were marching over in formation. Du-hong and Zhang Yang were standing on the far left of the last row. They were the tallest in their class. Interestingly, Zhang Yang was a bit taller than him, although he wasn't sure if it was due to the insoles he might have been wearing. The instructor of Class 2 of the School of Computer Science and Technology was a muscular, intense-looking senior student. Yes, a senior student. The instructors, responsible for the military training of new students, were all senior students from the military studies program, with ranks at least at the level of a sergeant. Instructor Wu was a man who valued efficiency. After the routine commands of attention, rest, right dress, forward march, attention, rest, and roll call, confirming there were no absences, he decided it was time to begin the day's training. The beginning of military training was boring, simply standing in the sun. Of course, the posture had to be somewhat standard. Instructor Wu moved through the ranks, correcting those who didn't have proper form. Arms straight, close to the seams of your pants, eyes straight ahead. Where are you looking? Reporting instructor, I'm cross-eyed. Ha 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 ha. Those who were close by burst into laughter. Instructor Wu sternly yelled, "Quiet! Pay attention to discipline. You need to ask for permission before doing anything." Report. Wiping sweat. Report. Tying shoelaces. Report. I can't take it. Someone keeps farting, instructor. I request to switch positions? Haha. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'd rather die than hold it in any longer. Ha 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 ha. Instructor Wu felt drained, sighing inwardly at how hard it was to handle this group of students. But then he remembered that when they had first enrolled, they had been the same way. A smile crept onto his lips. He yelled, "Quiet! If you laugh again, you'll all do 50 push-ups." The sun was getting hotter. People in the formation were secretly wiping sweat, taking the chance when the instructor wasn't looking to loosen their collars or shift the weight off one leg. At this moment, the instructor stood in front of the formation, glanced at the somewhat decent rows, and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Next, listen to my instructions for turning drills. Right dress, forward march, rest, attention. Listen to my instructions carefully, don't jump the gun. Think carefully after you hear the command before turning. All right, everyone, right turn. Snap. The entire class turned right in unison. The formation was decent, and the instructor nodded in satisfaction. Right turn. Snap. Right turn. Snap. Left turn. Snap. The instructions suddenly changed, and many people didn't react fast enough. There was a mix-up in the formation. Many people who saw the person beside them facing them quickly turned around, and some who had turned correctly turned again, making mistakes. Du Hong was staring at Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang was staring back at him. Du Hong had turned correctly, but what was funny was, Zhang Yang thought he had turned correctly as well. Bro Du, you turned the wrong way. No, I turned correctly. Bro Du, you're wrong. Look at them. Many people are the same as me. Du Hong shook his head. You're all wrong. The instructor said left turn. Bro Du, just accept that you made a mistake. It's okay. You can secretly turn back. A lot of people have already turned. Look, someone else just turned again. Du Hong felt he was about to blow up. The sight of Zhang Yang's clothes was unbearable, especially with his bad breath now in close proximity. He looked down, trying to ignore Zhang Yang, but he ended up seeing something even more ridiculous. Zhang Yang. Bro Du, did you admit your mistake? It's okay, just turn back. The instructor is coming over, you still have a chance. Du Heng's shoulders were shaking. He had reached his limit. With his fists clenched, he uttered through gritted teeth, "Your zipper is down." Damn it. Zhang Yang looked down, and he was about to zip it up, when the instructor came over just at that moment. I said, "You must ask for permission before doing anything." Rep reporting, I'm zipping my zipper. Chapter 8. Shall we have some rain? The military training continued. The instructor's hesitant expression from before still lingered in everyone's mind. Zhang Yang was too ashamed to face his classmates. The morning military training ended. After eating lunch in the cafeteria, they went back to their dorms to rest for an hour. Then the afternoon military training started. After an hour of turning drills, the formation was finally able to follow the instructor's commands more accurately. Seeing this, the instructor started the next training, marching. The distance between the ranks was wider. Du Hong was happy because he could finally get away from Zhang Yang's bad breath. However, with one command from the instructor, Zhang Yang kicked his leg, and a gray, slimy object fell out of his pants and landed directly on the neck of the student in front of him. The person subconsciously reached up to touch it, and he immediately widened his eyes and screamed, "Damn it!" He threw the object he was holding on the ground, as if he could still smell the stench on his hands. He retreated backward, gagging. Du Heng's eyebrows rose. He glanced at the unidentified object on the ground. Then he stared at Zhang Yang with a displeased expression. Zhang Yang was also stunned. He felt something had fallen off of his leg. When he saw the thing on the ground, and then met the terrifying stares of Du Hong and the student in front of him. It's not what you think. Just at that moment, the instructor came over. I said you need to ask permission before you do anything. And what is that thing in your handi? The instructor couldn't finish his sentence. He rubbed his temples and wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. It was just too dangerous if he accidentally stepped on that. Oh my God, just the thought of it made him cringe. Zhang Yang felt like he wanted to die. The instructor's words drew the attention of everyone in the class, including the girls. If you want to go to the bathroom, you can ask for permission. The instructor found it hard to be stern. He just had never seen anything so ridiculous. No, no, no. You guys have got it all wrong. It's a cooling patch. It really is a cooling patch. But no one listened to his explanation. Du-hung leaned in and whispered, Zhang Yang, think about it. It might be time to hop on a rocket to Mars. The weather was getting hotter. Even with cooling patches, it was impossible to cool down effectively. People in the formation were beginning to suffer from heat stroke and collapsing on the ground. They were taken away by the medical staff who had been waiting on the edge of the training grounds. After more training, the instructor finally waved his hand and told them to sit in the shade and rest. The 4 roommates of room 417 sat together, using their hats to fan themselves, trying to gain a little relief from the heat. As soon as they sat down, the sounds of students singing started on the training ground. Some with talent were going up to perform, in an attempt to gain priority to be approached by the beautiful girls or handsome guys. Zhang Yang was watching the performances on the training ground, fanning himself frantically, but not feeling any relief. It was just too hot and stuffy. Suddenly, Zhang Yang took Han Lei's hat, placed the 2 hats on the ground, and mumbled something. No one could understand what he was saying. I implore the great Lord Lao Tzu to fulfill my command. Rain. The sun. I'm going to keep shining. May the universe align. I implore you. Rain. The sun. I'm going to keep shining. No way. Those online methods of praying for rain are fake. What does placing 2 hats do to bring the rain? Seriously, Zhang Yang, you actually believe that nonsense? Wang Chong was stunned. It won't kill us to try. What if it actually rains? That would be a coincidence. Then you try it? I'm not going to do such a stupid thing. Wang Chong shook his head, but in the next second, his expression changed. He held his hat towards the sky and said lightly, Rain? The sun. I'm going to keep shining. No, it's not working. It looks like I was wrong. I'm not a chosen one after all. Han Lei, want to try? Han Lei pushed up his glasses, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He imitated Wang Chong, holding his hat up to the sky, and shouted, Rain? The sun. I'm going to keep shining. Damn it. It feels like it's getting even hotter, and it's even more stuffy. Bro, want to give it a go? Me. Du Hung was stunned. You guys already tried and it didn't work. I don't need to, right? It's okay, just try. It doesn't cost any money. Du Hung pinched his chin, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He cleared his throat, didn't grab a hat, glanced at the sky and said softly, Shall we have some rain? Zhang Yang and the others were ready to watch a show, but in the next moment, a thunderclap suddenly burst from the sky, scaring the 3 of them half to death. By the time they recovered, a gust of wind hit them, and then raindrops began to fall. They instantly froze, staring at the raindrops falling on their hands, wide-eyed. Holy crap! Chapter 9. Another chance encounter. The rain started suddenly and came down harder and harder. The raindrops stung when they hit, the ground quickly became wet, and the smell of mud and dust filled the air. At this moment, the acting class monitor, Wu Lixiang, ran over from the instructors, shielding his head with his hand and yelling, The rain is too heavy. Today's military training is suspended. We'll determine when to resume later. Hurry back to your dorms. Yay. Instructor is the best. Instructor, we salute you. The 3 roommates of 417 looked at each other, then laughed and shouted, Bro, you're awesome. Was it just supposed to be a try? How did it actually rain? Du Hung fell into self-doubt. But obviously, now was not the time for that. Zhang Yang and the others were already using their hats to shield their heads as they ran toward the dorm buildings, and everyone else on the training ground was doing the same. Du Hung stood there for a moment, and then everyone else had cleared out. Shaking his head, he walked out from the shade of a tree, put his hat on his head and ran toward the dorm buildings. Around a corner, a slender figure was running toward him, a book held over her head, when she passed in front of Du Hung. Du Hung only glanced at her and was stunned. He stood there in the rain, staring at the figure that ran past, feeling she was very familiar. At this moment, the girl looked back at Du Hung standing in the rain, smiled slightly, and then ran off. It was her, the girl from noon yesterday. Du-hung really wanted to ask what her name was, but it was raining, and he didn't have an umbrella. He couldn't just ask her to stand in the rain and chat, could he? He stood in the rain until her figure disappeared. Then Du-hung dazedly walked toward the dorm building. When he got back to the dorm, his clothes were soaked. In the bathroom, Zhang Yang was taking a shower, humming a song that was completely out of tune. He would also giggle to himself excitedly from time to time. It was clear that he had caught sight of himself in the mirror and was amazed by his own beauty. Du-hung sat down at his seat. After thinking for a bit, he took out his phone and changed his WeChat signature. But before he could open his computer, a video call came in. It was from his mother. Du-hung picked up without a second thought. As soon as the call connected, his mother saw that his hair was wet and was shocked. Xiaoheng, did you get caught in the rain? Go wash up quickly. It's okay, Mom. My roommate is showering. I'll go wash up later. Don't catch a cold. Oh, Xiaoheng, Mom saw you changed your signature. What happened? Are you in a bad mood? You just saw that I changed my signature? How do you know that? There is no notification for that, is there? After thinking for a moment, Du-hung shook his head. I'm not in a bad mood, but I met someone, or rather, I met her again. Looking at Du-heng's expression on the video, his mother laughed. Her silly son had fallen in love. Did you get her contact information? Du-hung was taken aback, but he quickly realized what she was talking about and shook his head with a wry smile. No, I didn't. Why not? I didn't have a chance. After ending the video call, Du-hung looked at the rain outside, which was falling even harder, and fell into thought. Zhang Yang, who had finished showering, came out of the bathroom. He saw Du-hung spacing out and came over. What's wrong, bro? Spacing? Out like that? Did you expend too much magic power? If you're not feeling well, you should go take a nap. It's still a while before dinner. Du-hung didn't respond. He didn't even hear what Zhang Yang was saying. He just stared blankly at the rain outside the window. Wang Chang went to the bathroom to take a shower. Zhang Yang retreated behind Han Lei and gently patted the latter's shoulder, pointing at Du-hung, who was as still as a statue. What happened to Bro Du? Han Lei pushed up his glasses and said, If I'm not mistaken, Bro Du must be sick. Huh? That's not good. We should rush him to a hospital. How can just asking for rain exhaust his magic power and make him sick? Idiot. Not that kind of sick. He's lovesick. Lovesick? What does that mean? It means he's in love. Huh? He's in love. So what? Why is he acting so depressed? I tried to talk to him, but he wouldn't listen to me. Han Lei pushed up his glasses again, then thought and said, If I'm not mistaken, he is experiencing unrequited love. Unrequited love? What does that mean? It means it's a one-sided thing. The other person doesn't like him and probably doesn't even know him. Huh? That's so tragic. Let's help him. Okay, you go help him. But I don't know how to help him. It's easy. Put on your damn pants now, stop running around in that big red pair of shorts, and then go crawl into bed and cover yourself with the blanket. I feel like you're making fun of me, but I have no proof. Zhang Yang glanced at Du-hung, who was still spacing out, and shook his head. Sigh, what's wrong with him? Why is he being like this? Isn't being single great? What's the point of having a girlfriend? Yeah, what's the point of having a girlfriend? Huh? What do you mean by that? Nothing. Staying single is pretty great. I feel like you're making fun of me again, but I still have no proof. Chapter 10. End of military training. The military training continued. During this time, the University Academic Affairs Office opened the course selection system. The four of them chose their courses and received the textbooks from the acting class monitor. There were a total of 45 books, which made Zhang Yang yell, WDF. The acting class monitor also held class elections, and ultimately, he swept all those on the blackboard with an overwhelming 60-vote victory and officially became the class monitor. Du-hung scheduled his classes strategically, leaving Wednesday afternoon and evening completely free. After that, he never encountered that girl again during military training, which left him feeling a little regretful. After completing the military parade ceremony, the military training was finally over. Almost everyone had become noticeably tanned, except for a few individuals. Zhang Yang had tanned several shades darker. Although he was already dark, he was just even darker now, but he looked at himself in the mirror for quite a while before accepting the fact that he had become even more handsome. That's right, in his eyes. Getting darker meant he was more handsome. Other than the whites of his eyes and his teeth when he smiled, which were yellowish, the rest of his face was all one shade of color. Du Hong was upset. He hadn't gotten darker. In fact, he seemed to have become a little paler. He wanted to get darker, but he couldn't. The sun tried its best to tan him, but it didn't work. What could he do? Bro Du, are you going home tomorrow? Du Hong nodded. Yeah, it's my grandpa's birthday tomorrow. I have to go. Although we really want to see what a rich person's birthday party is like, we know it's not appropriate. So please just send our best regards to the old man. You can come with me. My grandpa really likes the excitement. Nah, we'll just be a burden. We'd rather just stay in the dorm. Oh. Du Heng's eyebrow rose. He could clearly see through Zhang Yang's insincere words. You really don't want to go? We want to, but we are worried that we will embarrass you. It's your grandpa's birthday after all. Du Heng laughed and shook his head. It's fine, my grandpa would love to meet you guys. Just think of it as a free meal. There's no shortage of chopsticks. Really? Ha ha ha. I knew that Bro Du was the best. Zhang Yang laughed and lunged at him, but Du Heng swatted him away. Zhang Yang then lay on the floor chuckling to himself, thinking about all the good food he would eat tomorrow. Du Heng looked at Zhang Yang on the floor and covered his face with a sigh. Maybe you shouldn't come. I'm afraid after tomorrow, I'll have to start living on another planet. Bro Du, a gentleman keeps his word. You can't go back on it. I can just keep quiet tomorrow, okay? Du Heng nodded with a smile. I was joking. It's fine. No one will care about you. Then should we buy a gift for the old man? Does he have anything he likes? Du Heng waved his hand with a smile. No need. My grandpa is a government official. He cannot openly receive gifts. If you bring anything, it'll just make things harder for him. Okay, but that makes us freeloaders. Han Lei shrugged his shoulders. He thought the same thing. On Sunday morning, Du Heng woke up and found that Zhang Yang and the others were already getting dressed. This was the first time Du Heng had ever seen Zhang Yang so enthusiastic. Bro Du, you're awake? Hee hee, check out my outfit. Is it okay for the old man's birthday banquet? Du Heng looked at Zhang Yang, who was wearing a suit and looking rather presentable, and waved his hand with a laugh. You don't need to dress up so formally. It's not like you're going to a job interview or a blind date. Just think of it as having a casual meal. No way, we can't let Bro Du lose face. Suit yourself. He took the group to the West Gate. Du Heng's father's personal driver and bodyguard, Uncle Li, called and said he was already waiting at the West Gate. Bro Du, are we going to take a taxi? Isn't your Lamborghini a two-seater? Du Heng laughed. We're not going in my car. The car to pick us up has already arrived at the West Gate. You'll know it when you see it. What kind of car is it? What kind of car? Du Heng pinched his chin, thought for a moment, and then shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, I don't know either. Look at that. Is that how normal people talk? At the West Gate, a 9-meter-long Rolls-Royce Phantom came into view. Zhang Yang was instantly stunned. He pointed mechanically at the Rolls-Royce and asked Du Heng, Bro Du, is that the car that's coming to pick us up? Du Heng nodded with a smile. That's right. The license plate is my family's. That's the car that's come to pick us up. Holy crap. X3. The three of them couldn't wait to run up to the car to admire the extended, dreamlike limousine up close. They felt an aura of ultimate swag. Du Heng followed with a laugh. A muscular man came out of the driver's seat. The man was wearing sunglasses and approached Du Heng proactively, saying respectfully, Young master. Uncle Li, sorry for making you come all this way. It's my duty, young master. Please get in the car. Master and madam are already waiting at the hotel. Okay. They opened the car door and got in. The group was once again shocked by the luxurious interior, especially when Du Heng took out a few bottles of cold drinks from a compartment and threw them to the others. The three of them could no longer control themselves. Holy crap. This is too much. Chapter 11. The Old Man. After arriving at the hotel, the group was once again stunned by the luxury cars in the parking lot. Wow. A Cullinan. A Pagani. That license plate is insane. AV8D55? Awesome. It seems like BMWs and Mercedes are out of place here. It's all high-end cars. As they reached the hotel entrance, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses greeted them, bowing slightly to Du Heng. Young master. Uncle Wang, Where's Grandpa? The old master is at the innermost table. Would you like me to escort you, young master? No need, Uncle Wong. I can go myself. Please take care of the other guests here. After saying goodbye to Uncle Wong, Du Heng led the group into the hotel. They were again astonished by the extravagant, almost ostentatious decor, especially the entire lobby on the ground floor, which had been booked for the event. People were walking about, and women in high-slit gowns were carrying trays. A hostess led them to a table near the back, labeled Young Master and Young Master's Classmates. As they sat down, a robust laugh echoed from afar. Du Heng turned to see an old man with slightly graying hair, but incredibly energetic, approaching them. Du Heng's eyes lit up, and he went to greet him. Grandpa. The man, Du Jiangwo, Du Heng's grandfather, happily patted Du Heng's shoulder. You're here? You arrived and didn't even come find your grandpa. Grandpa had to come to you. Du Heng scratched his head. I just got here. Oh, Grandpa, these are my roommates. Zhang Yang and the other two finally realized they were meeting the guest of honor. They quickly stood up and respectfully said, Hello, Grandpa. Happy birthday. May your happiness be as boundless as the eastern sea and your longevity rival the southern mountains. Ha 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 ha. Hello, hello. Make yourselves at home here today. Eat whatever you like, and order more if you need it. The three of them nodded vigorously. The old man was delighted and pulled Du Heng aside. Xiaohong, you take good care of them at this table. Grandpa has to go entertain some of the provincial officials. I'll see you later. Okay, Grandpa, and happy birthday. It's good that you remember. The old man nodded and left. Du Heng returned to the table and, seeing how stiffly his friends were sitting, laughed. No need to be so nervous. There's a lot of food and drinks over there. Go get whatever you want. Zhang Yang followed Du Heng's gaze and saw a long table piled with fruit, pastries, and drinks. The three roommates looked at each other and rushed over, immediately digging in. Zhang Yang had even skipped breakfast to make room for this lunch, as had Wang Chong. Han Lei at least had eaten a couple of steamed buns. Back at his seat, the old man finished greeting a deputy provincial official who had come to wish him well, before sitting down. He looked at the older man sitting silently beside him, calmly drinking tea. If Du Heng were there, he would immediately recognize the man as Principal Hua of Jincheng University. A young woman sat quietly beside him, curiously observing her surroundings. Grandpa, hello, she said, standing up to greet the old man when he finally sat down. The old man paused, looked at the young woman, smiled and nodded, before turning to Principal Hua. Old friend, is this your precious granddaughter? Principal Hua's lips curled into a proud smile and nodded. The old man chuckled. The young lady is quite lovely. About the same age as my grandson. Where is she studying? Right here at Jincheng University. Oh. The old man's eyes lit up. My grandson is also at Jincheng University. I must introduce you two when I get a chance. Oh, what are you doing? Principal Hua squinted at the old man, his tone not entirely friendly. What? Can't I introduce our two younger generations? You old stubborn goat. The two seemed like they were about to start a fight, but in reality, they were great friends and often joked like this. They had even talked about arranging a childhood betrothal back when they were young, but now it was just a joke. After all, times had changed, and now free love was the trend. After eating their fill, the group didn't ask Uncle Lee to drive them back, as Du's parents needed him to help take some honored guests to the airport. So the four of them took a taxi back to school. In the car, Zhang Yang contentedly rubbed his stomach, savoring the abalones he'd eaten before leaving, smacking his lips. This abalone isn't even that good. People make such a fuss about it. Tender meat, juicy and delicious. I didn't feel any of that. It's not as satisfying as a big braised pork knuckle. Wang Chong smacked his lips, having tried an abalone after seeing Zhang Yang eating it. Yeah, it's not that great. The texture is indeed smooth, but if I had the choice, I'd prefer some stir-fried snails from a street vendor. Han Lei pushed up his glasses, thought for a moment, but remained silent. He didn't think either was great, and didn't understand what was so different about a five-star hotel from a regular restaurant. Du Heng laughed and nodded. Yeah, I'm not a big fan either. I prefer home-cooked meals. Me too. Same here. Ha 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 ha. Times 4. Chapter 12. A chance encounter in class. Today was the first day of classes for the freshmen. The four of them woke up early, ate breakfast in the cafeteria, and went straight to the teaching building. The morning classes were all major-specific, so they had class together. However, their afternoon and evening classes were more varied. Currently, only Zhang Yang and Du Hong had an English class together in the evening. In the evening, after eating dinner and resting for a while in the dorm, they went with Zhang Yang to the English class and found seats. Although they didn't really understand why they still had to take English in college, since they were there, they'd just slack off a bit and get the credits. The four had all registered for the CET-4, College English Test Band 4, which would take place on December 16th, still a long way off. More and more people entered the classroom, and the start of class was getting closer. In front of Du Hong and Zhang Yang was a girl with a ponytail. The seat next to her was empty, presumably saved for someone. Du Hong was playing a single-player game on his phone. As a gaming content creator, he needed to try a variety of games. He was currently working on completing this one and making a guide. The bell rang, but Du Hong was still absorbed in his game. While Zhang Yang was looking down, fiddling with his phone, a whiff of perfume wafted by, and the girl in front of them stood up and said softly, "You Xian, I thought you weren't coming." "Sorry, I was delayed by meeting someone I knew on the way. Has the teacher not arrived yet?" "Not yet. Hurry and sit down." Du Hong heard the voices in front but didn't look up, as he was at a critical point in the game. The English teacher entered the classroom with a very straightforward opening. She wrote her name on the board and started calling the roll, her voice exceptionally stern, making some students who planned to skip class feel uneasy. Hua Yuxian. Here. Hu Ling. Here. Zhang Yang. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhang Yang. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Is Zhang Yang not here? Finally, having finished a stage of his game, Du Hong exhaled slowly, nudging Zhang Yang, who was still looking intently at his phone. "The teacher is calling roll. Your turn. Hurry up and respond." "Huh? Oh, here. Teacher, I'm here." The English teacher nodded and drew a small circle next to Zhang Yang's name, while those who had responded earlier had a small checkmark next to their names. Du Hong. Here. Du Hong raised his hand and responded softly. The teacher nodded and continued calling the roll. After responding, Du Hong lowered his head again to start the next stage of the game. However, the girl sitting in front, Hua Yuxian, paused when she heard the voice, slightly turned her head to look back. When she saw Du Hong engrossed in his game, she turned back around. Her friend Hu Ling, who was sitting next to her, noticed this. Hu Ling gently nudged Hua Yuxian. "Yuxian, what are you looking at? The guy behind us is a hottie, probably around 185 centimeters. Hua Yuxian covered her mouth and chuckled, looking teasingly at Hu Ling. "Oh? Checking him out so thoroughly? Do you have a crush on him?" "Hee hee, I'm just checking out good-looking guys, but he seems to be a game addict. He's been playing on his phone since he came in, never even looked up. I don't like guys like that. Do you know him, Yuxian?" Hua Yuxian gently shook her head. "No, but we've met twice before. His voice is quite distinct. I didn't expect to see him here again." Hu Ling's eyes widened. "With such a connection, shouldn't you say hello?" Hua Yuxian shook her head gently. "Let's just focus on the lesson and not bother them." Another stage completed, and it had been over 10 minutes into the class. Du Hong stretched his fingers, slowly exhaled, and raised his head. He paused, looking at the long-haired girl in front of him, feeling like he recognized her back. But he couldn't quite place her. He glanced at the English teacher lecturing on the stage and the students, most of whom were heads down, seemingly looking at their books, but really on their phones. Then he shook his head. Zhang Yang was still typing furiously on his phone. Both his thumbs were a blur of motion as messages were sent and quickly replied to. It was obvious his chat partner was also a fast typist. Du Hong glanced at the content and realized that Zhang Yang was discussing a string of code. Du Hong had self-studied some programming. While he wasn't an expert, he could handle simple programs. However, the string of code Zhang Yang was using was incomprehensible to him. It used many commands he had never seen before, but the code was concise and elegant, a sight to behold. Du Hong began to feel impressed by Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, you're amazing. I didn't know you could write code." Zhang Yang rubbed his nose smugly and chuckled. "That's a given. I may not be good at other things, but I'm reliable." Is it too late to take back my praise? Chapter 13. Hello, we meet again. The bell rang, and the English teacher gave a few instructions before dismissing the class. Du-hung paused his game and nudged Zhang Yang, who was still deep in conversation. Let's go. Time to head back. Wait, almost done. Just need to finish coding this. Du-hung shook his head, speechless, and was about to sit back down when he saw the girl he felt he recognized slowly stand up. Hu Ling, I'm going back first. Grandpa's waiting for me at the school gate. Oh, aren't you going back to the dorm? Not tonight. All right, guess I'll be going back alone then. Du-hung saw the girl's face, and his eyes instantly widened. His mind went blank. He subconsciously blurted out, "It's you?" Hua Yuxian heard Du-heng's voice and turned around, smiling and nodding. Hello, we meet again. Hearing Hua Yuxian greet him, Du-hung quickly returned the smile. Hello, my name is Du-hung. I'm Hua Yuxian. Hu Ling, standing next to Hua Yuxian, winked and nudged her friend repeatedly, earning her a playful eye roll. Hello. I'm really sorry about last time. I didn't mean to grab your hand. I was trying to get Du-hung scratched his head awkwardly. Saying he was buying a Space 8 drink in front of a girl didn't seem appropriate. Hua Yuxian covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes forming crescent moons. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. There's no need to worry. Du-hung smiled and nodded. After a moment, he said, Could I add you on WeChat? We'll likely be in this English class together, and if we arrive early, we can save you seats. Hua Yuxian hesitated for a moment. Hu Ling nudged her again, gesturing toward Du-hung and winking. Hua Yuxian then took out her phone and opened her QR code. Du-hung scanned it, and they successfully became friends on WeChat. I have to go now. Otherwise, Grandpa will wonder why I'm so slow. After adding each other on WeChat, Hua Yuxian waved her phone, smiled at Du-hung, and then left with Hu Ling, hand in hand. Du-hung looked at the new contact on his WeChat, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. Phew. Finally coded. This little thing is interesting. Took me 2 whole class periods to fix. Zhang Yang laughed, picked up his English textbook, and left the classroom with Du-hung. Zhang Yang had been so focused that he hadn't noticed Du-hung adding a girl on WeChat. On the way, Du-hung thought for a moment and asked, Zhang Yang, when did you learn to code? Zhang Yang chuckled, I started learning when I was young, because I was really interested in it. You started learning when you were young? Do your parents know about this? They knew before, but they don't know now. Du-hung nodded slightly, roughly guessing the soap opera-like story behind this. Remembering that Zhang Yang said he didn't even get to use his phone when he went home, he could understand why his parents might do that. He figured Zhang Yang must have done something big, and not something good. After thinking for a moment, Du-hung decided not to ask. This was likely a private matter for Zhang Yang. Since he hadn't brought it up, Du-hung would leave it alone. Hua Yuxian and Hu Ling didn't part ways immediately, still holding hands as they strolled along the tree-lined path on campus toward the school gate. Yuxian, that guy seemed to be interested in you. Hua Yuxian smiled. Really? It didn't seem so. Seriously though, Yuxian, what do you think of that guy? Hua Yuxian stopped walking for a moment before continuing and thought about it. Then she smiled and shook her head. We've only met a few times, so I haven't formed a deep impression, but I get a good feeling about him. He's very sunny, cheerful, and a little silly. Tisk, TSK, TSK. When a guy is silly with a girl, he's already fallen for her. Yuxian, you might have another pursuer. And judging by his clothes, his family is definitely wealthy. You know I don't care about that. Hu Ling chuckled. I know, but economic stability is important. If you have both love and money, that's perfect. Okay, Hu Ling, you can drop me here. Go back to your dorm. Honestly, I told you not to come, but you insisted. How can I not worry about you going back alone? Hu Ling laughed. It's all right. You go ahead. I'll head back to my dorm. See you tomorrow, bye. Bye. After saying goodbye to Hu Ling, Hua Yuxian continued toward the school gate alone. Replaying Hu Ling's words and her 3 encounters with Du-hung, her smile became even more lovely. She was a girl who had perfected an air of elegance, a flower quietly waiting for the right man to come and pluck her, a hidden campus beauty. Back in his dorm, Du-hung took a shower and sat down, looking at his WeChat chat with Hua Yuxian, and after a moment, he sent his first message. I didn't expect to see you again in English class. Hua Yuxian responded quickly. Me neither. Chapter 14. Not convinced. so I'll make a game to mess with you. Du-hung didn't send a second message, as he didn't know what to talk to Hua Yuxian about yet. Shaking his head, he put his phone down and started working on a gaming video on his computer. Hanlei was reading a book, determined to study for his master's degree, hoping that his knowledge would land him a well-paying job after graduation. Wang Chang was looking through part-time job groups, noting down any interesting information and contacting the relevant people. After his shower, Zhang Yang was running around the dorm in red underwear, here and there, being slapped on the back by Du-hung, leaving a red handprint. Go cool off somewhere else, don't run around in front of me. But bro, it's cool here. Du-hung rubbed his forehead. It was indeed a bit cooler where he was because the air conditioner was right by the door to his left. Although the wind was circulating, it was closest to him. Hanlei was reading, so Zhang Yang didn't want to bother him and want to watch him make videos. Du-hung rubbed his forehead and decided to ignore him, continuing to work on his video. He pieced together pre-cut clips and added an exciting BGM. Zhang Yang, watching from behind him, felt a surge of energy. Bro, what game is that? It looks pretty interesting. Dead Cells. Zhang Yang excitedly downloaded the game on his computer. After a brief tutorial, he was beaten so badly that he started to doubt his entire life. Damn it, is this game meant to be played by humans? This damn bird pecked me to death in a couple hits. And this big guy, how can he pull me back even when I'm running away? Oh, there's a guy with a knife. Let me try and mess with him. WEH. Zhang Yang was killed in 3 hits, sent flying far away. A terrible sight on the screen. Furious, he uninstalled the game. Damn it, I wasted 35 yuan on this crap. He'd completely forgotten about Du-hung's smooth skills, just now, when he watched his video edits. At that moment, Du-hung said casually, if you're bad, practice more. I'm not convinced. Bro, did you have to play it for a long time to get this good? A long time? Du-hung paused, then rubbed his chin. I downloaded it last night, spent 4 hours beating it on 5 cells, and got the White King skin. So yeah, I guess it was a long time. Why did that make him feel even worse? Zhang Yang sat down, grumbling. He didn't try the game again, but started designing one himself. He didn't believe Du-hung was that good, and wanted to create a game that would challenge him. Because his modeling and drawing skills were lacking, he used the map template from Super Mario. He drew a simple character on a digital drawing board. He originally wanted to draw a little girl in a skirt, but it came out looking like a cloaked uncle. Various sadistic traps were added, and his fingers became a blur as he started refining the details. Little did he know, a crappy, intentionally frustrating game was about to be born at his hands. Du-hung didn't finish editing the video until almost 10 p.m. After watching it back to check for errors, he uploaded it. He stretched and turned around to find Zhang Yang standing behind him, wearing a malicious grin. His eyebrows wiggled as he laughed. Bro, I made a little game here. I wonder if you'd like to try it out? I made it, it'll be fun. I guarantee it. Oh? Didn't expect the unreliable you could actually make a game? What is it? Let me take a look. Zhang Yang chuckled and plugged a USB drive into Du-hung's computer. Du-hung opened My Computer and saw a 1 terabyte USB drive, which was already showing red. He opened it and saw a folder named Learning Materials and an executable file. Du-hung's hand shook and he accidentally clicked Learning Materials, and the computer lagged slightly. Then countless video files appeared. The large icon view showed a still frame from each video. Du-hung froze, blinked a few times, and turned to look at the embarrassed Zhang Yang. Which one is it? In the previous folder, of course. Bro, if you're interested in these, you can copy them, I don't mind. Do you think everyone is as depraved as you are? Thinking this, Du-hung's hand shook again, and he copied the entire folder, putting on a serious face. He coughed and said, All right, I don't want you to suffer this kind of poisoning alone. I have to study it so I can save you from the depths. Hee. I understand. Du-hung nodded seriously. The copy would take a while, so he returned to the previous level and clicked on the executable file. A simple and slightly monotonous counting screen appeared, which felt oddly familiar. Du-hung raised his eyebrow. Why does this look like the counting screen from MapleStory? Yeah, I copied that. Focus on the game. Everything else is secondary. Du-hung nodded and clicked Start and began a performance that made Zhang Yang's jaw drop. WDH. He actually dodged that? I designed it to be impossible to dodge. WDH. He can do that? I never thought about that. WDH. I made this game. Why don't I even know you can play it like that? After a dozen minutes, Du-hung beat the game. He stretched his fingers and turned to Zhang Yang, giving him a thumbs up. Not bad. This is a very interesting little game. Have you considered publishing it for others to play? Huh? But I made this game just to mess with you. I mean, I wanted you to try it. I never thought about others playing it. Is that so? That's a little bit of a pity. Du-hung thought for a moment. How about this? I'll buy this game. I'll give you 50,000 yuan to buy it outright. How about that? And you can optimize it and change the UI for me. WDH. 50,000 yuan? For this broken game? What? What's worth 50,000 yuan? Wang Chong and Han Lei ran over after hearing Du-hung's voice. Zhang Yang hadn't expected that Du-hung would be willing to pay 50,000 yuan for the small game he had made in a little over an hour. This made him feel quite proud. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Okay. Du-hung smiled and nodded, taking out his phone and transferring 50,000 yuan to Zhang Yang. I won't sign a contract with you, we're roommates. Just treat this as if you made the game for me. I'll help promote it, and I'll give you 30% of the future earnings. Zhang Yang nodded again, this time much more enthusiastically. Okay. Chapter 15. An Unexpected Reunion. At 11 p.m., Jincheng University was suddenly plunged into darkness. The scheduled power outage was no longer a shock to the students. Thankfully, the dorm air conditioning still worked. Du-hung stood behind Zhang Yang, guiding him through the final touches on the small game he'd been developing. It was already past 1 in the morning when they finished, but Zhang Yang showed no signs of fatigue. He was like a different person when he touched a computer, and the fact that he'd just made 50,000 yuan had him buzzing with excitement, as anyone could see from the envious looks on Wang Chong and Han Lei's faces. With everything finalized, they just needed to name the game. Du-hung was drawing a blank, so he turned to Zhang Yang. Got any good ideas for a name? Zhang Yang shook his head. He was great at coding, but terrible at coming up with names, which was a headache for Du-hung, who was equally bad at it. How about I wanna? Don't laugh, Du-ji, but the whole point of this game was to mess with you, Zhang Yang offered. Du-hung repeated the name a few times, then chuckled and nodded. Sounds good. Let's go with that. Package it up and send it to me, and use that character image for the icon. It looks cool. With everything done, Du-hung had the executable file for the small game, while the code remained with Zhang Yang, who would be responsible for bug fixes and creating future levels. Climbing into bed, Du-hung felt satisfied. He planned to feature the game in his next video and provide a download link for his fans to try. As a well-known content creator in the gaming scene, his recommendations were sure to attract a lot of attention. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, none of the 4 roommates lingered in bed. They had a professional course in the first 2 slots, and being late would impact their grades. After the 2 classes, Du-hung and Zhang Yang headed straight for the South Sports Field. Their next 2 slots were physical education, though Wang Chong and Han Lei had chosen different classes. Du-hung and Zhang Yang had signed up for basketball, while Wang Chong and Han Lei were taking ping pong. Since it was the first class, the two had no idea where they were supposed to meet, or even who their classmates were on the vast field. They could only find a shady spot to wait for the teacher to arrive. Du-hung was scrolling through comments on his videos, occasionally replying, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. Yuxian, this is the South Sports Field, but I don't know where the volleyball class is. Let's just head over there. The teacher will probably organize us when they arrive. Du-hung turned around. A slender figure walked into view. A girl in a pink tracksuit and white sneakers, her flawless face atop a graceful neck. He was instantly stunned. He never expected to see her again so soon. After a moment, Du-hung took the initiative, calling out, Yuxian. Hua Yuxian paused, looking toward the voice. When she saw it was Du-hung, she was surprised but smiled, waving back. Hi, Du-hung. It's good to see you again. Come over here. It's cool in the shade. Hua Yuxian glanced at the field. They still had a few minutes before class. She nodded and walked over to sit down in the shade with a grinning Hu Ling. Zhang Yang remained silent, his head spinning. He didn't even understand what was happening. Why was Du-hung greeting a girl so enthusiastically? And when had they met? Once the 2 girls settled, Du-hung pointed to Zhang Yang. This is my roommate, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, this is Hua Yuxian, and this is Hu Ling. And nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stammered, a forced smile on his face, feeling awkward. The two girls smiled and greeted him back. Hua Yuxian's big eyes turned to Du Hong. I never expected we'd meet again so soon. Du Hong chuckled. Yeah, me neither. Seems like we're destined to run into each other. Hua Yuxian smiled, a glint in her eyes. This was a first for Hu Ling, who stared in shock. She knew Hua Yuxian wasn't exactly an ice queen, but it was still out of character for her to say something like that to a boy. There had been countless suitors for Hua Yuxian, but she hadn't given any of them the time of day, staying single since freshman year. Hu Ling couldn't help but take a long, hard look at the boy who'd made Hua Yuxian's attitude change. The more she examined him, the more she was impressed. Du Hong had great skin, looked energetic and cheerful, was probably around 1.85 meters tall, with a good build and a big shoe size, probably a 44. Hu Ling nodded in approval, her scrutiny making Du Hong a little uncomfortable. He chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. Hua Yuxian nudged Hu Ling's arm, rolling her eyes at her. Why are you staring at him like that? She whispered. Hu Ling giggled, leaning in close. I'm scouting your future boyfriend, of course. What are you talking about? Hua Yuxian's cheeks flushed red as she glanced at Du Hong, then lowered her head. We've only met a few times. Don't worry, there's plenty of time. You'll have plenty of chances to see him again. And I've done the initial inspection. He's got the looks, height, everything. And he doesn't look like he's hurting for money. Worth considering. Hua Yuxian remained silent, her head bowed. Du Hong wasn't particularly gifted, but he had excellent hearing, and Hu Ling hadn't been trying to whisper, so he'd heard everything. Seeing Hua Yuxian blushing red again made his mind blank. He instinctively gave her a thumbs up and smiled. Yuxian, you're really beautiful. Hua Yuxian's face burned even hotter. For some reason, hearing those words from other guys would have been irritating, but from Du Hong, it only made her happy. Hu Ling, seeing the embarrassed Hua Yuxian, giggled and winked at Du Hong. Du Hong, Yuxian is the school's hidden flower. She's low-key and doesn't dress up much, otherwise, the so-called school beauties wouldn't stand a chance, right? Du Hong nodded seriously. I've met a lot of girls with great presence and plenty of beauties too, but Yuxian has the purest aura I've ever seen. Just then, the bell rang. Several teachers entered the field, blowing whistles and holding signs indicating their classes. Du Hong sighed, knowing the opportunity to chat had passed, but classes were classes. Class is starting. Maybe we can talk again later. Okay. Chapter 16. A dunk and another dunk. Du Hong was surprised again. The basketball class was literally across the path from the volleyball class. The two classes were even facing each other. Hua Yuxian, being 1.75 meters tall, stood at the back of the volleyball class, making her appear almost like a crane among chickens. Du Hong, at 1.85 meters, was neither tall nor short in the basketball class. He stood at the back on the right side, putting him directly in line with Hua Yuxian. Hua Yuxian's cheeks were still flushed. She waved at Du Hong, then lowered her head, seeming lost in thought. Du Hong smiled. Having a view of the girl he liked from across the way was something he really enjoyed, or at least that was what he was thinking. As for whether Hua Yuxian liked him, that would depend on his efforts. After the teachers took attendance, they had the classes spread out and start their warm-ups. The volleyball class did the same. It was then that Du Hong noticed how flexible Hua Yuxian was. She could easily touch the ground with her palms, and she seemed to be doing it effortlessly. Given her height and long legs, this was no small feat. Du Hong's gaze lingered on her. She didn't seem to mind. She just blushed and focused on the exercises. After the warm-ups, the teachers asked, "Who here knows how to play basketball? Raise your hands." Du Hong raised his hand immediately. Zhang Yang next to him was shocked. Dude, you guys know how to play basketball? Why are you taking basketball class? Indeed, only 3 people in the entire class didn't know how to play. Zhang Yang was one of them. Du Hong shrugged. Who says you can't take a basketball class if you know how to play? Besides, isn't it great to play basketball during class? Man, I thought everyone here was a beginner. Du Hong glanced at Zhang Yang. You don't know basketball with that height? Never played. Well, you've got a point. The teacher selected a student to be class monitor and then took the 3 beginners to another court to teach them the basics, starting with dribbling. Okay, relax your hand, relax. Don't be so stiff. Are you a zombie? Relax your hand. And why are your legs shaking? Can't stand still? The one being scolded was Zhang Yang. He was like a block of wood. He couldn't even bend his elbows. Dribbling felt like it took all his strength. This is a basketball, not mud. Why are you pounding on it? Lighten up. Relax your hand, would you? The teacher was getting exasperated. Meanwhile, Du Hong and 5 other guys started a casual 3v3 half-court game. It wasn't about keeping score, just having fun. As they played, Du Hong became the main attacker and rebounder. He had excellent jumping ability, easily reaching the rim. But despite all of this, Du Hong often looked toward the volleyball class. There, Huo Yuxian was practicing volleying with Hu Ling, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Huo Yuxian paused, tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear, and looked toward the basketball court. Her eyes met Du Hong's. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She quickly lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. Du Hong grinned, grabbed the ball, took a leap, and slammed a dunk, instantly igniting the crowd. Whoa, a dunk. Did he just fly? That jump was so high. Awesome. That's the first time I've seen someone dunk in front of me. Over in the volleyball class, the girls, who were just trying to pass the time in class, had their eyes on the basketball court. The saying that athletic guys always attract girls was definitely true. Du Hong's slam dunk brought gasps from the crowd, and several girls rushed to the edge of the court to watch. Wow, so handsome. Guys who play basketball are the coolest. He's so amazing. He just dunked. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I'm going to ask for his number after class. Hu Ling also noticed the commotion. She had been watching Du Hong because of Huo Yuxian and had seen his dunk. Seeing Huo Yuxian still blushing, Hu Ling nudged her. Hey, Yuxian, that Du Hong just dunked? All the girls are going over there. Aren't you going to check it out? Huo Yuxian looked up, hesitated, then bit her lip and nodded, following Hu Ling to the edge of the basketball court. Just then, the ball was passed to Du Hong. He was planning a three-pointer, but when he saw Huo Yuxian under the basket, he changed his mind. He smirked, glanced at his teammates setting a screen, then drove in, faking out the defender with a quick move before leaping again. Thud. Another perfect dunk. Oh! The crowd roared. Hu Ling cheered, and Huo Yuxian, caught up in the excitement, cheered as well. Go, Du Hong! Go! Du Hong smiled, waved at her, then turned to defend against the opposing team. The rest of the game turned into the Du Hong show. The other 5 guys knew who the audience was watching, and while they played hard, they focused on creating opportunities for Du Hong. He didn't disappoint, delivering a dozen spectacular dunks. When his energy began to flag, he switched to layups and three-pointers, finally running the clock down to the end of class. After class, the basketball teacher walked over to Du Hong, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Du Hong." "Du Hong? Not bad. You're very skilled. Have you considered joining the school basketball team? With my recommendation, you can be a starter right away." Du Hong paused, then said, "Can I think about it?" The basketball teacher smiled and nodded. "Sure, I just wanted to ask. Let me know when you've made a decision." "Thank you, teacher." "No problem. Get going." Du Hong nodded politely to the teacher, then turned to face Huo Yuxian, who was blushing and avoiding his gaze, and Hu Ling, who was grinning and winking at him. At that moment, Zhang Yang ran over, complaining, "Dude, that's so unfair. I'm over there learning to dribble, and you're dunking. Have you no heart? If you're bad, just practice." "Dude." Du Hong paused, then approached Huo Yuxian. She looked up at him, her lips parted slightly. "Du Hong, you're really amazing." Du Hong chuckled. "So, would a guy as amazing as me have the honor of taking you out for a meal?" Huo Yuxian hesitated, but after Hu Ling's relentless encouragement, she nodded shyly, her face flushed. "Okay." Chapter 17. Huo Yuxian's Heart Flutter. Du Hong couldn't believe Huo Yuxian had actually agreed. It was a great start. Zhang Yang, meanwhile, was feeling a mix of betrayal and gloom after being abandoned. Kidding. What's the point of having a buddy when you've got a girlfriend? Friends are only useful when you don't have a woman. Hu Ling didn't join them, wisely giving the two of them some time alone. Huo Yuxian had originally thought Hu Ling would join them. Now, walking towards the school gates alone with Du Hong, her heart was doing a happy dance. Her pulse was racing. "Yuxian, is there anything you'd like to eat?" Du Hong didn't want to make the decision for both of them, So he turned to Hua Yuxian, smiling. Hua Yuxian paused, then smiled. I'm good with anything. Du Hong sighed. This was the most frustrating response. He thought for a moment and said, how about some clay pot rice? I know of a place outside the West Gate that's got pretty good food. Hua Yuxian smiled and nodded. Sounds good. He led her to the place, called Taipei Little Station Clay Pot Rice. After ordering 2 pots, they found a table. This was Hua Yuxian's first time here. She usually didn't eat in places like this, preferring the school cafeteria or meals with her grandfather. She looked around curiously. The small shop was filled with couples eating and chatting. Their food arrived soon after. Du Hong took his spicy chicken clay pot and turned to Hua Yuxian, saying softly, careful, it's hot. The handles are hot, too. Hua Yuxian nodded and took a bite of chicken, closing her eyes as she savored the flavor. Delicious. I'm glad you like it. How about I take you for a milkshake after? Maybe something sweet? Hua Yuxian hesitated, then nodded. After their meal, he took her to a small milkshake shop called Cool Summer Days. It was a tiny place. One side had a long wooden counter and a few high stools. Despite its size, the shop had a cozy vibe. The owners, alumni from Jincheng University, had married 5 years ago and, while they weren't wealthy, they were very happy. The walls were covered in pink sticky notes with blessings and wishes from couples. Du Hong ordered 2 milkshakes and a few desserts. The owner, seeing he had a girl with him, handed him a sticky note and a pin. Here, write your wish for your relationship and stick it on the wall. Couples who come to my shop tend to be very happy, and a few have even gotten married. Hua Yuxian's face turned bright red. She glanced at Du Hong and lowered her head, not saying anything to correct the owner, not wanting to be hurtful or make the owner or Du Hong feel awkward. Du Hong paused and smiled, taking the paper and pin. He found a spot next to Hua Yuxian. Hua Yuxian quietly sipped her milkshake, her face flushed. Du Hong looked at the notes on the wall, smiling at the heartfelt blessings and beautiful wishes. He held up the sticky note, shaking it slightly. Yuxian, do you want to write something? Hua Yuxian looked up at him, her eyes wide and her face red. She didn't know what to say. Du Hong didn't pressure her. Instead, he smiled. How about some blessings for the shop? And wish for all couples to find true happiness. He made his words neutral, not presuming anything about their relationship, but acknowledging the sticky note's purpose. After a moment, Du Hong took the pen and began writing. His penmanship was elegant and powerful. He completed several neat lines quickly. Hua Yuxian was surprised, her attention drawn to his calligraphy. I sincerely wish that all couples find their happily ever after. May the person I love and I be happy and content, and may this shop prosper, thriving in both love and business. He signed his name at the end, then passed the pen to Hua Yuxian, smiling. Would you like to write your name? Hua Yuxian hesitated, then nodded, taking the pen and writing her name on the sticky note. Her writing was elegant, soft, and rounded. While not exceptional calligraphy, it had an unexpectedly pleasing quality. Du Hong looked at it, then smiled. Your writing is very nice, Yuxian. It's beautiful, just like you. Hua Yuxian blushed and lowered her head, thinking about how the two of them weren't even officially dating, but they'd still put their names on a sticky note in the shop. She wondered if anyone would see it, but all she knew was that her heart was racing. Her face was flushed, and she couldn't quite look Du Hong in the eye. She didn't know what this was, if it was love. Before she could finish her milkshake, the weather changed. A downpour started out of nowhere. It was like fate was on Du Hong's side. The heavy rain blocked their return route, forcing them to stay a little longer in the cozy shop. Hua Yuxian also hadn't expected the sudden storm. She watched the raindrops hammering the ground, lost in thought. Du Hong, do you have classes this afternoon? Du Hong checked his schedule and smiled. Yeah, but it's an elective. I can skip it. What about you? Hua Yuxian shook her head. I don't have class this afternoon, but you should probably go to yours, so it doesn't affect your grades. Du Hong shrugged. I wish I could, but you see, it's raining cats and dogs. I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. Truth be told, Du Hong was secretly thrilled. He admired the heavens. The storm was perfect. He secretly wished for a lightning storm to make things even more interesting. The very moment he thought that, a huge wind picked up, followed by lightning and thunder. Boom! Dude, are you kidding me? I was just thinking that. I didn't mean for it to actually happen. The sudden thunderclap startled Hua Yuxian. She instinctively flinched, her chair tipped, and she fell into Du Heng's arms. Hua Yuxian was like a startled fawn. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her fists clenched, but the imagined pain didn't come. Instead, she was wrapped in a warm embrace, inhaling a familiar milkshake scent. Yuxian, are you okay? Hua Yuxian opened her eyes slowly, meeting Du Heng's concerned gaze. Her face blushed bright red again. She quickly scrambled off of him. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Seeing that she was okay, Du Heng relaxed. He rubbed his nose, feeling Hua Yuxian's lingering scent in his hands. He chuckled. It's fine. Look at the thunder and lightning storm. I can't go back even if I want to. Maybe I'll skip class and keep you company? Hua Yuxian looked at the rain outside, hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Du Heng's lips curved into a wide grin. That single word was a huge step forward on his path to winning over Hua Yuxian. Owner, 2 more milkshakes. I'm staying here for the afternoon. Chapter 18. Du Heng's Good Qualities. Hey, Zhang Yang. Why are you the only one back? Where's Du Ji? Zhang Yang returned to the dorm, looking gloomy. Wang Chang's curious question was a far cry from the welcome he'd hoped for. Du Ji? He went on a date. Huh. Wang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. I didn't know Du Ji had a girlfriend. How did he suddenly start dating? Han Lei, who had been reading, looked up, clearly interested in the gossip. Zhang Yang sighed. I don't know. A girl just appeared out of nowhere. And Du Ji just asked her out. He ditched me at the South Sports Field. A friend to none when he's got a lady to woo. That's what he is. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not even a hint. He just suddenly has a girlfriend? That's so unfair. Han Lei pushed his glasses up. Maybe Zhang Yang's got it wrong? Maybe they're just friends, or they knew each other before. The way Du Ji was being all attentive to her, I don't think that's the case. Oh, and also, Du Ji can dunk. How did I forget that? So? He can dunk. What's the big deal? No, it's just that Du Ji's got so much money and his physical fitness is so high, and he's tall and handsome. He's making it hard for all the rest of us to even hope. Even if you had hope, you still wouldn't find a girlfriend. Dude, why can't I find a girlfriend? Heh. Zhang Yang huffed and went to his computer, launching League of Legends. He'd take out his frustrations on his opponents. But Zhang Yang was still Zhang Yang. He couldn't turn his pain into power and ended up dragging his team down. Please, Yasuo, please. Stop showing off. You've already fed the enemy like crazy. They are all god tier now. Why are you still trying to hard carry? I'm reporting you. You're like a slippery fish that constantly lunges to its death. Back in the milkshake shop, Du Heng and Hua Yuxian were sitting close together. Hua Yuxian, after the unexpected fall into Du Heng's arms, was still hesitant to meet his gaze. The shop's soft music and the rain and thunder outside made Du Heng feel like he was seeing the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. Her mannerisms were so natural, despite her shyness. He was particularly captivated by her silver stud earrings, which made her already flawless face look even purer. Being close to Hua Yuxian made Du Heng feel breathless. The subtle fragrance she wore made him feel lightheaded. Taking a sip of his milkshake, Du Heng decided that he couldn't just sit there like an idiot. This was a golden opportunity to get to know Hua Yuxian better and to let her know more about him. Yuxian, what do you usually like to do? Hua Yuxian paused, glancing at Du Heng before looking away. When I have free time, I like to read, and sometimes I listen to music. Du Heng smiled. He knew it. Have you ever played any games, Yuxian? Mobile games, PC games, or arcade games? Does 2048 count? Du Heng laughed. Then I bet you've also played Candy Crush. How did you know? Those are the kinds of games girls like to play. It's easy to guess. Hua Yuxian giggled, her eyes forming crescents. Du Heng, do you like playing games a lot? Du Heng rubbed his nose, then nodded. Yes, I really love games. I'm a gaming content creator. I often try new games and give my tips. Hua Yuxian didn't really understand, but it sounded impressive. The first 2 times we met, I thought you were a little silly, but now you seem really capable. Oh, Du Heng chuckled. Really? What makes me seem capable? You enjoy playing games, but you're not obsessed with them. You make guides and are a content creator, using your passion for good. That's the first thing I find impressive about you. Du-hong scratched his nose, feeling great about being praised by the girl he liked. Anything else? Hua Yuxian giggled. She nodded and went on. Secondly, you're very good at basketball. I don't know a lot about it, but I can tell by the way you dunked during the basketball class and when the teacher asked you to join the school team. Third, your calligraphy is very good. Although it's not a great skill, it's obvious that you've practiced it. Du-hong had assumed that was it, but Hua Yuxian hesitated, as if there was something else she wanted to say but was too shy to voice. Is there more? Hua Yuxian hesitated, then nodded. Yes, you're different from all the other guys I've met before. How am I different? You're very pure, very sunny, and you laugh a lot. Du-hong smiled, shaking his head. Are those really good qualities? Hua Yuxian nodded seriously. Yes, your laughter isn't fake or pretentious. It's sincere, from the heart. And when you laugh, you look really handsome. Your teeth are also very white. Hua Yuxian covered her mouth and giggled. Saying his teeth were white was like saying he had a huge grin, showing off all his teeth when he laughed. Du-hong blushed. He tried to smile, but thinking about what Hua Yuxian had just said, he couldn't. His face looked funny. Across from him, Hua Yuxian doubled over with laughter, her eyes narrowing into slits. Du-hong just stared at Hua Yuxian, captivated. Her adorable expressions made him want to confess his love to her right then and there. Yuxian, are you free tonight? I'd like to take you to see a movie. Du-hong wanted to seize the opportunity. He had classes that night, but that didn't matter. He could always skip. But Hua Yuxian shook her head. I have a class tonight. It's a required course. Maybe some other time? All right. I'll take you to see a movie another time then. Okay. The rain outside was still pouring down relentlessly. There was no sign of stopping anytime soon. They had been in the shop for a while, and the air conditioning had started to make them feel cold. Du-hong glanced at Hua Yuxian, who was rubbing her arms. Yuxian, since we still have some time, how about we go shopping? Hua Yuxian's interest was piqued. Sitting here wasn't going to work, and it was too cold, especially since the space was too small. But it's raining so heavily. How are we going to get a ride? Du-hong smirked, taking his car keys from his pocket. We don't need to call for a ride. You wait here, and I'll borrow an umbrella and bring the car over. Hua Yuxian raised her eyebrows. You have a car? Poor Du-hong. He'd wanted to come across as impressive, but Hua Yuxian had no idea that the keys he held were for a Lamborghini. The flex fell a little flat. Just wait. I'll be right back. Chapter 19. Warm and rich? Du-hong borrowed an umbrella from the shop owner and rushed out into the heavy rain, quickly disappearing from view under Hua Yuxian's gaze. As she watched Du-hong's retreating figure, a strange emotion flickered in Hua Yuxian's eyes. Her heart felt warm. Just then, her phone buzzed. It was a message on WeChat from Hu Ling. Where are you, Yuxian? Hua Yuxian quickly replied, at the milkshake shop outside the west gate. Is Du-hong with you? Yes. TSK, TSK, TSK. You've been there so long. Has your heart fluttered yet? Hua Yuxian's cheeks flushed slightly. There's no heart fluttering. We just had a meal and some milkshakes together. So, what do you think of him? He's nice. TSK, TSK, TSK. When I asked you about those other guys, you were always not bad but not good either. And now you say he's nice? Hua Yuxian didn't reply. She wasn't sure what to say. Hu Ling, unbothered, continued messaging. Are you two planning on spending the whole afternoon in the milkshake shop? It's still pouring outside. Du-hong says he's taking me shopping in the mall. Taking a taxi? He said he's driving. He's gone to get his car. He has a car. I was a little surprised, too. Do you know what kind of car it is? No idea. Just then, the sound of an engine roared outside the shop. A sleek, futuristic-looking matte black Lamborghini pulled up onto the street. The Lamborghini's appearance attracted the attention of everyone nearby. The owner of the milkshake shop rushed to the door to see what was going on. He was even more surprised when he recognized the driver as the boy who'd borrowed his umbrella. Du-hong, holding the umbrella from his car, approached the milkshake shop and smiled at the owner, returning the umbrella. Thank you. Hua Yuxian was stunned when she saw who it was. While she didn't recognize the car keys, there was no mistaking that sleek, futuristic machine out there. It was a Lamborghini. How's the car? What kind is it? Hua Yuxian saw Hu Ling's message and replied, Lamborghini. Lamborghini? Are you sure you didn't missee it? Du Heng's car is a Lamborghini? Yes. Wow. I didn't realize this warm and cute Du Heng was also super rich. Just then, Du Heng entered the shop with a smile, walking directly to Hua Yuxian. Looking at her still stunned expression, he extended his hand like a gentleman. May I have the honor of escorting this beautiful lady shopping? I'll be your chauffeur. The girls in the shop stared at them with envy. The onlookers outside were also envious. The milkshake shop owner rushed over and said, Beautiful lady, isn't your boyfriend rich? Before Hua Yuxian could reply, Du Heng said, smiling, Yuxian is not my girlfriend yet. The owner paused, looking embarrassed. Oh, I see. But she soon will be. The owner chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. Go get her. A beauty like that is hard to come by. The owner left, laughing. Du Heng's eyebrow twitched and he whispered again, So, beautiful lady, are you not willing? Hua Yuxian giggled, placing her left hand in Du Heng's. She stood up. Du Heng smiled. Without making any other moves, he led Hua Yuxian slowly out of the milkshake shop, like he was leading a dance partner. He opened the umbrella, guiding Hua Yuxian to the sleek Lamborghini as everyone watched. Hua Yuxian had thought Du Heng might take the opportunity to pull her hand closer, but he didn't. He just held her hand gently. Her impression of him improved even further, and her liking for him skyrocketed. He opened the scissor door of the passenger seat for her and let her get inside. He closed the door and quickly walked to the driver's side. When he got in, Hua Yuxian had already fastened her seatbelt. Her phone kept buzzing with messages, but she didn't have the time to reply. She looked around the interior of the car curiously, then said as Du Heng closed the door, I really didn't expect that you're this wealthy. Du Heng laughed as he put the car in gear and released the handbrake. The Lamborghini started smoothly with a light tap on the gas. He did not stomp on the accelerator, knowing that the sudden burst of speed could be unpleasant for her. Seeing that Du Heng wasn't going to answer the question, Hua Yuxian didn't press him. She looked out the window as the scenery flew past. Heavy raindrops hammered on the car's roof and windows. The sky was dark, and lightning flashed occasionally. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and passing cars splashed puddles. Yuxian, what kind of books do you like to read? Hua Yuxian blinked her big eyes, looking at Du Heng as he focused on driving. I like all kinds. Why do you ask? Du Heng chuckled. Just wanted to get you some books. He vaguely remembered that Du's dad had a bookshelf full of books that people had given him, gathering dust. Du's dad never read them. He just had a bookshelf to show off, as was the custom of wealthy families. Hua Yuxian paused for a moment, then didn't refuse. She couldn't bring herself to reject Du Heng's good intentions, even if he did have ulterior motives. He drove for about 15 minutes, arriving at the underground parking of the nearest Wanda Plaza. When they got out of the car, the parking lot felt stuffy. Du Heng and Hua Yuxian walked for quite a while before they found the elevator. Hua Yuxian was already feeling dizzy. She didn't even know what floor they were on. They arrived on the first floor, which was full of women's clothing, shoe stores, and jewelry stores, as well as cosmetic shops and gift stores. Du Heng looked at the closest clothing store. Let's go. Want to pick out some clothes? Hua Yuxian shook her head quickly and refused. No, I can't let you spend money on me. Things are very expensive here. We can just look around. Hearing that reply, Du Heng felt a little disappointed. But they weren't that close, so it was expected that Hua Yuxian would decline his kindness. Okay, let's take a look inside. This time, Hua Yuxian didn't refuse. They were just looking. It wasn't like she was going to buy anything. Naive. She was so very naive. She didn't see the way Du Heng's lips curved upwards. It was a look of satisfaction. As they entered the clothing store, the shop assistant approached, looking them over before saying enthusiastically, What kind of clothes are you looking for today? Before Du Heng could speak, Hua Yuxian waved her hand and said with a smile, We're just browsing. You can tend to other customers. The assistant paused but didn't say anything. She turned away. Working here, they met many people like that every day. They were used to it. Chapter 20. Secretly buying clothes for Hua Yuxian. Du Heng followed Hua Yuxian as she strolled around the store, noting the clothes that she lingered over. Hua Yuxian stood for a long time in front of a light blue dress. She really liked it, but she was afraid that if she decided to buy it, Du Heng would rush to pay for it. After looking at it a few more times, Hua Yuxian committed the dress to memory, planning to buy it another time. However, Du Hong took note of every detail. After walking through a few more shops, Hua Yuxian was a little tired. Du Hong took her to a Starbucks, ordered 2 coffees and some desserts, and they found a table by the window. Yuxian, do you live in the dorms? He asked because Hua Yuxian had said last night that she was going out of school, so she must be living outside. Hua Yuxian smiled and nodded, then shook her head. I'm in a dorm room with Hu Ling, but my family bought me an apartment not too far from here. I only go to the dorms occasionally. Du Hong paused, then asked tentatively, could you tell me where you live? Don't get me wrong, I'm just asking. It's okay if you don't want to say. Hua Yuxian looked at Du Hong deeply, then covered her mouth and giggled. It's fine, there's nothing to hide. I live at Yulong Mansion. Do you want to know what floor and room I'm in? Du Hong scratched his nose and nodded unconsciously. 11th floor, room 1117. Hua Yuxian finished, watching Du Hong carefully for any signs of malicious intent. When she saw that he seemed completely normal, she smiled. Now you know. I'm warning you, I can't cook. Even if you want to visit, I won't be able to cook anything for you. Ha ha. Du Hong laughed awkwardly. He paused and said softly, I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back. You can rest here for a bit. Hua Yuxian nodded, her beautiful eyes watching Du Hong. Du Hong did not go to the restroom in the cafe, though. He just pushed the door open and left, causing Hua Yuxian to shake her head and smile bitterly. She was smart enough to guess what Du Hong was up to. Her smile became softer. She took a sip of her coffee. It was bitter, but it had a lingering sweetness. She added some sugar, stirred it, then looked out the window, lost in thought. Du Hong didn't linger outside the cafe. He rushed back to the women's clothing stores they had just visited. He found the sales associates, gathered the clothes that Hua Yuxian had liked, and had them all wrapped up and paid for them. Could you please have these clothes delivered to a specific address? I can pay extra for that. There is no need, sir. We can deliver it to a specified address for you. Where would you like it delivered? Yulong Mansion, 11th floor, room 1117. The sales associate wrote it down and nodded, handing the receipt to Du Hong with a smile. You're so good to your girlfriend. She must be very happy to be with you. Du Hong laughed. She's not my girlfriend yet. Oh, but she will be soon. Then good luck, sir. Thank you. Hua Yuxian had finished her coffee. It was bitter, but her heart was sweet. She kept looking towards the door, waiting for Du Hong to return. About 15 minutes later, Du Hong came back, looking flushed and sweaty. His smile couldn't be hidden. It was a smile of success, but Hua Yuxian didn't find it annoying. Instead, she found it kind of funny. Your coffee is cold. I had the staff get you a fresh one. Drink it quickly, after walking around for so long. Oh. Du Hong was stunned. He glanced at the smiling Hua Yuxian and shook his head, smiling bitterly. He thought he could give her a surprise by secretly buying clothes for her. Are you angry? If I got angry at you for buying me clothes, then wouldn't I become a completely unreasonable person? Du Hong felt embarrassed. He scratched his head, picked up the coffee, and took a sip. It was very bitter. His face instantly scrunched up, causing Hua Yuxian to cover her mouth and giggle. She picked up a sugar packet, tore it open, and handed it to Du Hong. I told you I got a fresh one. They took away the one with sugar in it. This one is pure. Isn't it bitter? Du Hong grinned. Not bitter. It'll be sweet soon. That nonsensical answer earned him a beautiful eye roll from Hua Yuxian. She dumped all the sugar from the packet into Du Hong's cup, stirred it, then said, Drink it. It should be less bitter now. Without a word, Du Hong picked up the cup and gulped it down, then placed it on the table. He felt completely refreshed. Hua Yuxian watched Du Hong quietly as he finished his coffee, resting her chin in her hands. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with an unknown emotion. She realized that she was truly starting to fall for him. The moment that idea took hold, her face flushed, and she lowered her gaze to her dress. After leaving Starbucks and strolling around some more, Du Hong checked his phone. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Hua Yuxian saw the time as well. She was unwilling to break the peaceful atmosphere, but she had to go to her class. Neither of them spoke. They walked in silence and somehow made their way to the 3rd floor. Directly in front of them was the 3D IMAX cinema. Hua Yuxian bit her lip, feeling conflicted. After a moment, she smiled at Du Hong. Du Hong, let's go see a movie tonight. Du-hong had been a little upset when he saw the cinema. When he heard Hua Yuxian, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? You mean, go to a movie together tonight? Hua Yuxian smiled and nodded. Her eyes narrowed as she said softly, yes, let's just skip class tonight. We can consider it compensation for you secretly buying me clothes. Really? Haha. Fantastic. Du-hong jumped with excitement, not quite sure how to express his happiness. Hua Yuxian watched quietly. When he had calmed down, she laughed. Are you happy? So happy. Let's go see what's playing tonight. He led Hua Yuxian into the cinema and looked at the movie list. Du-hong didn't want to make a decision by himself. He thought for a moment and asked Hua Yuxian, Yuxian, is there anything you want to see? How about Raging Fire? Guys like that kind of action movie, right? But I want to see the kind of movies you like. Hua Yuxian smiled. It's fine. Let's just say it's my turn to watch a movie with you. Du-hong rubbed his nose and agreed. He bought 2 tickets for the 7 o'clock showing and walked out of the cinema. Let's go get something to eat. The movie's not for another while. We could get all-you-can-eat barbecue or hot pot. Hua Yuxian smiled and nodded. Sounds good. I really like hot pot. Chapter 21. Movie Night. Du-hong's attentiveness made Hua Yuxian feel warm inside. It was quite a change from their first encounter when he had grabbed her hand. What was Du-hong up to at that moment? He was bustling back and forth, carrying plates of food to the table. Most of it was vegetarian. As Hua Yuxian had mentioned, she didn't like greasy food. They were sharing a hot pot with a divided pot. One side spicy, the other not. While the restaurant wasn't crowded, most tables were occupied by groups. A single person enjoying a hot pot and barbecue buffet was a rarity. After bringing over 2 glasses of juice, Du-hong finally sat down. By then, the table was overflowing with ingredients. You're such a goofball. How can we finish all this? Du-hong smacked his lips, still reeling from the happy surprise of Hua Yuxian agreeing to see a movie with him. It's okay. You eat as much as you like. I'll take care of the rest. As he swished some enoki mushrooms in the pot, he glanced at Hua Yuxian, who hadn't started eating, and chuckled. Try some fruit. I got the ant over there to cut it fresh. Don't tell anyone. Du-hong's occasional goofiness succeeded in making Hua Yuxian laugh. She picked up a piece of watermelon, took a bite, and smiled beautifully. The meal was wonderfully cozy. Hua Yuxian even cooked some fish balls and seafood for Du-hong. With Hua Yuxian's permission, Du-hong took a few pictures, though none of them were together. They were all photos of Hua Yuxian by herself. He knew his limits and didn't make excessive requests. Hua Yuxian ate quite a bit, almost twice as much as she usually did. Du-hong was even more extreme, finishing every last bit of the food he had taken. He was so full he could barely move, his face turning a shade of green. If you can't eat anymore, don't force it. Why did you have to stuff it all in? Hua Yuxian smiled, offering him a wet wipe. Du-hong took it and wiped his mouth, letting out a burp and rubbing his belly with a chuckle. I guess I did get a little too much, but I didn't want to waste food in front of you. So I ate it all, okay? Hua Yuxian glared playfully at Du-hong. I'd rather you waste some than see you overeat like this. Du-hong shook his head, grinning widely. No way. Don't want to leave you with a bad impression. But that side of you is more real, isn't it? Du-hong paused, then nodded, his expression softening. He then groaned, rubbing his stomach. Okay, I can't keep it up. I'm so stuffed. I knew I shouldn't have taken that much. Hua Yuxian was amused. Next time, just order less, enough to fill you up. Oh. Du-hong's eyebrows shot up, his pained expression instantly gone, replaced by a mischievous grin. So, does this mean I'll have another chance to take you out to eat? Hua Yuxian chuckled and nodded. Relax, I'm not some ethereal fairy. I'm just a normal girl. No, in my eyes, you're a fairy. A day for a fairy in heaven is a year on earth, so it's not easy for me to see you. Hua Yuxian laughed again, a flicker of affection in her eyes, her gaze toward Du-hong carrying a slightly different meaning. Glancing at the time, it was just about time for their movie to start. Du-hong finished his drink and said with a smile, Let's go, it's movie time. They arrived at the cinema, picked up their tickets, bought a large bucket of popcorn and 2 sodas, and then went into the theater together. By the time the movie finished, it was already 9 p.m. Hua Yuxian was feeling quite tired. She didn't really enjoy this type of film, the fighting and gunshots making her slightly uncomfortable, and her big eyes looked a little drowsy. Let's go, it's getting late. I'll take you back first. No need. I can take a taxi myself. You should head back to school. Your roommates must be thinking I've kidnapped you by now since you've been gone so long. I wish you did kidnap me. It's okay. I'll take you home. It's kind of on my way anyway. I wouldn't feel good letting you take a taxi alone this late. After a moment of hesitation, Hui Yuxuan nodded. She followed Du Hong to the underground parking garage, where they spent some time searching before finally finding his Lamborghini with the guidance of a chirping sound. Throughout the search, Hui Yuxuan was stifling her laughter. Du Hong couldn't find his car, and his frantic attempts to find it were hilarious. She had seen him almost search through the entire -2 floor, pressing his key fob endlessly in the hopes of hearing a response. When they finally found the Lamborghini, Du Hong was drenched in sweat. The parking garage was unbearably hot, especially now when many cars were leaving. The exhaust fumes were intense. Getting into the car, Du Hong scratched his head sheepishly. I actually have a good sense of direction. It's just that there were no signs here, so I got lost. Hui Yuxuan first nodded with a serious look, then burst into laughter. Today was the most she had laughed, and it was also the happiest she'd been in a while. Du Hong scratched his head again, started the car, and drove out of the parking garage towards Yulong Mansion. What does your family do, Du Hong? They're involved in international trade. They also have assets and investments in China. I'm curious, your family is so wealthy. Why didn't they send you abroad? You definitely have the means. Du Hong shrugged. I'm not a big fan of the outside world. On the contrary, I think China is pretty great. The people around me all have yellow skin, black hair, and black eyes. I don't have to worry about cultural differences. Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile. I'm the same as you. My family originally wanted to send me abroad to study, but I refused. I had similar thoughts as you. Du Hong grinned. So, does this mean we have a lot in common? Yes, we do. Haha. They chatted happily. At around 9:30, the Lamborghini arrived at the entrance of Yulong Mansion, where Hui Yuxuan's apartment building was located. Du Hong handed the umbrella to Hui Yuxuan and smiled. Here, take this. I won't come up. I'll watch you go inside. Hui Yuxuan took the umbrella, feeling warm inside. She knew the reason Du Hong wasn't walking her to her door was because he didn't want her to overthink things, or worry that he would ask to come inside and ask for something inappropriate. She opened the gullwing door, opened the umbrella, and got out of the car. Then, after some hesitation, she turned back. Du Hong rolled down the window and asked, What's wrong? Hui Yuxuan hesitated a moment before saying softly with a blushing face, Thank you, Du Hong. I had a lot of fun today. Since it was night and raining, Du Hong couldn't see Hui Yuxuan's expression, let alone her red cheeks. However, he could hear the slightly shy tone of her voice. I had a lot of fun too. Hurry inside and watch your step. Don't step on a landmine. Drive carefully on your way back. Message me when you get back to the dorm. Okay. Oh right, Du Hong. Can you tell me your WeChat nickname? Du Hong was surprised for a moment, then nodded with a smile. He opened his phone and sent her his nickname. Go on now. Imagem. Chapter 22. The gossip fires burn bright. Hui Yuxuan glanced back a few times, waved her hand, and finally disappeared around the corner. Du Hong waited for a moment, then took a long breath. He stepped on the gas and drove away. In the elevator, Hui Yuxuan searched for Du Hong's nickname and saw many videos. The author was only one person. She opened the September Carp profile and found many videos, the most recent one having been posted last night. Looking at Du Hong's follower count, Hui Yuxuan was slightly shocked. 5 million followers. That number was quite unbelievable. Just as the elevator reached the 11th floor, Hui Yuxuan walked straight to room 1117, opened the door, and went inside. She closed the door, changed into her slippers, went into her bedroom, and opened her computer. She searched for September Carp again and clicked on the video from last night, completely forgetting to check the messages Hu Ling had sent her that afternoon. The previous night's video had a powerful BGM and showed smooth gameplay accompanied by some explanatory subtitles. The comments on the video were packed, and 90% of them were WTF and is this what they mean by anyone can do it if they just have the skill? Without hearing Du Hong's voice, Hui Yuxuan watched the video for a while, then closed it and opened one from before the start of term. Hello everyone, this is the last video before I start school. I won't be able to do these explanations in the dorm, so please bear with me. Below was a string of comments like, congratulations, and amazing. Hui Yuxuan, listening to Du Heng's rich and magnetic voice, finished. Watching the entire video quietly, a smile playing on her lips. She once again had a clear understanding of how talented Du Heng was. Just then, her phone lit up with another message from Hu Ling. Aya, I can't take it anymore. Yuxuan, why aren't you replying to me? Sigma. Hui Yuxuan then realized that she hadn't responded to Hu Ling's messages. Since she saw Du Heng's car at noon and commented that it was a Lamborghini, she hadn't replied. Sorry, Hu Ling, I just saw it now. Ah, you finally replied to me. Tell me, did you go shopping at the mall this afternoon? Why weren't you in class tonight? I did, and we had hot pot and watched a movie tonight. You're already together? Did you hold hands? Did you kiss? No, none of that happened. Du Heng was very respectful. What a shame. I was hoping Yuxuan would get out of the dating market soon. By the way, did he buy you anything at the mall? Hui Yuxuan smiled and typed quickly, he did. He secretly bought some stuff when I wasn't looking. The clothes haven't been delivered yet. How sweet is that? Why can't I meet a guy like that? Where are you now? Is Du Heng with you? He took me back and then drove back to school. I can't take it anymore. Tomorrow, I'm going to go find a sweet and rich boyfriend like that. Good luck. Just as she finished chatting with Hu Ling, Du Heng sent a message. I forgot to check my messages. The clothes I bought for you have arrived. They're at the security office. Someone delivered them this afternoon, but no one answered the door. Grab them when you have a chance. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. I just want you to be happy. Drive carefully. Don't get distracted on your phone. It's fine. I'm stopped at a red light. Message me when you get back to the dorm. Got it. After replying to Du Heng's message, a phone call came through. Hui Yuxuan took a look at her phone and sighed. The caller ID showed it was her grandfather. The inevitable was here. After a few moments of hesitation, she answered the call. A voice, a little hoarse but full of energy, came through the line. Yuxuan, where are you now? I'm at home, Grandpa. Oh, good. Grandpa's calling to ask why you weren't in class tonight. Your teacher said you were absent. Did something come up? Hui Yuxuan stuck out her tongue and said after thinking about it, something came up so I went out. I didn't have time to ask for leave. Oh, it's okay. I'll tell your teacher. You should go to bed early. You have classes tomorrow, right? Yes, Grandpa. Good night then. Good night. Hanging up the phone, Hui Yuxuan let out a long breath. The webpage on her computer was still open to Du Heng's profile. Looking at some of Du Heng's posts and videos, a smile gradually formed on her face. After thinking about it, she went to the entryway, put on her shoes, and took the elevator to the first floor. After telling the security guard, he took out a few large packages from the office. Looking at the rather petite Hui Yuxuan, he asked, Can you carry this many? Do you need me to help you? Hui Yuxuan shook her head with a smile. Thank you, it's okay. I can just take the elevator. Could you help me put it in the elevator, please? The security guard nodded and put all the packages into the elevator. After a struggle, she finally got all the large packages into her apartment. She closed the door, wiped her sweat, took out a pair of scissors, and opened the packages. Inside were so many clothes that Hui Yuxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He bought all the clothes I saw this afternoon? Du Heng. Really, you spent so much. Some of those I just glanced at. Even as she said that, her heart felt warm. She was very moved by Du Heng's actions, doing these things for her in secret and not taking the credit. In the Lamborghini, Du Heng was listening to I'm Here to Beat You by Jay Cho playing on the car stereo. He had no idea that his image in Hui Yuxuan's heart had become so perfect. All that was left was to find the right moment to confess. He parked the car near the west gate and ran all the way back to the dorm in the heavy rain, arriving soaking wet. The dorm was air-conditioned, and it was quite cold when he went in. Du Heng didn't give his 3 gossiping roommates a chance, and after messaging Hui Yuxuan to let her know he got back safely, he grabbed some clothes and rushed into the bathroom to shower. Damn, what's going on? It's like we're about to interrogate him. Chong, is the pepper spray ready? It's ready. If Brother Du doesn't tell us what happened, we'll force him to drink it. Lei, where's the rope you were supposed to get? Han Lei opened a drawer with a straight face and took out a thin red rope. Damn, that's too thin. Who are you looking down on? Look at mine. Haha. Zhang Yang pulled a thick hemp rope out of his closet. Who knows where he got it? WDF, where did you find that? Haha, I borrowed the rope used for tug-of-war. We'll tie him up with this. This is a little too much, right? Chapter 23, Zhang Yang. My wife is in the gacha pool. Du Hong sat on his seat, rubbing his forehead. Before him were his 3 roommates, arms crossed and looking like they were about to tear him apart. Especially Zhang Yang, who was standing in the middle wearing bright red shorts. Du Heng's eyes felt unclean. He wanted to turn away, but Zhang Yang grabbed him back. What do you want to know? Du Hong was helpless and could only give in. All he wanted to do now was turn around, no longer seeing Zhang Yang's bony body and bright red shorts. Where did you go? For how long? And what did you do? When did you meet her? How come we don't know about it? Is she a boy or a girl? His temples throbbed, and Du Hong almost lost it with the last question. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and showed them the photos he took earlier. Look at them yourself. With quick hands, Zhang Yang snatched the phone and ran to the side. Wang Chong followed closely behind. Han Lei was about halfway there when he remembered he wasn't wearing his glasses, so he went back to his seat, put his glasses on, and then rushed over. Holy crap! She's so beautiful. Her eyes, her nose, her face shape, her aura, her figure. Unbelievable. She's definitely a campus belle. Hey, I think she's just all right. Not as pretty as my wife. Your wife? Hu Lei pushed up his glasses. You mean that one? Hu Tao? Hu Tao? Who's that? We've never seen her, and I don't remember you talking about her. You haven't met her yet because I haven't pulled her from the gacha pool. You'll see her once I get her. Zhang Yang said with a straight face. A game? A 2D wife? Yeah. Is there a problem? No, you do you. After looking at the photos, Wang Chong went up behind Du Hong. Brother Du, when did you meet her? Du Hong had already opened his computer and started editing a video. He needed to finish editing his I Want a video and upload it. It wasn't something he could finish in a day, especially since it was already 10 p.m. We met on the first day of school. The progress is so quick. So, did you hold hands tonight since you got back so late? Yeah, Brother Du. Did you hold hands? Did you kiss? Du Hong raised an eyebrow. No, it didn't go that far. I just happened to run into her during PE class this morning, and then I got the chance to take her out to dinner. That's already pretty fast. Oh. The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed. If this keeps up, maybe by National Day we'll have a sister-in-law? Du Hong smiled and shook his head. No need to force it. Let's take it slow. Brother Du, you're awesome. ×3. Zhang Yang handed the phone back to Du Hong. When he saw Du Hong editing a video of the game he had made, he got a little excited. Brother Du, when you upload this video, will a lot of people download the game? Will they like it? Du Heng's lips curled up, and he nodded. They will like it, and many people will have a deep impression of you. You'll receive many kind inquiries. By the way, stay indoors recently, in case someone tries to ambush you. Damn. At 11 p.m., the power went off. Du Hong didn't continue editing. He was worried that his laptop might suddenly run out of power, and that his desktop wouldn't work once the power went off. He had some tools on his desktop. He climbed into bed with his phone, and as soon as he opened his chat with Hua Yuxuan, he saw several photos that she had sent him. They were full-body selfies of her wearing the clothes she had picked out and looked at for a long time that day. Thank you, Du Hong. I really like these clothes. They are just a bit too much. Du Hong looked at them for a long time. In each photo, Hua Yuxuan looked beautiful. She was a natural clothes horse, and every piece of clothing she put on showcased its best features. Her long, straight legs, her slender waist, her thin neck, and her fair, stunning face made Du Hong gaze at them for a while. He finally saved each photo to his phone's album. Yuxuan, you're so beautiful. Thank you. Women dress to please themselves. They were always happy to be complimented on their appearance, especially since Hua Yuxuan already had strong feelings for Du Hong. The power went off at the dorm, right? Yeah, I was soaking wet when I got back. I just finished showering and then the power went off, and I haven't finished my video. Huh? How did you get wet? Don't you have an umbrella in your car? I don't. The only one is with you. Okay. I thought you had an umbrella in your car. It's fine, huh? I'm very healthy. A little rain doesn't matter. Although he said that, Hua Yuxuan felt guilty. As a girl, she had been too reserved to invite Du Hong upstairs, or even ask Du Hong to take her into the building. Now it seemed like Du Hong understood the right boundaries, not putting her in a difficult position and not giving her a chance to be indecisive. This made her feel very moved, and also made her feel even more guilty. You're so silly. Silly people get lucky, right? Maybe one day you'll fall in love with me? Hee hee. I won't talk to you anymore. I need to sleep. I have a class tomorrow. Then good night. Good night. Hua Yuxuan didn't send another message, and Du Hong didn't either. The two of them had a rare tacit understanding. What was Hua Yuxuan doing at that moment? She was going through Du Heng's earlier videos, starting with his first one. She wanted to learn more about Du Hong in all aspects. Du Hong went back to looking at Hua Yuxuan's pictures, unable to hide the smile on his face. Unfortunately, because of the power outage, his roommates couldn't see his expression, otherwise they would have definitely pestered him with questions. Nothing much happened that night. The next morning, the whole 417 dorm got up early because the first two classes were required courses. Missing them would be bad. Here, we can't leave out mentioning Zhang Yang. Even though he is not very serious and doesn't brush his teeth in the morning, instead splashing some water on his face, he listens very intently during these required classes. Du Hong sighed to himself, thinking that interest was indeed the best teacher. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang lost interest after a while. He leaned on the table and started playing on his phone. He didn't even react when the C language teacher passed by him. The teacher frowned and went back to the podium. Just at that moment, he was talking about a problem, and he didn't say the answer directly. Instead, he smiled and pointed at Zhang Yang, who was playing on his phone with his head down. Would the student playing on their phone please answer this question? Zhang Yang had no idea that the teacher was talking to him. Han Lei quickly nudged his arm, finally catching his attention. Present. Ha 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 ha. The class erupted in laughter, shocked by Zhang Yang's hilarious behavior. The teacher shook his head and pointed to the question on the screen with his laser pointer. Take a look at this question. Zhang Yang only glanced at it and smiled. Oh, this is simple. The final output is the string ABCD, reversed into ba. This is a simple application of stacks. The teacher's eyes lit up. After a good look at Zhang Yang, he asked, "Do you have a background in this?" Zhang Yang was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head with a smile. Well, I've already learned these things. Damn it, he just showed off. Chapter 24. Indeed, Brother Du doesn't love me anymore. The teacher waved his hand, signaling Zhang Yang to sit down. At the same time, he reminded him, even if you've already learned this, you can still listen. The most basic things are very important. They affect the efficiency of your higher level code. Of course, if you feel it is too boring, you can choose to play on your phone or sleep, as long as you don't disturb the other students. Okay. Zhang Yang sat down and went straight to sleep, making the teacher shake his head. But he didn't say much, and continued teaching his lesson. Du Hong and the others looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Zhang Yang's ability to independently and quickly create a game showed that his technical level was quite high. It was a little unfair to him to sit with them and learn these basic things. After the class ended, the teacher called Zhang Yang outside. When did you start learning programming? I started learning it when I was little. What's your level now? If I give you a set of requirements, can you make something by yourself? Zhang Yang nodded confidently and laughed. That's way too easy. The teacher nodded again. Which languages do you know? C, C++, Java, Python, do you know any of them? Zhang Yang was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Teacher, I know a bit of all of them. You have a wide range, huh? Are you interested in doing a project with me? I'll pay you a salary and give you a cut based on the project. I can also offer you a chance to get recommended for graduate school. You can just study under me. What do you think? Zhang Yang hesitated. He was very tempted, but just as he had said on the first night of school, he was tired of studying. He just wanted to relax during college, have a relationship, and experience the stink of love. Teacher, sorry, I don't have any plans for that at the moment. The teacher was a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered and patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, smiling. That's okay. You can come and find me when you have these thoughts. Thank you, teacher. Go back now. As soon as Zhang Yang returned to his seat, the others swarmed him with questions. When he said he had given up a valuable recommendation for graduate school, Han Lei was heartbroken. He was determined to take the graduate entrance exams, And now Zhang Yang had a recommendation for grad school and gave it up. One can only imagine how shocked Han Lei was. Du Hong thought about it a little and understood Zhang Yang's plan. If he wasn't mistaken, this guy was probably going to take on freelance work or do some gray work, like being a hacker. After thinking about it, he decided to remind Zhang Yang. Gray work seemed amazing, but it could easily lead to problems over time. If he wasn't wrong, Zhang Yang had mentioned his family was all teachers. For a family with such a scholarly background to have a hacker would make his parents incredibly sad. Zhang Yang. What's up, brother Du? Du Hong leaned in and whispered, "Tell me the truth. Are you planning on becoming a hacker?" Zhang Yang's pupils shrunk. He looked at Du Hong with disbelief. He did indeed have this plan, and he was currently working as a hacker behind the scenes. He was also a somewhat famous hacker. Du Hong knew he had guessed right, from Zhang Yang's expression. "You should stop now. With your skills, as long as you work hard, your future income will be great. Trust me." They stared at each other for a while. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. "Whether brother Du believes me or not, the truth is, I haven't been a hacker for a long time. Right now, I'm just an ordinary college student who knows how to write some code." Du Hong nodded with a serious expression. "You're also an ordinary college student who doesn't like to brush his teeth. Really, you have bad breath? Damn, I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you, and you bring up my bad breath? I'll finish the video today and upload it. A lot of people will see your game, and many people will pay attention to you. You will become a public figure and have a substantial income." "Got it, brother Du, thank you. Why are you being so polite? By the way, you can think about what the teacher just offered. I think it's pretty good. How many people want an opportunity like that but don't have it? Look at Han Lei. His eyes are turning green." Zhang Yang glanced at Han Lei, whose eyes were indeed turning green with envy. Running a hand through his hair, Zhang Yang laughed. "I really want to keep a low profile, but my skills are just too strong. It won't let me." Han Lei started to have doubts about himself. Even someone like Zhang Yang, who was always getting into trouble, could get a recommendation for graduate school. So was there really any point in him being so hardworking? The bell rang, and the teacher walked into the classroom to continue the class. Zhang Yang lay down on the table and went straight to sleep. This time, no one dared to laugh at him. After the morning classes ended, Du Hong had no classes in the afternoon or evening. After finishing lunch and returning to his dorm, Du Hong started editing his video and sent Hui Yuxuan a message. "Do you have class this afternoon?" The rain had stopped, and the outside was nice and cool. After a while, he received a reply from Hui Yuxuan. "I don't have any class. Why? Do you have any plans? I'll take you to fly a kite." "That sounds nice. Where should we go?" "Let's go to the park at the east gate of the school. It's nice and cool now that it just rained." "Okay, should we go now?" "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Then I'll come pick you up." "Where are you?" "I'll take you to eat first." "No need. Hu Ling and I are going to the cafeteria. I'll find you after we finish eating." "Okay." Du Hong smiled and continued to edit the video. As soon as Zhang Yang returned, he opened his computer and started playing games. Du Hong had started to wonder if this guy was actually a hacker or not. Just as Du Hong finished editing the video and uploaded it, along with the download link for iWanna, Hui Yuxuan finally sent him a message after she finished eating. "I'm done eating. I'm waiting for you at the entrance of your dorm. Coming right now." Du Hong glanced at the video that was still being reviewed. Without thinking about it anymore, he grabbed his phone and ran out the door, leaving his roommates staring blankly. Brother Du went out. "Yeah, we saw that. He didn't even say where he was going. You're not his girlfriend. Why would he tell you? Brother Du doesn't love me anymore. He never loved you. Damn. Chong, I'm breaking up with you. Can't you help me out a little?" Brother Du went out. "I already said that, and I saw it too. Then what do you want me to say?" Zhang Yang started having doubts about himself. That's right. What did he want Wang Cheng to say? To say Du Hong was prioritizing his love life over his friends? He didn't even know where Du Hong was going, so how could he say he was prioritizing his love life over his friends? Indeed, Brother Du doesn't love me anymore. That was the conclusion Zhang Yang ultimately came to. Chapter 25. Candied Haws and a Kite. As he arrived outside the dormitory building, a slender figure caught his eye, standing by the roadside and occasionally glancing in his direction. Hui Yuxuan was wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts today. Her long legs attracted the attention of every male passerby, and her perfect figure and pure, flawless face made many boys steal glances at her. Du Heng's eyes lit up, a smile forming on his lips as he walked over Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan turned her head, and when she saw that it was Du Heng, a smile bloomed on her face. Tilting her head and squinting her eyes, she said softly, "You're here." Du Heng nodded, smiling, "Yuxuan, you look really beautiful today." Hui Yuxuan's face flushed as she raised her hand to tuck stray strands of hair behind her ear. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Du Heng's hands. "Didn't you say we were going to fly a kite? Where is it?" Du Heng was a little embarrassed. Flying a kite was just a spur-of-the-moment excuse he came up with to invite Hui Yuxuan out. There's supposed to be someone selling them at the park entrance." Hui Yuxuan looked at Du Heng thoughtfully for a few moments before nodding with a smile. "Then let's go?" "Okay." The two of them left together, leaving behind a group of onlookers who were all beating their chests in regret. Wow, the goddess actually ran off with the guy? What a pity. I should have asked for her contact information. Such a beautiful girl. Why isn't she on the campus Belle list on the school forum? That's not scientific. Maybe she's a freshman? She's not famous enough yet. Hui Yuxuan was like a lively little sprite, her steps occasionally drawn to a halt by the flowers on the roadside. Du Heng didn't rush her. Every time this happened, he would take out his phone and capture the scene. Each picture was a beautiful image that could be used as wallpaper. The corners of his lips were constantly turning upward. "Why aren't you wearing a skirt today, Yuxuan? Why aren't you wearing any of the clothes I bought for you yesterday?" Hui Yuxuan smiled at Du Heng. "Relax, the clothes you bought me yesterday need to be washed. It's not like I can only wear skirts." "Oh, that's true." Du Heng touched his nose. He seemed to have asked a silly question. A gentle breeze was blowing. It was midday, so there weren't many people on the road, and the campus was very quiet. The two of them walked like that, stopping and starting, finally reaching the entrance of the park outside the east gate. To Du Heng's relief, there was an elderly woman sitting there, selling small toys like bubble wands, kites, and sun umbrellas. Next to her was an old man selling candied haws. "Yuxuan, wait for me. I'm going to buy a kite." He went to the old woman's stall, crouched down, and started looking. He finally picked out a butterfly-shaped kite, and after thinking about it, he looked at the bubble wands and decided to take one of those too, succumbing to his childlike whims. After paying, he turned to the candied haws. He looked back at Hui Yuxuan. She was looking at the scenery in the park at that moment, not paying attention to this side. So he quickly said to the old man in a soft voice, "Old man, give me one candied haw." The old man smiled and chose a candied haw that looked big and juicy, handing it to Du Heng. "Young man, you brought your girlfriend to the park to fly a kite, huh?" Du Heng paused, not having replied yet when the old man continued, "Your girlfriend is very pretty. Girls all like sweets. These candied haws are famous here. Take it and let your girlfriend try it." Du Heng nodded with a smile. "Thank you, old man. How much is it?" "I won't haggle with you. I'll take 3 yuan. You already bought a toy for my wife. We've already made some money from you." In the end, Du Heng transferred 5 yuan to the old man, which was the price he'd paid for candied haws before. The old man was stunned for a moment after, hearing his phone chime, and looked at Du Heng with a meaningful smile. "I wish you and your girlfriend a long and happy life, and a wonderful wedding, ha ha ha." "Thank you, old man." He bid farewell to the old man, went back behind Hui Yuxuan, and handed her the candied haw. Hui Yuxuan was surprised for a moment before taking it with a smile. "Thank you. Try it." The old man said, "It's very sweet." Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile, unwrapped the thin layer of packaging, took a light bite, and her eyes narrowed. "It's so sweet. So delicious. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Let's go fly a kite." MMHM. Hui Yuxuan ate the candied haw while following Du Heng into the park. There were a lot of small tents set up on both sides. Some parents had come with their children for a picnic. He took Hui Yuxuan to a large grassy area. There were many people flying kites there, and colorful kites were flying high in the sky. "Here, you hold this. I'll fly it first, then I'll give it to you." Okay, the idea was good, but Du Heng really didn't know how to fly a kite. So Hui Yuxuan held it up several times, and each time it flew a few meters high before falling straight back down to the ground. A little embarrassed, Du Heng looked at Hui Yuxuan with a bitter smile, while she was covering her mouth and laughing. standing there looking vibrant and beautiful, blending in with the scenery behind her. Why am I running? But it's still not taking off? Hui Yuxuan walked over with a smile and took the string from Du Heng's hand. It's not enough to just run. You have to gently tug it too. Oh. He tried again, and the kite flew up a dozen meters, but it wobbled a few times before falling straight down, almost getting tangled in someone else's line. Du Heng scratched his head, a little embarrassed, while Hui Yuxuan continued to cover her mouth and laugh. I tugged it. Why did it still fall down? Maybe there's something wrong with the kite. Is that so? Du Heng checked and found that one of the two flowing fabric strips at the back of the kite was stuck to something. Though it was only a little bit, it did affect the balance. After fixing the problem, Du Heng tried again. This time, the kite flew steadily into the sky and didn't fall back down. After releasing some line, Du Heng smiled and handed the spool of line to Hui Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan waved her hand and said, "You hold it. I'm afraid I'll lose it to the wind." Du Heng nodded. "Then let's find a place to sit, and here, this bubble wand is for you." Hui Yuxuan smiled and took it, naturally unscrewing the top and blowing a lot of bubbles. Looking at the colorful bubbles, she reached out to touch one, and it popped immediately, making Hui Yuxuan giggle. He brought Hui Yuxuan to an open area and they sat down. Du Heng held the line spool and looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was happily blowing bubbles. The two of them were sitting very close, and Du Heng could smell the faint fragrance on her. Looking at her side profile and slightly pouting lips, he smiled unconsciously. "Yuxuan, you're so beautiful." Du Heng's heartfelt praise made Hui Yuxuan roll her eyes playfully. "You've said that so many times, I don't know if you really mean it." "Absolutely." Seeing Du Heng raising two fingers to make a serious vow, Hui Yuxuan quickly stopped him. Okay, I believe you." Chapter 26. How about you be my girlfriend? Yuxuan, do you have a boyfriend? Out of the blue, Du Heng asked this question. He didn't want to spend all this time chasing after someone who already had a boyfriend. He wasn't the type to break up other couples to make himself happy. Hui Yuxuan was startled for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. "No, I don't." "That's good. I didn't mean it that way." "I know." Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and laughed as she watched Du Heng scratching his head anxiously. "Don't be nervous. I told you, I'm not some ethereal fairy. I'm just a normal girl." Du Heng nodded with a smile. "I'm just a normal guy, too." As he spoke, Du Heng looked up at the kite in the sky, found the one he was holding, and a smile formed on his lips. He looked back at Hui Yuxuan, who was pouting and blowing bubbles. He thought for a moment before pulling out his phone to capture this beautiful scene. Noticing Du Heng's actions, Hui Yuxuan gave him a playful glare, tucking her stray strands of hair behind her ear. "Why are you always taking pictures of me? Why don't you take pictures of yourself?" "Why would I take pictures of myself? Beautiful things are worth recording. Maybe one day I'll be your boyfriend, and when I bring you back to see these photos, won't you feel happy?" Hui Yuxuan's face instantly turned red. She lowered her head, unable to say anything. She didn't know if Du Heng was confessing his feelings. If he was it a bit too casual? He hadn't even said anything clear. Du Heng didn't continue, his smile never leaving his face. He looked at the kite in the sky and tightened the line in his hands. Hui Yuxuan secretly glanced at Du Heng. Seeing that he wasn't dwelling on the topic, she felt a strange sense of disappointment. But this was quickly overtaken by another emotion, a sweet and subtle feeling of happiness. People came and went, and children would occasionally run past. Although it was a bit noisy, the atmosphere was pleasant. Hui Yuxuan, feeling a bit breathless after blowing bubbles for a while, stopped. She turned to look at Du Heng's profile. He was looking up at the kite in the sky, his expression very serious. They say that men look the most handsome when they're serious, let alone Du Heng, who was already very sunny and handsome. Hui Yuxuan's heart beat faster. She realized that just by looking at Du Heng, she was already blushing and her heart was racing. She covered her face and lowered her head, not wanting Du Heng to see. Unfortunately, before long it started to drizzle. Many parents started to pack up their tents and take their children home. There were fewer and fewer people in the park, and fewer kites in the sky. Du Heng started reeling in his kite as soon as the first raindrops fell on his face. By now, he had put away the kite and was leading Hui Yuxuan toward the park exit. He bought an umbrella at the stall by the entrance, and then, holding the umbrella, they strolled in the drizzle. It wasn't raining hard, but it wasn't stopping either. However, the light rain and walking along a quiet road outside the park with an umbrella was lovely, especially with Hui Yuxuan by his side. Du-hung didn't walk toward the east gate of the school, and Hui Yuxuan didn't ask anything. The two of them tacitly began walking along the curb around the park. Because they were sharing an umbrella, their bodies would touch from time to time. Du-hong could feel Hui Yuxuan's warmth, and Hui Yuxuan could feel his warmth. Hui Yuxuan didn't say anything, her head lowered, her face a little hot. She wondered if Du-hong would take this chance to confess his feelings. If he did, should she say yes? Her mind was a mess. She didn't notice a branch sticking out in front of her, and she couldn't see the branch because she was holding an umbrella. Just as she was about to get hit in the face by the branch, Du-hong, who had been looking ahead, noticed that Hui Yuxuan had been distracted because she hadn't tried to avoid it. His pupils constricted, adrenaline surged, and without thinking too much, Du-hong called out to her softly and immediately put his arm around Hui Yuxuan's shoulder, pulling her into his arms. "Yuxuan, be careful." Hui Yuxuan was stunned. She only felt a strong force, and then she was pulled into Du-heng's arms. Her mind went blank, her heart started racing, and her face turned hot. Her eyes were bright as she stared blankly at Du-hong. His masculinity overwhelmed her. She had just seen the branch, and she had also seen Du-heng's slightly worried expression. "Are you okay?" "I wasn't thinking much. I'm sorry," Du-hong said, releasing her and letting Hui Yuxuan out of his arms. Hui Yuxuan lowered her head, blushing, and shook her head gently. She bit her lip, finally letting out a soft sigh. "Thank you." Hui Yuxuan's shy appearance made Du-hong stare blankly. She was too cute, making him want to hold her in his arms and cherish her. But that was clearly impossible. Their relationship wasn't set yet, and doing that would make Hui Yuxuan feel mortified and not know how to face him. In that instant, he almost confessed his feelings, but he was afraid of being rejected. The time wasn't right yet, so he decided to wait. Hui Yuxuan didn't get the confession from Du-hong. Although she felt a little empty inside, she was also a little happy. She wasn't ready yet. Although her heart was beating fast, they hadn't known each other for very long. They fell silent once again. Du-hong thought for a moment, and then took Hui Yuxuan for another walk in the rain, savoring the intimacy of the moment. After walking for a while, it wasn't the park anymore, and there were more cars on the road. The slightly chaotic environment washed away the warm feeling they had before. They turned back and started walking back. Hui Yuxuan was feeling a bit cold. She wrapped her arms around herself, goosebumps appearing on her arms. The drizzle would be blown onto them by the wind, and it would get their clothes wet. Hui Yuxuan was wearing shorts, and though she had stockings on, they were already a bit wet. Du-hong saw that Hui Yuxuan's face was a little pale and felt very sorry for her. Almost subconsciously, he said, "Let me hold you. It will be warmer that way." Hui Yuxuan lowered her head, not agreeing or refusing. Du-hong didn't hesitate. He gently put his arm around Hui Yuxuan's waist and pulled her into his arms. Hui Yuxuan kept her head down without speaking. Du-hong could feel Hui Yuxuan's soft waist, but he didn't do anything more than that. He shielded Hui Yuxuan from the wind and provided her with warmth. As they were walking, Du-heng's mouth moved on its own. Suddenly, his mind went blank, and he blurted out, "How about you be my girlfriend? That way, it wouldn't be anything for me to hold you." As soon as he said it, Du-hong regretted it. He didn't think that his mouth was faster than his brain, and had just blurted it out. His mind went blank as if it had crashed. He waited anxiously for Hui Yuxuan's answer. Chapter 27. Can I have some time to think about it? Though he regretted it, he had already said it. Of course, he really hoped that Hui Yuxuan would give him a positive reply. Anxiously waiting for the beauty in his arms to reply, Hui Yuxuan lowered her head and remained silent for a long time before finally biting her lip. "Can I have some time to think about it?" Disappointment, that was what Du-hong was feeling right now. His mind went blank once again, as if the air around him was pressing in on him. Hui Yuxuan was still as gentle as water in his arms, but he could feel a hint of resistance. He gave a wry smile and adjusted his mood before saying, "Okay." As he walked into the school gate with Hui Yuxuan's waist in his arms, neither of them spoke. The previously warm atmosphere had now become a little cold. Du-hong wanted to slap himself twice on the face. Why didn't his mouth listen to him? Why didn't he wait longer? Wait until Hui Yuxuan was ready before confessing. Perhaps sensing Du-heng's sadness, Hui Hui Yuxuan thought for a moment before lifting her head to look at him. There was love in her eyes. You're very talented, and I have very strong feelings for you. But we haven't known each other for very long. That's why I hope you can give me some time, so I can be ready and prepare to be your girlfriend. Du Heng didn't know if this was a rejection or a way of telling him to be patient and go through a period of evaluation. However, he did notice a different kind of emotion in Hui Yuxuan's eyes. Hui Yuxuan was also very sad. Not wanting to dwell too much on this, Du Heng smiled and said, "At least I held you. I guess that's something other guys have never done before, right?" Hui Yuxuan's face turned red, and she nodded gently. This action made Du Heng very happy. He tightened his grip on her slightly, pulling Hui Yuxuan closer into his arms. She didn't resist, letting Du Heng hug her like a couple. "It's still early. How about I take you to the mall again?" Hui Yuxuan shook her head with a smile. "No need. I'm afraid you'll sneak off and buy me a whole bunch of things again. It took me 3 tries to wash all the clothes from last night, and I don't even have space to dry them." "Oh, are you sure?" Du Heng's lips curled up. "Even if you don't go, I can still secretly buy things for you. And if I don't know what you like, what if I buy things that you don't like?" Hui Yuxuan gave Du Heng a playful glare. "There's no one like you." "Like what? And you're still feeling cold, aren't you? It would be great if we could buy some new clothes so you can warm up. Although I don't want to let you go, I don't want you to be cold." Hui Yuxuan lowered her head, blushing. She was a little touched. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded gently. Du Heng laughed and led her toward the west gate. His Lamborghini was parked outside the west gate. He helped Hui Yuxuan into the car and drove straight to the mall they had gone to the afternoon before. This time, he had learned from his mistakes and parked the car near the exit, so he wouldn't have trouble finding it. He took Hui Yuxuan to the women's clothing area on the first floor, and this time he knew exactly where he was going, and they went straight to the store they had gone to the day before. The shop assistant recognized the two of them and greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello, you two. It's good to see you again. What kind of clothes are you looking for today?" Before Hui Yuxuan could say anything, Du Heng said directly, "First, find her some nice clothes to change into. They have the air conditioner on here, but her clothes are a little damp and she's cold." The shop assistant giggled. "This beautiful lady is so lucky. You have a sweet guy pursuing you. Why don't you agree to be with him?" Hui Yuxuan blushed and lowered her head. She had just turned down Du Heng's confession. Du Heng didn't seem to mind. He touched his nose and said with a smile, "Go and get some clothes that are more or less my style, so Yuxuan can try them." The shop assistant nodded and walked away. She came back with a few clothes of all different styles. Hui Yuxuan picked one and went into the fitting room. When she came out, Du Heng's eyes lit up. He gave her a thumbs up. "Yuxuan looks so good in these clothes." The shop assistant also praised her. "This beautiful lady has such a great figure. These clothes only look good on models. I didn't expect that they would look so good on you." Hui Yuxuan looked at herself in the mirror wearing a long pink dress. She turned around for Du Heng to see, and then turned back to look at him with a smile. Du Heng grinned and gave her a thumbs up. "Looks great. We'll buy it." Hui Yuxuan laughed, and this beautiful moment stunned Du Heng. Even the shop assistant was nodding. "Ah, you're so beautiful. Honestly, I've worked in this industry for so long, and this is the first time I've seen someone this pretty." Du Heng smiled and pointed at the other clothes the shop assistant was holding. "Try these on too." "No need. Isn't it enough to have just one set of clothes so I'm not cold?" "Is that so? Then we'll just buy them all." Hui Yuxuan silently walked over, took the clothes from the giggling shop assistant, and went into the fitting room. "She's so cute. Both beautiful and cute." Du Heng agreed with the shop assistant, although he knew she probably said that to every female customer who had any sort of charm, but it was still nice to hear. After a while, Hui Yuxuan came out wearing jeans and a tight short t-shirt. Her slender figure was perfectly shown off. Her long, thin legs looked even longer with the tight-fitting jeans. Her curves were in the right places. Du Heng's mouth almost started watering from seeing her. He gave her 2 thumbs up and grinned. "We'll buy them." After a while, Hui Yuxuan walked out wearing a cheongsam. It was as if a celestial maiden had descended from the sky. Gentle and pure, her aura was showcased to the fullest. Du Heng felt like it was hard to breathe. He stared at Hui Yuxuan, who was wearing a floral cheongsam, the only one in the store. The shop assistant was also shocked. She had just brought over the cheongsam for Hui Yuxuan to try it on. There were many customers who had come to the store, and many had tried on this cheongsam, but all of them had looked awkward. They hadn't been able to pull it off. However, when Hui Yuxuan put the cheongsam on, it was as if this cheongsam had been waiting for a beauty like this. It seemed to come alive. Other shop assistants who had seen them also came closer. Wow, it looks so good. Her figure is great. Her aura is so otherworldly. Where did you find this beautiful lady? Is she a fairy who has become tempted by the mortal realm? Hui Yuxuan was embarrassed by all the praise and lowered her head, a move that made everyone's eyes widen even more. She had a graceful and delicate charm. Her skin was soft and smooth, and her figure was perfectly proportioned. Every time she smiled, she was able to captivate others. Her shy expressions made it even harder to take one's eyes off her. Du Heng gulped and waved his hand. We'll buy it. Chapter 28. The Crying Hui Yuxuan. At Du Heng and the shop assistant's insistence, Hui Yuxuan did not take off the cheongsam. She took off the tags and wore it straight away. Du Heng laughed heartily and waved his hand, pulling out his gold card and giving it to the shop assistant. Although they were only buying a few items of clothing, the cheongsam alone was worth tens of thousands, so this time another 30,000 yuan or so was spent. But Du Heng was very happy because he found that Hui Yuxuan might be very suitable for wearing cheongsams. You could tell from the gazes of the people who were always glancing at Hui Yuxuan that Hui Yuxuan was like a completely different person when she was wearing the cheongsam. Before they had even left the store, the shop assistant gave Hui Yuxuan a beautiful, old-fashioned fan. Hui Yuxuan did not reject it and gently waved it a few times, elevating her aura once more. However, her shoes were plain white sneakers, which did not match the cheongsam very well. Yuxuan, let's go buy some shoes and buy a pair of shoes to match this cheongsam. In the end, they settled on a pair of silver-white high heels with a 5-centimeter platform. Apart from her hair being in a single ponytail instead of an updo, Hui Yuxuan's overall aura had risen by several levels, and she had advanced to a true goddess. Du Heng was carrying several shopping bags, constantly nodding and smiling. Yuxuan, you're so beautiful. Hui Yuxuan would blush from time to time and give him a playful glare. Yuxuan, do you know what's missing from your outfit? Hui Yuxuan looked down, shook her head, and looked at Du Heng with curiosity, waiting for his answer. Your hands are too bare. They're missing something. Come on, I'll take you to get that. The poor Hui Yuxuan had fallen for Du Heng's trick. He brought her to a jewelry store to pick out a jade bracelet. Du Heng immediately took a liking to a jade bracelet with a natural and translucent green color. Not paying attention to the price, he had Hui Yuxuan try it on and then swiped his card to buy it. It was then that Hui Yuxuan found out that the bracelet on her hand was worth more than 300,000 yuan. She blinked a few times and pulled Du Heng to the side, whispering, Du Heng, let's return this bracelet. It's too expensive. It's okay, Yuxuan. You're the only one who can make this bracelet look good. But it's too expensive, more than 300,000 yuan. My apartment only cost around 600,000 yuan to buy. This is almost as expensive as half of my apartment. Du Heng waved his hand dismissively. This little bit of money doesn't mean anything to me, as long as Yuxuan likes it and I already paid. I can't ask them to give me a refund. Helpless, Hui Yuxuan could only nod with a bitter smile and accept the fact. She gently stroked the bracelet on her wrist, feeling very pleased. Du Heng hadn't become cold and distant towards her just because she rejected him. He still sincerely wanted the best for her and wanted her to be beautiful. As the saying goes, women dress to please themselves. If she insisted on returning it, it might make Du Heng sad again. Seeing that Hui Yuxuan didn't say anything about returning it, Du Heng smiled. His eyes inadvertently caught a hair clasp inside a glass display behind Hui Yuxuan, and his eyes lit up. A few minutes later, Hui Yuxuan's hair was put up, and a magnolia flower hair clasp secured her hair. This time, the charm of the cheongsam was fully revealed. Her slender figure, her curves in all the right places, her long and delicate neck, her slender waist, and her flat, toned stomach, together with her pure aura and stunning beauty, perfectly showcased what it meant to be a soft and beautiful woman. There were many men in the jewelry store who were picking out jewelry for their female companions. After seeing Hui Yuxuan, they couldn't take their eyes off her, which attracted the displeasure of their companions. Thus, a series of gasps and scolding sounds rang out inside the jewelry store. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough of me? I told you to pick out some jewelry, but you're not doing it properly. So you were looking at beautiful ladies? Good. Today I will get a cheongsam like that, and see if you'll buy me jewelry that costs thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. However, Du Hong and Hua Yuxuan didn't know anything about this. After Du Hong had paid, he left the jewelry store with Hua Yuxuan. If Hua Yuxuan's earrings hadn't been suitable for the cheongsam, Du Hong would have also chosen a pair of ruby earrings for her. However, this idea was quickly dismissed by Hua Yuxuan. She was holding his arm and refused to let him buy the earrings. Helpless, Du Hong could only accept it and was walked out of the jewelry store by Hua Yuxuan. Once they were outside, Hua Yuxuan was just about to let go of Du Heng's arm when he noticed. Hey, you're already holding on to me. Why let go? Hua Yuxuan raised her head and looked into Du Heng's eyes, who was looking at her with a mischievous grin. She lowered her head, blushing, and didn't let go of his arm. She continued strolling around on the first floor with her arm in his. Du Hong had a smug grin on his face, while Hua Yuxuan kept blushing and lowering her head. The two of them made for a beautiful and harmonious pair, attracting the curious glances of people nearby. The attention of these people made Hua Yuxuan's face turn even redder. By the end, she had almost stuck to Du Heng's arm. Yuxuan, are you tired? Hua Yuxuan did not raise her head and shook her head gently. However, Du Hong could clearly feel that she was walking with some difficulty. He glanced at the high heels she was wearing and asked, Yuxuan, are you not used to wearing high heels? Hua Yuxuan raised her head to look at Du Hong. She even had faint tear marks at the corners of her eyes. Du Hong was stunned and stopped, asking softly, what's wrong? Why are you crying? It was okay if he hadn't said it, but after he did, Hua Yuxuan felt even more wronged and couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Du Hong didn't know what to do. He looked around and noticed a place to rest and brought the crying Hua Yuxuan over to sit down. He gently patted Hua Yuxuan's back. What's wrong? Hua Yuxuan just shook her head. Her hands clenched tightly, tears falling onto her clothes. Du Hong felt very sorry for her. However, no matter what he asked, Hua Yuxuan would not say. This made him uncertain. Is it because you're angry that I made you hold on to my arm? Hua Yuxuan shook her head, sobbing. No, it's not. Du Hong scratched his head, thinking that this was a bit difficult. He looked at Hua Yuxuan's feet again, and this time he noticed the problem. Hua Yuxuan's ankles were red, and there were even faint traces of blood. Du Hong frowned, crouched down, gently lifted Hua Yuxuan's foot, took off her shoe despite her resistance. After taking a good look at the bloodstains on Hua Yuxuan's feet, he felt very sorry for her. He said softly, are your feet hurting? Hua Yuxuan did not shake her head anymore. She just sobbed softly. Du Hong shook his head and took off her other shoe, opening a shopping bag and taking out Hua Yuxuan's sneakers. He gently helped her put them on. She didn't resist. She just watched quietly as this happened. Du Hong, am I really useless? I can't even wear high heels properly. Chapter 29. A woman dresses for her beloved. Your ankles are bleeding. Why didn't you take them off if you weren't used to wearing them? Hua Yuxuan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her voice a little choked. I saw that you liked me wearing the cheongsam, so I wanted to look beautiful for you. I'm really useless. Du Hong had never imagined that this was the reason. He shook his head with a wry smile, sat next to Hua Yuxuan, naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and let her lean into his chest. He said softly, you're so silly. Woo. Hua Yuxuan threw herself into Du Heng's arms and started crying. Du Hong was at a loss for what to do. He could only pat her shoulder gently and whisper, it's okay, actually. Sneakers look really good on you too. You're beautiful no matter what, Yuxuan. You've always been beautiful in my eyes. However, these words seemed to open the floodgates. Hua Yuxuan started crying even harder, putting Du Hong in a situation where he didn't know what to do. He could only continue to whisper, okay. You won't look beautiful if you cry and smear your face. Don't you want to look beautiful for me? Woo. It had no effect at all. On the contrary, she cried even louder. Du Hong scratched his head, really wanting to find someone to ask for help on what to do in this situation, but he knew that was impossible. Fortunately, Hua Yuxuan quickly adjusted her emotions and calmed down slowly. Then, she just fell asleep in Du Heng's arms. Du Hong didn't move, gently patting Hua Yuxuan's shoulder as if he were coaxing a child to sleep. Perhaps because she had just been crying, Hui Yuxuan's eyes were a little swollen, and there were still tear marks at the corners of her eyes. However, her breathing gradually became even. After thinking about it for a while, Du Hong carefully took out a new piece of clothing from the shopping bag next to him and covered Hui Yuxuan with it, especially her arms. Hui Yuxuan murmured something, found a comfortable position, and continued to sleep. Looking at her long eyelashes, fair face, and slightly furrowed brows, he couldn't help but gently stroke her small nose, causing her eyelashes to tremble and her eyes to open slowly. Rubbing her eyes, Hui Yuxuan got out of Du Heng's arms and looked at the clothes covering her and asked softly, "How did I fall asleep? How long have I been sleeping?" Du Heng glanced at his phone and touched his nose. "You only slept for a little over 10 minutes. Oh. Rubbing her eyes again, her vision slowly became clear. There was a red mark on her face from sleeping, making her look especially adorable. It was the first time that Du Heng had seen Hui Yuxuan so tender and gentle. He laughed. "Do you want to sleep a little more?" "No, let's go back." "Okay. How are your feet now?" "It's okay. I can walk. They're just a little bit bruised." "That's good. Let's go eat first. After we eat, I'll take you home first." "Okay." After finishing dinner, he drove Hui Yuxuan back to Yulong Mansion. Du Heng still didn't ask to go upstairs, just like the last time. As Hui Yuxuan got out of the car and walked to the driver's seat, he rolled down the window and looked at her. "Go on up. I won't go with you." Hui Yuxuan was holding a lot of shopping bags. She walked a few steps before stopping, turning her head to give Du Heng a beautiful smile. "Drive carefully on the road." "Okay." After Hui Yuxuan had disappeared around the corner, Du Heng slowly let out a breath, rolled up the window, and drove away. The light drizzle was still falling, showing no signs of stopping. However, the raindrops were very small, so they didn't affect visibility. Hui Yuxuan didn't go straight up. She stood at the entrance of the staircase for a while before turning back, standing on the steps and watching the taillights of a Lamborghini slowly disappear into the distance. She stood there so serenely, ignoring the gazes of the people passing by. Love was evident in her eyes, and her lips curled up in a smile. After a soft sigh, she turned around, got in the elevator, and went home. While he was driving, Du Heng's phone suddenly lit up. He glanced at it and saw that it was a message from Hui Yuxuan. Du Heng turned on his right turn signal and slowly pulled over to the side of the road. He opened the message and saw that Hui Yuxuan had sent him a selfie, a full-body selfie of herself wearing the cheongsam. Underneath, she had also sent a message. "I didn't take a picture of the cheongsam that you like the most. Here's a picture for you." The corners of his lips curled up. In the photo, Hui Yuxuan was making a cute face, and she was also making a peace sign and putting it on her face. However, Du Heng saw that she was wearing the silver-white high heels, the ones that had caused her ankles to bleed. "Why are you wearing those shoes again?" "Because these shoes go really well with this cheongsam." "Relax, it's okay. I'm not going to walk. I'm just wearing them to take a photo for you." Then, she sent another photo. It was a photo of her bare, white feet, wearing slippers. Her toes were playfully curled up as if they were showing her mood. Du Heng smiled, and seeing Hui Yuxuan's playful toes in the picture, his mood improved. "Yuxuan, you're so pretty. Drive carefully, okay? Hurry up and go back to the dorm." "Okay." He turned on his left turn signal, joined the traffic, and continued driving towards school. Jincheng University, Dormitory Building 1, 417. When Du Heng left, his computer was still on because he was uploading a video. He hadn't set a lock screen password, so the contents of his computer were all seen by his roommates. Zhang Yang was sitting at Du Heng's seat with a serious face. Behind him were two other very serious gossipers. Zhang Yang casually opened the C drive. He didn't see any folders named Learning Materials or Du Heng's Happy Secret, and there were no Japanese action movies. He opened the D drive and saw a folder named Zhang Yang's Happy Secret. He quickly went back to the previous level after opening it, a bit embarrassed. The videos inside were from a USB that he had given Du Heng last time. At that time, Du Heng had copied it, but he hadn't changed the file name and probably hadn't watched it yet. He opened the E drive and took a look. It was very clean, with nothing inside. Zhang Yang refused to believe it. "Hey, I just don't believe it. Does Brother Du really not have any torrents or something?" Wang Chong, who was behind him, also had a disappointed expression like he hadn't eaten his fill of gossip. Hanlei pushed his glasses up and shook his head with a smile. What a pity. I was thinking that there would be some learning materials I could do some research on. Seeing that there was no gossip for them to consume, Wang Chong and Hanlei returned to their seats. Only Zhang Yang didn't give up. He casually opened the browser that was already open, and then saw Du Heng's account information and the video he had just uploaded. Holy crap! 5 million followers? Brother Du is actually so famous? What? Where are there 5 million followers? Is it Brother Du's? Yeah, Brother Du said he was a game-up creator. I thought he was just someone who was just doing it for fun. I didn't think that he was a king. Awesome. Chapter 30. The Gloomy Zhang Yang. No longer dwelling on Du Heng's follower count, Zhang Yang opened Du Heng's latest video titled, I discovered a very interesting little game, and found that the game in the video was I Wanna. The smooth gameplay and passionate background music made Zhang Yang's blood boil. He couldn't wait to download the game and have an amazing playthrough. However, the comments on the video caught his attention. After watching the Carp's video, I immediately downloaded the game, and I only beat it after dying 100 times. I seriously suspect that the creator of this game has a problem in their head. Damn, it looked so easy in the video, but I'm being tortured to the point that I'm starting to doubt my life. Hey creator, come and beat the game for me. How are these traps humanly possible? Ha 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 ha. This game is too fun, ha ha. Excuse me, the patient from the hospital has escaped. Security, come and lock him up again. Hey, grab him. Why are you grabbing me? I'm not sick, I'm the director. It's you who are sick, ha 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 ha. How dark does the creator have to be to think of these traps? Looking at all the comments filled with complaints, Zhang Yang was unconvinced. It was just about beating the game, right? He had created this game, so if he couldn't beat it, wouldn't that be a joke? He angrily went back to his seat and opened the game. Damn, how did a spike get here? When did I put a trap here? WTF, how did this billboard fall down? Did I get kicked in the head by a donkey? Damn it, I'm not playing anymore. Zhang Yang closed the game. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. In the end, he slapped himself and said with a vicious expression, Do I have a problem in my head? When Du Heng returned to the dorm, he could clearly feel a sense of resentment. Zhang Yang's clear, gloomy gaze gave him goosebumps all over his body. He walked to his seat and sat down. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to ask, What's wrong? Brother Du, why didn't you say you had 5 million followers? Du Heng was stunned. He glanced at the page on the computer screen and pieced together what had happened. It was just that they had seen the video and felt bad after seeing all the complaints about it. It's not really that big of a deal. There's nothing to say. Damn, 5 million followers. Zhang Yang immediately stood up from his seat, a mournful expression on his face. He held up 5 fingers and then pointed to himself. 5 million, 5 million. Do you know how I spent my entire afternoon? I was cursed out by 5 million people. Was it easy for me? The corners of Du Heng's lips curled up. For some reason, the more wronged Zhang Yang looked, the happier he felt. After thinking about it, he knew he shouldn't be like that. So he put on a serious face and said, Zhang Yang, this is a good thing? Huh? Brother Du, are you trying to trick me? How can this possibly be a good thing? No, Zhang Yang, you have to understand something. Many people will do whatever it takes to get famous. They will even eat orgy. You getting remembered by 5 million people is definitely a good thing. Really? Of course, there's a saying, the game will torture me 1,000 times, but I'll always love it. I Wanna may seem like it's torturing them, but if you make another new game, they will definitely be the first ones to try it. Zhang Yang felt better after hearing that. He mumbled a few words and didn't refute it. Isn't this much better and much more meaningful than the stuff you were doing before? Zhang Yang knew that Du Heng was referring to the time he was a hacker. He had a big heart, and he never held onto grudges. If he had a grudge, he'd get revenge right away. He went back to his seat, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and began to write and draw, not knowing what he was doing. Du Heng shook his head, turned around, glanced at the comments below the video, closed the browser, and opened LOL and started playing ranked. He had already chosen his hero, but he still had to wait a bit. Du Heng wasn't idle. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and after thinking for a moment, opened his chat with Hui Yuxuan and sent her a message. Can I put your photo on my photo wall? Sure, but I'm not that pretty. Why don't you just get some beautiful photos online? It's different. Oh. The corners of his lips curled up. After getting her approval, Du Hong opened his photo wall, found the photo of Hui Yuxuan blowing bubbles, put it up, and nodded in satisfaction. The game started. Du Hong bought a Doran's shield and was preparing to go out, and clicked on the position of the top lane turret, waiting for Nasu's to go over there. Just then, a phone call came in. Du Hong saw that it was a call from his mom. He was stunned for a moment before answering the call, and then, he very disgracefully went AFK. The Riven on the opposing team was constantly trying to bait him, but there was no movement from Nasu's. Guessing that Nasu's might be AFK, she decided to tower dive. Then, she was killed by the turret and Nasu's. Du Hong had auto attack on. Hello, Mom. Hey, son. Mom is calling to ask, is the photo you have on your photo wall a photo from online or a girl you like? Du Hong touched his nose. Once again, his mom had quickly noticed the change in his WeChat, which showed that this was his real mom. Her name is Hui Yuxuan. Oh. Du Hong's mom dragged out the "oh" with a huge curve, and then she beamed and continued, so, she's the girl you like? Du Hong touched his nose and nodded. Oh, that's great. Are you in a relationship with her? Not yet. I confessed my feelings today and was rejected. She said she needs some time to think about it. Huh. Du Hong's mom was stunned. She doesn't like you? That's impossible. Did you tell her that our family is very rich? Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, if I did that, wouldn't she just be a gold digger if she said yes? So, does she know that our family is rich? She knows. I drove her around in my Lamborghini to go shopping. Oh, I see. Du Hong's mom was lost in thought. After a long pause, she said, so, what is her attitude towards you? Is it just for fun? Or is it a serious relationship? Du Hong laughed. Yuxuan is a very nice person. It's just that we haven't known each other for very long, so she hasn't prepared herself yet. I'll give her time. Mom, you can just wait for me to bring her back to meet you. Okay. Mom is waiting for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Du Hong glanced at his computer. The game was still going on. His Nasu's had not moved after respawning at the fountain. The top lane turret had already been destroyed, but his teammates hadn't given up. So, Du Hong went crazy and stacked up his Q and powered up in the late game. After 40 minutes, he led his team to victory with a 5-kill streak. He took his hands off the keyboard and mouse, slowly took a breath, took out his phone, and looked at those beautiful photos of Hui Yuxuan, the corners of his lips curving up. Chapter 31. A Fleeting Opportunity. On Thursday morning, the first 2 periods were English class. Du Hong had originally planned to go with Zhang Yang to grab seats, but before they even reached the classroom, he received a message from Hui Yuxuan. We've saved seats for you guys. Come quickly. He quickly replied with, okay, we're on our way. As soon as they entered the classroom, they spotted Hui Yuxuan sitting by the back window and Hu Ling in front of her, both chatting away. Hu Ling noticed Du Hong and subtly nudged Hui Yuxuan, who turned around. When she saw who it was, a captivating smile blossomed on her face. Du Hong walked straight to Hui Yuxuan and stood beside her, briefly pausing to take in her attire. Hui Yuxuan was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with denim shorts and the same white sneakers she had on yesterday. Meanwhile, Du Hong was also sporting a white t-shirt, jeans, and white casual shoes. And surprisingly, their shirts had the exact same design. Hui Yuxuan sat by the window, and Du Hong naturally took the seat next to her. Zhang Yang sat beside Hu Ling, both of them having subtly arranged for Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan to sit together. Hu Ling glanced at Du Hong's clothes a few times and nudged Hui Yuxuan, playfully teasing, still saying you're not a couple? You're even wearing matching outfits. Hui Yuxuan finally realized it and giggled, covering her mouth. It's just a coincidence. Du Hong chuckled. I think it's more like we're in sync. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Look at him. When did you get so perceptive, Yuxuan? Hui Yuxuan didn't respond, instead gently pinching Du Hong's thigh, causing him to wince in pain, though he didn't make a sound. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Hu Ling chuckled and playfully raised her eyebrows, thoroughly amused, causing Hui Yuxuan's face to flush red. Putting an end to the teasing, Hu Ling turned to her phone, leaving the two behind to their own devices. Is your foot all right? Hui Yuxuan shook her head slightly. It's fine, just a minor scratch. That's good. Du-hung nodded, noticing she had other textbooks and curiously asked, Aren't you supposed to have PE for the next 2 periods? I do, why? Then why did you bring these textbooks? Because I have homework due this afternoon, but I had too much fun yesterday with you and ended up falling asleep right after taking a shower, so I didn't finish it. Du-hung shrugged innocently. Well, I guess it's my fault. Hui Yuxuan giggled, waving her hand dismissively. It's fine. I can finish it during English class. There's not that much of it anyway. Then go ahead and work on it. Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile, picked up her pen, and flipped open her book. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and began to work diligently. Watching the focused Hui Yuxuan, Du-hung didn't want to disturb her. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone and started playing a game. He needed to gather material for his next video. Soon, more people filled the classroom. But since it was an elective class, the room wasn't full. The students formed small groups, huddling in various corners. The bell rang, and the English teacher walked into the classroom right on time. She placed her textbook on the podium, turned on the projector, and started the lesson, not really caring whether the students were listening or not. It didn't really matter. Most of them were fresh out of high school, and Jincheng University was a prestigious university. Those who got in weren't likely to have weak English, unless they were extremely poor in that subject. And if they were poor and didn't try to improve, well, there was nothing she could do. The class flew by. Hui Yuxuan had finished her homework early in the lesson. University assignments were light, especially at the start of the semester when they were only covering basic introductory material. After finishing her work, Hui Yuxuan had been watching Du-hung play games, not making a sound, until the bell rang and Du-hung paused his game and looked at her. Did Zhang Yang create this game too? Du-hung smiled and shook his head. No, but this mobile game is quite famous. It's called Soul Knight. It's pretty fun. Several fans recommended it, so I'm just giving it a try. Hui Yuxuan nodded, pretending to understand. You seem really good at it. Will you make a career out of it? Du-hung was caught off guard. He'd never really thought about it seriously. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, before saying, I don't have any long-term plans right now. The family business is there. If I start my own thing, no one will inherit it. But when I settle down, I'll prioritize family, business, and all that can be delegated to other people. Hui Yuxuan nodded. Given Du-heng's background, he didn't need to worry too much. He wasn't loafing around. Becoming a popular content creator with 5 million followers because of games was already quite impressive. There were countless people in the world who would never reach his level, who would never be remembered by so many. What about you, Yuxuan? What are your plans for the future? Me. Hui Yuxuan rested her chin on her hands and pondered. I used to want to be a writer, but later I wanted to travel the world and be a photographer. What about now? Hui Yuxuan stuck out her tongue and shrank back. I don't have any long-term plans right now. I just want to graduate and then have the person I love take me around the world. Du-hung nodded thoughtfully, looking intently into Hui Yuxuan's eyes. If I become the person you love, then I will definitely take you around the world to see all of its beauty. Hui Yuxuan blushed and lowered her head, nodding softly. Du-heng's heart leapt with joy. He leaned closer to Hui Yuxuan and whispered, My mom knows I like you. She's waiting for me to bring you home. Hui Yuxuan's face turned even redder. She lowered her head, not daring to speak. Yesterday, she had just rejected Du-hung, and if she were to hurt him again, their relationship might become strained, which was what she didn't want. She bit her lip. Maybe she should just agree. She hadn't agreed just because she hadn't known him long, but she was starting to really like Du-hung. Du-hung, Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang, and the courage Hui Yuxuan had just gathered vanished instantly, her mind going blank. What's wrong, Yuxuan? Nothing. With a soft sigh, Hui Yuxuan lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light. Give me a little more time. Du-hung chuckled and nodded. No problem. Chapter 32. Teaching Hui Yuxuan to shoot hoops. After English class, Du-hung and Hui Yuxuan walked together towards the South Gymnasium, while Zhang Yang followed behind them, looking dejected. He had always imagined he'd be walking shoulder to shoulder with Du-hung. Zhang Yang. So, Du-ji doesn't love me anymore. Du-hung, in the last PE class, you completely captivated all the girls in the volleyball class. Are you planning on doing more dunks today? The slightly probing tone made Du Hong feel a bit guilty, but the jealousy in Hui Yuxuan's voice made his lips curl into a smile. I captivated them? What about you? Were you captivated too? Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes, refusing to answer. Looking at the jealous Hui Yuxuan, Du Hong thought for a moment and then chuckled. No more dunks. I've already achieved my goal. Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes again and turned her head away, ignoring him. Actually, Hui Yuxuan was thinking too much. After the last basketball class, Du Hong had invited her out to dinner in front of everyone. The meaning was obvious. Other girls weren't stupid. Even if they wanted to try, they'd probably give up after seeing how beautiful Hui Yuxuan was. She simply outshined them in every way: appearance, figure, and charm. How could they compete? The bell rang, and Du Hong and Zhang Yang joined the basketball class lineup. Du Hong felt a resentful gaze occasionally directed at him. He looked over to see Zhang Yang's slightly irritating face. Du Ji, you don't love me anymore. What are you talking about? When did I ever love you? You did. Bullshit. You did. We even used to play games together. And now you have a girlfriend. You played by yourself last night. You didn't even ask me to join. Anyone with a little self-awareness would know why he didn't ask him. It was fun for him when he played Yasuo, but his teammates were suffering. Rubbing his chin, Du Hong laughed. It's okay. Hanlei still loves you. Go find him. You'll get double the fun when you play together. That's right. Yasuo and Garen together were indeed double the fun, or double the suffering. Hey, that makes sense. No, Hanlei has been studying nonstop lately. He'll become a bookworm if this goes on. I'm going to find him for a game at noon. Du Hong secretly wiped away sweat and apologized to Hanlei in his heart. He was the one who hurt him, but he didn't feel any regret. How annoying. The team dispersed to warm up. Du Heng's eyes inadvertently kept glancing in the direction of the volleyball class and Hui Yuxuan, who returned with a beautiful eye roll and several other girls giving him heated looks. When they dispersed, Du Hong didn't join any team to play. Instead, he walked towards Hui Yuxuan, who was bouncing a ball. When Hui Yuxuan saw Du Hong walking towards her, she intentionally bounced the ball his way. Du Hong caught it and laughed. Hey beautiful, would you be interested in playing some basketball with me? Hui Yuxuan's eyes lit up. Before she could even reply, the girls nearby nodded, wishing they could replace her and play with Du Hong. But I don't know how to play basketball. Du Hong smiled. That was exactly what he wanted. It's okay. I can teach you. Hui Yuxuan hesitated slightly and then nodded. They went to an empty basketball court and picked up a ball lying nearby. Hui Yuxuan surprisingly could dribble the ball quite well. Well, at least better than Zhang Yang. You do know how. Dribbling isn't hard. We can dribble the volleyball too. Du Hong touched his nose. That was probably right. Can you shoot a hoop then? Hui Yuxuan shook her head, held the ball, aimed at the hoop, and tossed it. The ball didn't even reach the hoop, a classic air ball. Ha 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 ha. Du Hong laughed happily, causing Hui Yuxuan to glare at him before running to get the ball. When she came back, Du Hong went to her. He took the ball and demonstrated a standard shooting stance, and then handed the ball to her. Hui Yuxuan took the ball, copied Du Heng's stance, and released the ball. The ball went a meter up. The arc was perfect, but it landed short, right at her feet. Ha 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 ha. Du Hong burst into laughter again. Hui Yuxuan blushed and glared at him, not wanting to give up, and picked up the ball to try again. But this time, a warm embrace wrapped around her. A pair of strong hands gently supported her hands. Du Heng's breath tickled her face, causing her face to instantly flush red. Her ears felt hot and her heart raced. Du Hong showed Hui Yuxuan a standard shooting stance with a serious look. He then whispered in her ear, "Try another one." His breath tickled Hui Yuxuan's hot ears. She started breathing faster. Her eyes glazed over. She threw the ball up, only to have it fall to the ground, not even as far as the last time. Du Hong shook his head and went to pick up the ball. When he came back, he found Hui Yuxuan sitting on the grass beside the court, her face buried in her arms. What's wrong, Yuxuan? Are you not feeling well? Hui Yuxuan didn't respond, only shook her head gently. Du Hong scratched his head and sat down next to her. He placed the ball beside him and looked at Hui Yuxuan. He finally noticed that her ears were glowing red. Are you embarrassed? Himph. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Hurry up and lift your head. Everyone is watching you. Hui Yuxuan quickly lifted her head but didn't see anyone looking at them. Knowing she was tricked, she smacked Du Heng's arm in anger. You're so mean. Am I? Even though he had been hit, Du Heng grinned. No way. I was just teaching you how to shoot a hoop. Were you thinking something else? Du Heng's teasing successfully provoked Hui Yuxuan. She started to pound his arm with her small fists, hitting him lightly while saying angrily, You did it on purpose. You must have done it on purpose. Du Heng chuckled, accepting her harmless pounding. He then pointed to his shoulder and said, Come on, hit me here too. I've been carrying your shopping bags around lately and my shoulders are sore. It's a pity no one's giving me a massage. Hui Yuxuan's small hands stopped in midair. She blinked her big eyes, her face flushed, and sat behind Du Heng. She stretched out her small hands and began to massage his shoulders. Oh, yeah, that's right. Use a little more strength. Oh yeah, that feels great. Ouch. Hui Yuxuan pinched his shoulder hard. It was painful, causing Du Heng to grimace and suck in air. But he was also engulfed by the slightly cool, yet incredibly soft, touch of Hui Yuxuan's small hands. Du Heng, thank you. Chapter 33. The Sagittarius Meteor Shower. Yuxuan, are you free this weekend? Yeah, why? Hui Yuxuan's small hands were gently massaging Du Heng's shoulders, occasionally lightly pounding. Although she didn't use much force, it felt great. I want to take you to the zoo. Will you come? Sure. Then it's settled. Okay. After basketball class, Du Heng wanted to invite Hui Yuxuan out for dinner, but she declined. My grandfather wants to take me out for lunch. I already promised him. Du Heng nodded with a smile. It's okay, maybe next time. After saying goodbye to Hui Yuxuan, he went with Zhang Yang to eat lunch. Then he went back to his dorm. As soon as they were inside, Zhang Yang excitedly pulled Han Lei into a game. The poor Han Lei didn't know that Du Heng was the reason he was suffering. They began their match of chicken fighting and hurting each other. What the hell? Han Lei, why aren't you helping me at mid lane? They're already diving the tower. I'm playing Jungle Ashe. I could use my ULT to assist, but it got dodged. What could I do? Then why the hell are you using Ashe's jungle? If not Ashe, then Garen? Surely, not Jungle Sona, right? So you know that playing Sona is not a good choice? But is Ashe a good one though? Zhang Yang started to suspect that Du Heng was trying to make him suffer. What was Du Heng doing now? He was reading the news. The Sagittarius meteor shower will be visible in the night sky on Saturday at 9 p.m. Du Heng's eyes grew brighter. He rubbed his chin, thinking. He was planning to invite Hui Yuxuan to watch the meteor shower. Yangzi, please ask for a leave of absence for me this afternoon. I have to go out. Huh? Duji, have you gone crazy? That's a major class. The teacher is so strict. You dare skip? Du Heng grinned and moved behind Zhang Yang, who was now suffering. He patted his shoulder and whispered, Yangzi, how do you think I treat you? Zhang Yang shrank back, feeling goosebumps all over his body. So-so. Gulp. Huh? Just so-so? Very good. Gulp. Duji, just get to the point. I'm scared. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Say it. The teacher really likes you, so you are going to ask for a leave of absence for me in class this afternoon. If the teacher says no, you go. Find him after class and tell him you'd like to work on a project with him. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Just help me out this time. Du Heng drove to the mall and entered a jewelry store. He purchased a simple necklace. As he paid, he asked the store clerk, Where can I buy small decorative lights? The kind you can hang on trees? The store clerk recognized Du Heng. After all, he had just spent a lot of money buying a jade bracelet for Hui Yuxuan and a magnolia hairpin. Sir, are you going to confess to that beauty? Du Heng nodded with a smile. The store clerk hesitated and called over the store manager. After explaining the situation, the store manager walked over with a smile. You want small decorative lights to hang on trees? To propose? Yes. You're lucky. We just finished our store anniversary event a few days ago. We have that in our warehouse. You can have them. No need to buy. Just a thank you to our customers who purchase so many jewelry items. Du Heng's lips curled into a smile. Thanks. The store manager's smile widened. Just patronize our store more often in the future. I wish you success in winning her heart. Next time, I hope you two come here as a couple. Then I will represent our store to send you a small gift. Ha 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 ha. Then I'll take that as a good omen. I'm definitely getting this gift. On Saturday morning, Du-hung woke up early, changed into clean and fresh clothes, shaved, and washed his hair before leaving the dorm. Yuxuan, I'm here. Get ready to go. I've been ready for a long time, just waiting for you. Okay. As Du-hung drove up to Royal Mansion, he spotted Hui Yuxuan standing there, looking beautiful. She was occasionally glancing at the cars passing by. Hui Yuxuan was wearing a long navy blue dress today. It was mature and elegant, accented with a pair of gold drop earrings. However, she was wearing black and white platform sandals instead of high heels. It was obvious that she was not used to wearing high heels. The cool matte black Lamborghini instantly attracted a lot of attention. After all, such supercars were not common. Hui Yuxuan also noticed it, but she wasn't so sure, as many people in Jincheng could afford a Lamborghini. It didn't necessarily mean it was Du-hung. However, the Lamborghini drove directly up to her and stopped. The window rolled down, revealing a face she couldn't stop thinking about. Du-hung smiled and waved. Yuxuan, get in. Hui Yuxuan smiled, a warm and bright smile. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, nodded, and walked to the passenger side. She slipped into the scissor door Du-hung had opened. A fragrant breeze swept into the car as the scissor door automatically closed, and then the window. Du-hung looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was smiling gently, and laughed. Yuxuan, you're so beautiful. Hui Yuxuan gave Du-hung a playful glare. That's all you ever say. Du-hung touched his nose and laughed. It's the truth. It's the most straightforward way to say it. With a tap of the gas pedal, the Lamborghini drove away, towards the zoo. Half an hour later, the Lamborghini arrived at the zoo in Jincheng's eastern suburbs. After parking, he led Hui Yuxuan to buy tickets and enter the park. The weather today was quite nice. It was cloudy with a gentle breeze, so it was pretty cool, a good day for an outing. However, as soon as they entered the park, a foul odor hit them. There was no escaping it. With the breeze, the smell seemed to burrow into their lungs. Du-hung almost threw up from the smell. Hui Yuxuan also covered her nose and lightly frowned, muttering, "Ugh, it smells awful. That's where the horses are. It must be the smell of manure. Let's quickly go inside. It'll smell better when we get to a more open area." They dashed through the passageway at the entrance. They took a deep breath to feel better. Phew, I almost suffocated. Hui Yuxuan waved her small hand, looked at a nearby fence, and smiled. Du-hung, look, so cute. Du-hung looked and grinned. Alpacas. That's right. The animals Hui Yuxuan mentioned were alpacas, also known as grass mud horses. They were adorable, arrogant, with their half-open eyes, looking like they didn't like anyone. Oh, so this is an alpaca? Oh, they're so cute. Let's go closer, Du-hung. I want to take pictures of them. Okay. Chapter 34, A Peacock's Display. After seeing the alpacas, they continued to walk inside. They saw lions, tigers, monkeys, and squirrels. All along the way, Hui Yuxuan was very curious, looking left and right, and occasionally taking pictures with her phone. They were also lucky enough to see pandas, but unfortunately, the pandas only came out for a stroll before retreating into their air-conditioned room. That's right, air-conditioned room. Many people were crowded around the fence ahead. Inside the fence, a group of peacocks, including a white peacock, was very popular. However, these peacocks didn't want to show their feathers. No matter what the onlookers did or said, even some people were dancing there, and some women were posing to see the peacocks display their feathers. However, the peacocks seemed to be determined. Other than cawing, they just walked around and had no intention of opening their feathers. Just when everyone was disappointed, the peacocks suddenly walked in one direction. Cawing and opening their tails, beautiful peacock displays appeared one after another, stunning everyone. Wow, look, they're opening their feathers. All of them. So beautiful. That's strange. They wouldn't open their feathers. Why now? They must be trying to attract mates. Something must have attracted them. Judging by that direction, it should be the girl in the long navy blue dress. In ancient times, there were beauties who could cause fish to sink, birds to fall, the moon to hide, and flowers to feel shame. Now, the peacocks open their feathers to win the smile of a beautiful woman. How marvelous. That's right. Only the male peacocks could display their feathers. They did it to find mates. The direction they were attracted to was where Hui Yuxuan and Du Hong were standing. Hui Yuxuan saw the peacocks before she even came close. The colorful peacocks looked so beautiful, making her smile happily. Du Hong grinned, using his phone to take a full video of this scene. He then looked at the video on his phone and smiled with satisfaction. After putting his phone away, he turned to Hui Yuxuan with a smile. See? Even these peacocks know to try to please you. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and laughed softly. They're not necessarily trying to show their feathers for me. Maybe they're doing it for you? That was actually possible. Du Hong touched his nose awkwardly. If it was really because of him, it would mean that the peacocks were trying to court him? He didn't dwell on it anymore and kept Hui Yuxuan company for a little while before heading to another area. Yuxuan, are you busy tonight? No, why? I want to take you somewhere, but it might be a little late. Where are we going? It's a secret for now. I'll take you there tonight, and you will see. Hui Yuxuan gave Du Hong a deep look and then nodded gently. She believed Du Hong wasn't planning to take her to a hotel or do anything out of line. Du Hong grinned at her answer. As long as Hui Yuxuan agreed, then he had already succeeded halfway. But now was not the time to rush. When it was noon, Du Hong rubbed his belly, feeling a bit hungry. He turned to look at Hui Yuxuan, who was already sweating. Yuxuan, are you hungry? Hui Yuxuan nodded slightly. I'm already starving. There doesn't seem to be a place to eat in the zoo, so let's just buy some snacks and food to fill our stomachs there. He brought Hui Yuxuan to a small convenience store nearby. They bought 2 corn cobs, 2 sausages, and 2 cold drinks. They sat down at a table where no one was around. There were more and more people coming into the park, many parents with their children. There were more people walking on the road, and soon the tables at the small convenience store were not enough. A young woman with a little girl bought 2 sausages and wanted to sit down to rest, but after looking around, she couldn't find a suitable place. The woman saw that there were 2 empty seats at Du Hong's table, so she walked over and asked softly, "Excuse me, can we sit here?" Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile. "No one is sitting there, please sit down." "Thank you, sister." Before the woman could speak, the little girl smiled and thanked them. Her smile was so genuine, and a pair of dimples appeared on her face. After the woman and the little girl sat down, the little girl quickly finished her sausage, and then she curiously looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was slowly eating the corn cob. Hui Yuxuan felt a little embarrassed and tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ear. She looked at the little girl and smiled. "Little girl, why are you looking at me?" The little girl smiled sweetly, her pair of dimples looking especially cute. "Sister, you are so pretty. You're the prettiest girl I've ever seen, other than my mom." "Thank you. You are very cute too." Hui Yuxuan smiled happily. Children are innocent. The little girl didn't have any bad intentions. She just thought Hui Yuxuan was beautiful, so she said so. After thinking for a moment, Hui Yuxuan opened her bag. She pulled out a milk candy and gave it to the little girl. "Here, have it. It's very sweet." The little girl hesitated for a moment, then looked at her mother. After seeing her mother not objecting, she giggled, took the milk candy, opened it, and put it in her mouth. Then she smiled sweetly, her eyes narrowed, with a pair of dimples on her face. She was extremely adorable. So sweet. Thank you, sister." Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile. "Little girl, grow up healthy and happy, and become a beautiful older sister in the future. Okay, I will listen to my mom, eat lots of vegetables, and become as beautiful as you in the future." Her mother touched her head with a smile that was filled with love. Hui Yuxuan was a bit envious. She looked at Du Hong, who was still struggling with his corn cob, and her eyes narrowed and her lips formed a smile. They rested for a while longer. After finishing the corn cobs and sausages, they stood up and said goodbye to the woman and little girl before continuing to walk into the park. They went up a suspension bridge and stood on the edge. There were many people taking pictures there. "Du Hong, if we have children in the future, would you prefer a boy or a girl?" Du Hong was stunned. He didn't know why Hui Yuxuan suddenly asked him that question, but that didn't stop him from answering. He rubbed his chin and thought about it for a while. "I like both boys and girls, but if I had to choose, I want a set of twins, so they'll have a companion, and they can grow up happily." Hui Yuxuan nodded. Her face flushed as she lowered her head. This scene was extremely warm. It was nighttime. At 6 p.m., when the zoo was closed, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan left. They were sitting in a gazebo to rest until dusk when they began to walk out. Yuxuan, let's have dinner first, and then after dinner, I'll take you to that place. Okay. Chapter 35. Another confession. Teacher, I've thought it over. I'll follow you on the project. Oh, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Good, ha. Don't worry, you won't lose out following me. I'll save you a spot for the graduate program recommendation. Zhang Yang scratched his head with a smile. Teacher, Duji really did have something to do. It wasn't like he skipped class intentionally. Oh, is that so? What was the reason he asked for leave? He said he wasn't feeling well when he woke up this morning. He's probably at the hospital right now. The teacher looked at Zhang Yang deeply for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. So you're here to plead for him? Selling yourself to plead for him? Teacher, I'm not selling myself, though Duji did do a lot of persuasion. But I also feel that it's not a good idea to just keep playing games, so mixing with you has my own agenda as well. The teacher nodded with a smile. All right, I know. Your friend, Duji, had a health issue and has requested a leave. I approve. I'll let him off the hook this time. But this is only once. Don't let it happen again. Haha. Thank you, teacher. Okay. But following my project doesn't mean you'll be stuck in an office. You'll just get tasks when there are projects. We'll have online meetings, then you can do your work and upload the code to the Git code management platform. Zhang Yang nodded. Okay, teacher. Can I go back now? Go on. Back at his seat, Wang Chang couldn't wait and curiously asked, how did it go? What did the teacher say? Zhang Yang shrugged. The teacher really likes me, so Duji is off the hook this time. But I sacrificed so much, so if Duji really ends up with that Hui Yuxuan, he has to treat us to a meal, right? For sure. Hee. Then let's wait for Duji's good news. Where are you taking me? After they finished dinner at the mall, Du Heng drove Hui Yuxuan towards the suburbs. As she saw the houses on both sides of the road getting sparse, even the streetlights were sporadic, she realized they were already at the edge of the city. You'll find out when we get there. Trust me. Hui Yuxuan nodded. She wasn't scared. She had a general understanding of Du Heng's personality these past few days. She was sure he was taking her somewhere to see something. It was getting darker. It was already 8 p.m. But as they went further away from the city, there were more cars on the road. Du Heng stopped the car under a hill and led Hui Yuxuan out. They began to walk up the hill. There were many camping tents on the hill. Many people were waiting for the meteor shower. Hui Yuxuan was thoughtful. She had a general idea of what was happening, and when she passed by a tent and overheard a conversation between a couple, it confirmed her guess. Honey, will we be able to see the meteor shower tonight? There are so many clouds in the sky. Don't worry. Experts said that tonight's meteor shower is a super large one that happens only once every 100 years. It'll last for a long time. We might only see it once in our lifetimes. Oh, then we must take pictures of it and show it to our children when they're born. Hui Yuxuan's eyes curved into a smile. She looked at Du Heng, who was leading the way. Her smile became very gentle. She no longer had any resistance and silently followed behind him, walking towards the other side of the hill. At 8:45, Du Heng finally stopped under a large tree, slightly out of breath. He looked at Hui Yuxuan's flushed face, using the moonlight and starlight. Her eyes were very bright, and she was staring at Du Heng, afraid of losing him. He waved his hand, leading Hui Yuxuan to sit down on the ground. Du Heng smiled. I think you already guessed what I'm taking you here to see. There was a gentle breeze on the hill, and even though there were many clouds in the sky, the starlight could be seen clearly. The dim environment helped relax a person's body and mind. There were also insects chirping. Although there were some mosquitoes, they couldn't disrupt the mood they were in. Hui Yuxuan looked up at the sky. Her smile became even gentler. I guessed it. You're taking me to see the meteor shower. Du Heng shrugged. Yeah, I thought you would be too scared to come. No, I trust you. Du Heng touched his nose, slightly touched. Just at that moment, a meteor flew across the sky, leaving behind a long tail. The campers on the hill cheered excitedly. Hui Yuxuan pointed to the sky with her finger and laughed. Look, a meteor. Du Heng looked up, but the meteor was gone quickly. He didn't see it, but it didn't matter. The meteor shower was going to last for a long time. He would see it. They didn't speak. They looked up silently, waiting for the meteor shower to come. Du-hong felt that his neck was sore, so he leaned back and lay down, placing his hands under his head as he looked up at the sky. Hui Yuxuan hesitated for a moment and also laid down. Her large bright eyes were trembling in the night. At 9:01, the meteor shower arrived. Streaks of fleeting bright light flashed across the sky from time to time. Although brief, they were extremely beautiful. The hill burst into cheers once more. Hui Yuxuan pointed to the sky and yelled excitedly, "Du-hong, look, the meteor shower has started." Du-heng's lips curled into a smile. Without disturbing Hui Yuxuan, he quietly got up, ran under the tree, found the switch for the lights he had set up during the day, and flipped it. The tree was lit up. Although it wasn't enough to illuminate the entire hillside, it added a unique beauty to the night. Hui Yuxuan was attracted by the light. She saw a figure slowly walking from under the tree. She got up from the ground and squinted as she looked at him. Du-hong walked straight up to Hui Yuxuan, whose eyes were glazed over. His lips curled into a smile as he said deeply, "Yuxuan, will you be my girlfriend?" Hui Yuxuan stared blankly at Du-hong. She noticed that there were scratches on his arm, and when Du-hong lifted his hand to take out a necklace, she saw a bandage on his wrist. He told her he scratched it by accident when they were having dinner. Now, it must have been when he was setting up the lights that he got scratched by the branches. Her heart trembled. Hui Yuxuan pursed her lips, and tears streamed down her face. She threw herself into Du-heng's arms, crying loudly. Du-hong was at a loss for what to do. He stood there stiffly, holding the necklace, not knowing if Hui Yuxuan had agreed or not. "Du-hong, do you know? I've always liked you. The only reason I rejected you was that we hadn't known each other long enough. I didn't understand you enough, nor did I know if I was capable of being your girlfriend." "Then what about now?" "Meteors are short, but beautiful. Although we haven't been together long, it's like a meteor to me, unforgettable." Chapter 36, Camping. "So you agreed?" Du-hong was a bit anxious. Hui Yuxuan talked for a long time but didn't get straight to the point. Hui Yuxuan nodded softly in Du-heng's arms. She finally stopped crying. "I'm sorry, Du-hong, for making you wait so long. I agree. I'll be your girlfriend. I want you to be my boyfriend. I want to be with you." "Really?" "Yeah." "Ha ha ha ha. Great." Du-hong was laughing happily. Hui Yuxuan raised her head and looked at him, her eyes filled with love that made Du-heng's heart melt. Hui Yuxuan remained silent, just staring at Du-heng's face, as if trying to remember this moment and never forget it. Du-hong hesitated, then lowered his head and kissed Hui Yuxuan's red lips. She didn't resist. She closed her eyes, quietly feeling the warmth of his lips. After a long time, they separated. Du-hong held Hui Yuxuan's shoulders and smiled. "If you agreed last time, we'd be watching the meteor shower as a couple. It's not too late now." Du-heng's lips curled into a smile. He was getting teased by Hui Yuxuan. He suddenly remembered something. He raised his left hand and held out the necklace. "Yuxuan, this is for you." Hui Yuxuan didn't refuse. She nodded gently, her bright eyes staring at Du-hong. Her face flushed as she said, "Du-hong, help me put it on." "That's what I intend to do." He wrapped his arms around Hui Yuxuan's slender neck. His face was touching hers. He smelled her sweet fragrance. After some fumbling, he put on the necklace. Hui Yuxuan was red in the face as Du-heng's breath tickled her ear. By the time Du-hong put the necklace on, her eyes were already filled with love. "Hung." Du-heng's eyes lit up. Hui Yuxuan's change in how she called him made his heart flutter. He looked at Hui Yuxuan with a smile. "What's wrong?" Hui Yuxuan lowered her head. Her face flushed. "I like you." Du-hong grinned and pulled Hui Yuxuan into his arms. Under the illumination of the colored lights, their shadows flickered under the heart-shaped light. "I know, because I like you too." "Oh." Suddenly, a group of people appeared out of nowhere and began to cheer, surrounding the big tree and applauding. They had noticed this side when the light was turned on, but they didn't disturb them as they witnessed Du-heng's confession. Now that the two had confirmed their relationship, they ran out to watch and cheer. Hui Yuxuan's face was flushed. She buried her head in Du-heng's arms. Du-hong laughed and patted her back, nodding to the people around them. When the crowd dispersed, Du-hong turned off the lights on the tree. The lights would affect the view of the meteor shower. Now that he had successfully confessed, they had served their purpose. Hui Yuxuan thought that Du Hong would bring her to the grass to continue watching the meteor shower. But Du Hong smiled mysteriously and tapped her nose playfully. Let's camp here tonight. Hui Yuxuan blinked her eyes. She was a bit tempted. But looking at the surroundings, it would be cold if they stayed here for too long. But we don't have a tent. Du Hong grinned and snapped his right fingers. Soon, a group of people who had been waiting nearby rushed over without saying anything. Young master. The one in the lead was very respectful. Thank you, Uncle Wang, for waiting until now. It's my pleasure to serve you, young master. Seeing that the young master and this beautiful lady have become a couple, I don't feel tired at all, ha 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 ha. Thank you. Hui Yuxuan stared with wide eyes at the people who were rushing around. She blinked a couple times and looked at Du Hong. You had them here already? Yeah. What if you said no? I believe you knew I would say yes. Hui Yuxuan glared at Du Hong playfully and then watched as 2 tents were quickly set up. Why 2 tents? That was obvious. They had just started dating. It wasn't like they were going to sleep together right away. Du Hong was very considerate. He understood their relationship perfectly. He wouldn't do anything to make Hui Yuxuan uncomfortable. It was precisely Du Heng's consideration for Hui Yuxuan that won her heart. It was one of the reasons why they were now a couple. In about 10 minutes, the tents were up. Uncle Wang walked up to Du Hong respectfully. Young master, it's done. Thank you for your hard work. Go back now. It's quite cold here. All right, young master. Please stay safe here. After his men left, Du Hong smiled and pointed to the 2 tents. Yuxuan, pick one. If you pick the wrong one, you'll have to sleep with me tonight. Hui Yuxuan was amused by Du Hong. The 2 tents, one was dark blue and the other was pink. Although they weren't that obvious in the night, Hui Yuxuan wasn't blind. She didn't say anything. She opened the pink tent and went inside. Du Hong shook his head with a smile and went into the dark blue tent. He took off his shoes, closed the curtains, and lay down. The light turned on in Hui Yuxuan's tent. Since they had prepared it, everything was well prepared. Hui Yuxuan was surprised to see mosquito repellent, sleeping bags, quilts, a small nightlight, a large-capacity power bank, and a multi-use charging cable next to the power bank. She glanced at the direction of Du Heng's tent. There was no light and no sound. Hui Yuxuan turned off the small night light and lay down quietly. She looked at the bright moon in the sky and the occasional meteors, her lips curled into a smile full of love. Hong, are you happy? Of course I am happy. Aren't you happy, Yuxuan? Happy. Very happy. The time I've spent with you is the happiest time of my life. Before Du Hong could say anything, Hui Yuxuan continued. You're always thinking about me, always making me happy. I really, really like you. As she spoke, Hui Yuxuan choked up again. Her eyes were filled with tears. She bit her lips and turned to look in the direction of Du Heng's tent. Although she couldn't see Du Hong, she felt a sense of security just knowing he was right beside her. Squeak! Her tent curtain was pulled open gently. Someone slipped inside. The person didn't say anything. They closed the curtain and lay down. They hugged her from behind and gently whispered into her ear. Okay, don't cry anymore. You have to smile from now on. Don't cry, okay? If you're happy, you have to smile. Okay. Hui Yuxuan nodded hard. She turned around and slipped into Du Heng's arms. She looked up, her large eyes staring at Du Hong in the darkness. After some hesitation, she took the initiative and leaned closer, gently touching Du Heng's lips. Chapter 37. Anxious Parents. After they cuddled for a while, Hui Yuxuan finally stopped crying. She turned back around and nestled into Du Heng's arms like a docile cat. In order to not make things difficult for Hui Yuxuan, Du Hong wanted to get up and return to his own tent after comforting her. But his hand was grabbed by a small hand before he could move away from her waist. Du Hong paused. He hesitated, then didn't move. He just held Hui Yuxuan silently, listening to the sounds of the insects outside. Soon, he heard Hui Yuxuan's breathing gradually even out. She fell asleep in his arms. She was sleeping soundly, with a sweet smile on her lips. In her dreams, Du Hong was flying a kite with her. They took many pictures, and in each of them, she was smiling sweetly. Du Hong was a bit distressed. Sleeping in this position wasn't comfortable, and in order to not make Hui Yuxuan think too much, he only dared to put his hand on her waist, not moving it. Hui Yuxuan was 5'7", and nestled in his arms. He couldn't even bend his legs, because if he did, Hui Yuxuan would be sitting on his legs. Sigh, this was difficult. Du Hong could only stare blankly in the darkness. He couldn't sleep mainly because his posture was uncomfortable. He also couldn't sleep because of the scent of the beauty in his arms. Helpless, he picked up his phone, only to find that it was dead. He could charge it. The power bank was right next to him. But the power bank was behind him, and his arm was being used as a pillow by Hui Yuxuan. He couldn't reach it. Sigh. This is too difficult. He sighed silently. Du Hong pinched his cheek. He was feeling sleepy, but couldn't sleep until it was bright outside. He finally fell asleep less than an hour before sunrise. The first ray of sunlight shone on the earth. The surrounding grass was covered with dew. The campers on the hill were starting to dismantle their tents and leave. But Du Hong had just fallen asleep less than an hour ago. Hui Yuxuan was awakened by the light. Her eyelashes fluttered. She opened her sleepy eyes slowly. The warm embrace was still behind her. She was still covered with the space blanket Du Hong had gently put on her last night. Feeling her lover's even breath behind her, Hui Yuxuan turned over gently. Her gentle eyes looked at the sleeping Du Hong. She couldn't hide her smile. Good morning, my love. Without waking Du Hong, Hui Yuxuan saw Du Heng's eye bags and the dark circles forming around his eyes. After thinking for a moment, she knew what had happened. She picked up her phone to check the time, but the more than a dozen missed calls on the phone instantly woke her up. The calls were all from her mother. There were 2 at 9 p.m., 2 at 10 p.m., 2 at 11 p.m., 2 at midnight, 2 at 1 a.m., and 2 more just now. She hadn't received any of them, because her phone was on silent last night, and she hadn't checked it after that. Her mother must have been frantic to call 2 times at 1 a.m. She usually never calls her this late. She shrunk back. Hui Yuxuan carefully got up, opened the tent, and went outside. She put on her shoes, stepped onto the wet grass, and walked to the only open space under the tree to call her mother. The call was answered almost instantly. As soon as she answered, her mother's anxious voice came through. Yuxuan, where are you? Oh my, why didn't you answer your mother's calls for so long? Do you know how worried I was? Hui Yuxuan felt guilty. I'm at the apartment. My phone died at 9 p.m. last night. I fell asleep and didn't charge it. I just woke up, charged my phone, and saw the missed calls. I'm sorry, Mom. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before she spoke slowly. You said you're at the apartment? Yes, what's wrong, Mom? Nothing. It's good that you're okay. After she hung up, Hui Yuxuan sighed with relief. When she turned around, she was startled. Du Hong was standing behind her, looking at her with a smile. She patted her chest. Why are you standing here without making a sound? Did you want to scare me to death? Du Hong was looking tired, with his dark eye circles. He touched his nose and smiled. I woke up and didn't see you in the tent, so I came out to see. I just arrived. I saw you on the phone, so I didn't interrupt you. Hui Yuxuan nodded. She looked at Du Heng's eyes with a playful smile. Did you not sleep well? Du Heng nodded with a bitter smile. First of all, my arm was your pillow last night and I didn't dare to move. Second, you were in my arms but I couldn't touch you. Third, I didn't even dare to breathe too loudly so you could sleep more soundly. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and laughed, finding Du Heng's 3 fingers funny. Why didn't you just take your arm out? Then you could have slept well? Du Heng shrugged. I said I wanted you to sleep more soundly. Hui Yuxuan's eyes were full of love. She moved closer and gave Du Heng a good morning kiss. Then her face flushed as she said, Good morning. Du Heng smacked his lips and nodded with a smile. Good morning. They went down the hill. Before they left, Du Heng called Uncle Wang to come and take the tents. Then he brought Hui Yuxuan into a van and drove towards the royal mansion. Du Heng hadn't slept all night, so it was obviously unsafe for him to drive. Uncle Wang sent someone to drive the Lamborghini back to Jincheng University first. In the van, Du Heng was so tired he kept yawning. He glanced at the gentle and energetic Hui Yuxuan beside him and shook his head with a bitter smile. With this comparison, others would definitely think he had overexerted himself last night. That was what Uncle Wang thought, and the driver too. But in their eyes, this was normal. After all, a beauty was appealing to gentlemen. Du Heng took Hui Yuxuan to her apartment building. He told her, Go back, take a shower, change your clothes, and rest. I'm going back to the dorm to catch up on sleep. I'll come find you at noon. Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile. She stood there and waved as the van drove away, then turned and went inside the entrance, took the elevator to the 11th floor. She took out her key and opened the door, and she was stunned. Her parents were sitting on the couch. They stood up and walked towards her as they saw her come in. Her father's eye twitched violently. Her mother's face had a knowing smile, but she didn't say anything. She just nodded toward her father and shook her head slightly. Yuxuan, you're back? Oh yes, I'm back, Dad. Really? Last night we came to take you to the park to watch the meteor shower. We knocked on the door, but no one answered. We also called you, but you didn't pick up. We came in and you weren't at home. Your mom said you were at the dorm with your roommates to watch the meteor shower, and then I felt better. Chapter 38. Knowing but not asking. Hui Yuxuan's eyes widened when her father spoke. She looked at her mother, who was looking at her with a knowing smile, and nodded. Mom and Dad, sit for a while. I'll go in and take a shower and change my clothes. Go on. After Hui Yuxuan went into the bathroom and closed the door, water could be heard inside. Her mother and father shook their heads and sat on the sofa. Her father rubbed his temples and said softly, "Why don't you ask her where she went? Why did you make me say that to her? You know, she's your daughter, and she's grown up. It's normal for her to not come home at night, as long as she's safe. But aren't you curious about where she went last night? Who she was with?" Her mother glared at him, looked at the bathroom, and thought for a moment before saying softly, "I was reading Yuxuan's diary earlier and found something." What? How could you peek at your daughter's diary? Actually, he wanted to say why didn't she ask him to peek with her. He also wanted to know what his daughter had been doing lately and what kind of mood she was in. Most importantly, he wanted to see if his daughter had said that she missed him in her diary. Keep your voice down. Her mother scolded softly, glanced at the bathroom, and then said, in her recent diaries, she has been writing about a boy, but they haven't confirmed a relationship yet. She rejected his confession. Oh, she rejected it, then what? I didn't read the rest. Her father rubbed his temples hard. Such an important thing, and you didn't read on? Didn't you just say I shouldn't peek at my daughter's diary? Okay, I was wrong, sorry. The sound of water continued in the bathroom. Her father felt that her mother must know something, but she wouldn't tell him. It was making him anxious. Wife, do you think that Yuxuan went out with that boy last night? How should I know? I'm not a worm in my daughter's stomach. Actually, her mother had guessed what happened. She had indeed read the rest of Hua Yuxuan's diary. After all, which parent could resist such temptation and not read on? But she didn't plan to tell her father. It was between her and her daughter. Did her father want to know? No way. Her father felt like something was wrong, but no matter what he said, her mother wouldn't tell him. He was so angry he drank several glasses of water. Let's get this clear. You're not allowed to be angry at her when our daughter comes out later. You're not allowed to put on a stern face. Otherwise, if she refuses to come home, don't come complaining to me every day. Then should I leave? After being driven to the West Gate by Uncle Wang, Du Heng received the keys to his Lamborghini. He walked into the campus, squinting and with dark circles under his eyes. Because it was Sunday, there weren't many people on campus. Most of them were sleeping in their beds. And even if they woke up, it was fine. They could just play on their phones in bed. What? Breakfast? They could just sleep through it. Why would they eat breakfast? He opened the door to his dorm room. It was very quiet. It was only 7 a.m. Zhang Yang was impossible to be awake. He was curled up in his blanket, with only his head showing outside, just like a mole. No need to wonder, he must have played on his phone until very late at night after the power cut. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, took a deep breath, then got out of bed and went straight to the bathroom to wash up. Not long after Du Heng left, Zhang Yang was awakened by his stomach. He looked at Du Heng's bed. He still wasn't there. He picked up his phone to order takeout. Damn, his phone was dead. Unwillingly, he got out of bed to charge his phone, ordered takeout, and then sat in his seat wearing only a red pair of shorts. He opened his computer, entered his game, and started his happy life as a gamer. While on his way to the West Gate, Du Heng sent a message to Hua Yuxuan on WeChat. Yuxuan, have you had lunch? Not yet, waiting for you. Okay. Du Heng was instantly motivated. He hummed a tune and got into the Lamborghini. He then stepped on the gas pedal and drove toward the royal mansion. Hui Yuxuan had just sent her parents off and sat on the couch with a wry smile. Her mother's knowing look before she left made Hui Yuxuan both embarrassed and touched. She knew her mother must have guessed what happened, but didn't say anything. She was still just as warm and caring as before. Her mother even suggested that they go out to eat, but Hui Yuxuan's obvious hesitation made her realize that her daughter probably had a date in the afternoon, so she didn't force her. She left with her father, who looked dejected. As soon as she sat down, she received a message from Du-hung. Looking at the contact that she had changed to excellent lover A-hung, a smile gradually crept onto the corner of her lips. After replying briefly, Hui Yuxuan put on a face mask and waited for Du-hung to come. Her phone rang. Hu Ling was video calling. Hui Yuxuan didn't hesitate and answered right away. After the call connected, Hu Ling looked at the background behind Hui Yuxuan with a curious expression. When she saw that it was Hui Yuxuan's house, she was a little disappointed. She had been to Hui Yuxuan's home before and knew that this was Hui Yuxuan's apartment. Yuxuan, you're not with Du-hung? No, what's wrong? Oh, I thought I could see you guys making out by video calling, but it's just you. Hui Yuxuan's face instantly flushed red, but it couldn't be seen because she had a face mask on. But her ears were red, and Hu Ling with her sharp eyes noticed it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Something's going on. Did you watch the meteor shower last night? Hui Yuxuan nodded softly. Yes, I watched it with A-hung. Huh? A-hung? Du-hung? Hu Ling's eyes lit up. Your pet name is so cute. What's your relationship now? Hui Yuxuan wanted to smile, but she couldn't make too many expressions because of the face mask. She could only blink her eyes and smile. I'm his girlfriend now. What? Yuxuan, how could you abandon me secretly? No, no, no. You two must treat us to a meal tonight. Du-hung is so rich, we should be able to order whatever we want, right? You don't have to let him treat you. I'll treat you instead. After all, I should have agreed to him last time. Chapter 39. Hu Ling's Year of Shock. Du-hung didn't have any plans for the afternoon, but when he arrived at Hui Yuxuan's place, he found out that she was planning to treat Hu Ling and his 3 doormates to dinner that night. Yes, you read that correctly. It was Hui Yuxuan's place. It was Du-hang's first time entering her apartment. He curiously looked around at the decorations and then heard what Hui Yuxuan was planning. Don't you want to treat them, A-hung? Du-hung shook his head and smiled. No, I was thinking since we're making our relationship public, we might as well invite them all to hang out. It's Sunday, and we don't have classes. How about I treat everyone this afternoon and we go to the amusement park? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. Whatever A-hung says. Du-hung nodded, picked up his phone, and sent a message to the dorm group, tagging his 3 roommates. He then turned to Hui Yuxuan. Yuxuan, give Hu Ling a call and tell her to go to the west gate. Okay. Huh? Why are you back? Zhang Yang, who was still playing games, saw that the dorm door was suddenly opened. Han Lei and Wang Chong had returned together. It was strange. One of them was in the library and the other was doing a part-time job, yet they had returned together. Can you believe it? It didn't matter. I was writing it and you were reading it. That's all that matters. Wang Chong raised an eyebrow. Didn't you see Du Ji's message in the group? What message? I didn't check my phone. What's going on? What did Du Ji say? Han Lei went to his seat, put down his bag, and pushed up his glasses. Du Ji said he was taking us to the amusement park. He told us to get ready and go to the west gate. A car will be there to pick us up soon. Oh? Why would he suddenly take us to the amusement park? Could it be that? Yes, you guessed correctly. Du Ji succeeded in getting the sister-in-law. He's taking us to the amusement park this afternoon and treating us to dinner and karaoke tonight. Awesome. Then I have to get ready quickly. I can't embarrass Du. Don't worry, Du Ji said that even if you use wax, it won't work. He just wants you to brush your teeth and change into clean clothes. Damn. When the 3 of them arrived at the west gate, they saw the same 9-meter-long Rolls-Royce from the last time. When Zhang Yang saw Hu Ling, he walked over and asked, Hu Ling, why aren't you getting in the car? Zhang Yang? You guys are here. Which car? Are Du-hung and the others here? Zhang Yang pointed to the Rolls-Royce. That one right there. Didn't you know? Hu Ling's eyes widened, her voice stammering. What? Are you saying that Rolls-Royce is also Du-hang's family car? Yeah. Is there a problem? Get in. We sat in it last time. There's a lot of space. It can seat 11 people. There's even a refrigerator, so you can drink cold drinks inside. Hu Ling knew that Du Hong drove a Lamborghini. She guessed that his family might be rich. But being rich was one thing. Being able to afford a Rolls-Royce was another. His level had suddenly gone from rich to a member of a wealthy family. After all, a Lamborghini costs a few million. But the car in front of her didn't look like it would be less than 100 million. That meant that Du Heng's family assets were at least 1 billion or more. And that was just Hu Ling's rough estimate. Until she got into the car, Hu Ling felt that her mind was blank. Even when Zhang Yang handed her a bottle of ice-cold cola, she forgot to take it. After everyone got into the car, Uncle Li stepped on the gas pedal. The Rolls-Royce drove away smoothly, heading toward the royal mansion. He still needed to pick up Du Hong and Hua Yuxuan. In the car, Hu Ling felt the need to tell Hua Yuxuan about this, but she felt something was wrong. Did Hua Yuxuan know this all along? Yuxuan, how rich is Du Heng's family? Do you know? I don't know. What's wrong? Hu Ling felt defeated. After thinking for a moment, she nudged Zhang Yang, who was taking selfies and having fun. She whispered, Zhang Yang, how rich is Du Heng's family? Why are you asking that? You don't want to chase Du Ji, do you? What are you thinking? Never mind if you won't tell me. Zhang Yang carelessly glanced at Hu Ling and then said, Du Ji said his family is in international trade. They have assets worth hundreds of billions and are one of the top families in Jincheng. Gulp. Hu Ling could only swallow. She felt that she needed to tell Hua Yuxuan about this, but after thinking for a moment, she asked, is there anything else? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, looked at Wang Chong and Han Lei who were drinking cola, and leaned close to Hu Ling's ear and whispered something. Hu Ling's eyes widened, as if she were bewitched. She mumbled incoherently. After a long while, she recovered and looked at Zhang Yang. Wanting confirmation, he shrugged. Don't spread it around, or Du Ji will blame me. There must be a reason why he doesn't want to tell us. Hu Ling was shocked. Du Heng's identity was more than just a rich second-generation heir. After thinking for a moment, Hu Ling sent a message to Hua Yuxuan. Yuxuan, you have to be with Du Hong, no matter what. What's wrong? I was going to be with him anyway. Just listen to me. Okay. Hua Yuxuan, who put down her phone, was a bit confused. Du Hong saw her expression. They were waiting for their car in the lobby of the building. Hua Yuxuan hadn't seen that Rolls-Royce before. Du Hong had always taken her shopping in his Lamborghini. What's wrong? Hua Yuxuan was wearing a pink tracksuit today. Her tall figure was highlighted perfectly. The loose-fitting track pants made her legs look even longer. She had a single ponytail, and her large watery eyes blinked as she looked at Du Hong. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Hong, I've never asked about your family situation. Du Hong paused for a moment, then laughed and shook his head. He put his arm around Hua Yuxuan's waist and tapped her nose gently. There's nothing to say. Just be a rich lady with me. Or, to put it another way, I don't even need to work to support our family. We wouldn't be able to spend all the interest our money makes in the bank each year. Hua Yuxuan was amused by Du Heng's sudden declaration of wealth. The pure white earrings on her ears swayed and made Du Hong grin. He kissed her cheek and continued. My dad is very good at making money. Very, very good at it. It seems like I can't even help him. Hua Yuxuan saw the helplessness in Du Heng's eyes. She turned, faced Du Hong, and wrapped her hands around his neck. Her eyes, as soft as water, stared into Du Heng's eyes. She smiled sweetly and said, You're already very amazing. Du Hong hugged Hua Yuxuan's waist and grinned. I think so too. In many ways. Chapter 40. Amusement Park. Their conversation ended with a deep kiss. Hua Yuxuan's face flushed with shyness because of Du Heng's teasing. Her eyes were glazed over. She was leaning into his arms, afraid to lift her head, but not letting go of him. She was clinging to Du Hong. People passing by laughed at them. Du Hong was enjoying the warm moment. He tightly hugged Hua Yuxuan's waist, feeling the softness of her body. His fingers moved gently and got a light punch on the chest from Hua Yuxuan. At that moment, a 9-meter-long Rolls-Royce slowly drove up and stopped at the curb outside the entrance. The extra-long body quickly attracted the attention of people passing by. You might see a few Lamborghinis, but a super-long Rolls-Royce was extremely rare. Everyone was curious about who was inside the car, or why it was there. Du Hong saw the commotion outside. He also saw the Rolls-Royce. He smiled, pinched Hua Yuxuan's waist, which was completely free of fat. He whispered, Yuxuan, Let's go. Our ride is here. HM? It's here. Hua Yuxuan left Du Heng's arms, turned, and looked behind them. She saw that the crowd outside had stopped and was watching the commotion. Some people were pointing and talking, gesturing wildly, as if they were experts on everything. Before Hua Yuxuan could figure out what they were looking at, Du Heng wrapped an arm around her waist and led her outside. Uncle Li was about to call Du Heng, but he saw Du Heng walking over with a female companion, so he quickly got out of the car and opened the rear door. Young master. Uncle Li, thanks again for your help. It's my pleasure to serve you, young master. Get in the car. Du Heng looked at Hua Yuxuan, who was still slightly dazed, and pinched her waist. He smiled and said, Are you not going to get in the car, beautiful lady? Hua Yuxuan glared at Du Heng, lightly huffed, and bent over and got into the car. Du Heng followed right behind her. Yuxuan. Hu Ling greeted her with a smile, nudged Zhang Yang aside, and patted the seat next to her. Come sit here. Hua Yuxuan looked back at Du Heng, and then smiled as she walked over and sat beside Hu Ling. Uncle Li closed the door, got into the driver's seat, started the car, and left the spot, leaving the onlookers behind. In the car, Du Heng was sitting behind the driver's seat, looking at everyone. He smiled and shrugged. You can ask anything you want. Did you kiss? Du Heng knew that something bad was going to happen as soon as Zhang Yang said that. He rubbed his forehead, not wanting to deal with him. Next question. Hey, you said we could ask anything. I didn't say I had to answer. That's true. Then, never mind. Was it too late to throw him out of the car? Hua Yuxuan was talking quietly to Hu Ling. Hu Ling occasionally pointed at Du Heng. They didn't know what they were talking about, but they could see that Hua Yuxuan would occasionally look at Du Heng with a blush on her face, her eyes full of love. It was the first time that Han Lei and Wang Chong had seen Hua Yuxuan. Before, they had only seen her picture. They were amazed by her beauty back then, but now, seeing her up close, especially with her shy look, made them unable to handle it. They had to give Du Heng a thumbs up. Wang Chong leaned close to Du Heng and whispered, Du Ji, teach your brothers a few tricks. They don't need to be as beautiful. Our sister-in-law is a max level 10. We don't need much, just a 6, above average is enough. Zhang Yang's ears were sharp. He heard Wang Chong's question and leaned closer. He said seriously, Me too. I need to learn some tricks too. Han Lei pushed up his glasses. Isn't your wife in a gacha game? Let me teach you something. Didn't Du Ji transfer you 50,000 yuan last time? Use it to recharge. If you recharge enough, your wife will come out. Damn. Lazy, you're dead. We're done. Hu Tao is my dream girl. She can live in my dream. I want a wife in real life, not a two-dimensional one. TSK, TSK, TSK. Han Lei shook his head. What was this? A prodigal son returning, or a cold tree blossoming? No, it was neither. Han Lei thought that Zhang Yang was just purely horny. Damn. Lazy. What's with that look? Heh. Han Lei turned his head away, opened his soda, took a sip, and burped loudly. Zhang Yang didn't want to argue with Han Lei. He turned to look at Du Heng, staring at him with pleading eyes, getting closer and closer. Du Heng used his hand to push Zhang Yang's face away. He rubbed his temples and sighed. Did you brush your teeth before leaving? I did. I definitely did. I swear. Smell it. Hurru. Du Heng rubbed his temples. His forehead was throbbing. He almost took off his size 44 shoe and smacked him. All right, I believe you. Just say less, or I'm afraid the air will be polluted. When we get to the amusement park, go all out. Woohoo! Zhang Yang took Du Heng's hand away and exclaimed excitedly. For sure. By the way, Du Ji, which amusement park are we going to? Du Heng raised an eyebrow. Of course, we're going to the biggest amusement park in Jincheng. If we're going to play, we're going to play all out, right? Haha, Du Ji is awesome. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of a large amusement park in the western suburbs of Jincheng, they thought they would stop the car, buy tickets, and line up to get in. But the Rolls-Royce went straight into the staff entrance. What the hell? Aren't we buying tickets? Du Heng paused. Why would we buy tickets? How are we supposed to get in without tickets? Du Ji, did you not wake up yet? Du Heng shook his head and smiled. No, we don't need to. Because this amusement park is my family's. The atmosphere in the car instantly froze. Everyone looked at each other, wide-eyed and speechless. They were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. Hui Yuxuan was shocked for a moment and then covered her mouth and giggled. Hu Ling looked like she was expecting it and squeezed Hui Yuxuan's hand. She leaned over to whisper something in her ear, making Hui Yuxuan's face flush red. Zhang Yang hesitated for a long time, and then, finally, all his thoughts were distilled into a single sentence. Damn! It was the first time they had come through the staff entrance. Du Heng received a stack of golden tickets from a staff member and then called for everyone to follow him. He took Hui Yuxuan's small hand and led her into the park. He handed each of them a golden ticket. With this ticket, you can experience all the rides with priority and without waiting in line. It is unlimited. You can also take anything from inside the park, whether food or items. Holy crap! That's so awesome! Wang Chong cursed. His eyes were shining as he looked at the golden ticket in his hand. Han Lei pushed up his glasses, took the ticket that Du Heng handed him, and smiled at Wang Chong. Zhang Yang was the most dramatic. When Du Heng handed him the ticket, he almost knelt on the ground, holding the ticket up and yelling loudly, "Wow! A golden legend!" Was it too late to throw him out?